A divine blessing. The aged Hokage sighed. He read the report again and looked at his desk. Are you sure, Inu? Hiruzen had to confirm this. Yes, Hokage-sama. The said man replied. He was wearing the traditional umbu attire with a dog mask. He continued, Jiraiya-sama's information was accurate, but I was unable to inspect the place as there was nothing left. But we were able to find some ninja activities a bit further away. What about this explosion that you have put on the report? The Hokage still couldn't take his eyes off from the object that was on top of his desk. It is just my speculation, Hokage-sama, but I believe that it played a part in the explosion. I can't say much about the explosion, but the marks it left behind was really, how should I say, weird. All I can say for sure that it was an S-rank jutsu, but you can't put your finger on the origin of it. Hokage finished for Inu. The umbu just nodded back. Anything about the scroll? The Hokage looked at a scroll. It was a small scroll engraved with Yuzushio's symbol, as well the said object's symbol. Hiruzen was hoping that some sort of instruction or information was inside the scroll that could help to solve the mystery around their current predicament. Nothing. I studied about seals, but this is way out of my league. The only person who can open it is probably Jiraiya-sama. Inu replied back in a bit disappointed voice. Okay, for now seal these inside the forbidden scroll. And Inu, you are to participate in the Jonin selection as a Jonin instructor next week. Is it necessary? Inu sighed. The council wants you to train Sasuke. You being the only one with Sharingan can teach him about his bloodline. Hiruzen just shook his head. He still has to pass my test. Inu shrugged, making the Hokage to sigh. Hiruzen gave a dismissing wave, and the umbu left not a second later. The Hokage took out his pipe. He wanted to make head and tail of the situation. Few weeks back, Jiraiya sent him some vital information about some ruins located somewhere along the outskirts of Konoha. He sent an umbu squad led by Kakashi to search the ruins. It was supposed to belong to the Uzumaki clan. But before the umbu could even reach the ruins, they were slowed down by a sudden storm that came out of nowhere. It was so strong that even he felt it from all the way here. And it didn't stop there. The umbu reported that there was a huge explosion, and when they went there was nothing left. The only clue of the explosion they found was the aftermath of it, which created a huge crater, as if it was caused by a strong phenomenon like meteor falling from the sky, and the power of the explosion was so strong that it left nothing behind around few hundred-meter radius. But the odd part was only those items were left unscratched on middle of the crater, that object and the scroll. The Hokage sighed and put down the report. He would have to think about it later. Next week there were new batches of Genin coming out, and a few Jonin instructors had already made some recommendation. He had to oversee the making of the teams. This was going to be another long night for him. 1 week later. It was a bad day for a certain blonde. He failed the graduation exam again. He studied and practiced hard, but at the end, just because he couldn't do one bunshin, he failed. Except for the written portion, he did quite average on other fields. But it wasn't enough. Why? That's the only thought that was going through his mind. He always tried his best till he fell over, but it was never enough. And no one helped him at all. All he ever asked for was the recognition of the people, to look at him, to smile at him. Was it so much to ask? Sometimes he wondered if all of these were worth anything. He looked at the sky. It was cloudy. A storm was coming. Hey Naruto, how are you feeling? Naruto was snapped out from his thought and looked at the person. It was Mizuki. He didn't like this instructor that much, never knew why. It was more like a gut feeling. What do you think, sensei? I failed in the test again, he said sourly. Mizuki was glad and sighed. Everything was going just like he was hoping for. Naruto, do you know about a secret test? It's for those that fail, but might have potential in other areas. Want to hear about it? You might pass if you do it properly. He laid out the bait. Really, sensei? What is it about? Of course I will take it, believe it. Naruto was ecstatic. Hook, line and sinker. Inside, Mizuki started laughing. What they didn't notice that they were both seen by a blue-haired girl who left hurriedly. Few hours later. Naruto stopped and hid behind a tree. Wow, I didn't know Gigi was a pervert too. That made things way a lot easier. He looked at the huge scroll and smirked. Well, Mizuki-sensei didn't say that I can't learn anything for myself. I mean, I will be considered as an idiot if I don't give a peek. With that, he opened the scroll and started to look for anything good. Most of the jutsu were complicated, as in he got zero idea what they were meant to use for, and some even sounded downright weird. But one jutsu caught his attention, and it was Shadow Clone Jutsu. Somewhere else, Iruka was running with Hinata to find Naruto. The girl came to his house and told him about Mizuki. If it was anyone else, he would have thought that it was a bad joke, but Hinata's worried eyes and her frantic gestures told him that she wasn't lying. It angered him, but instead of going after Mizuki, he rushed to go to the tower to inform Hokage about the matter. But when he saw Fuumbu running around, he knew that the damage had been done. He sent a message to the Hokage and started looking for Naruto. He couldn't lose time now. He had to find Naruto before Mizuki would. Hinata tagged along. He wanted to send her back, but he really needed her Byakugan, and the girl was determined to help. His only wish was that he could find the boy whom he started to see as a little brother before it was too late. Back with Naruto. While that wasn't so bad, maybe I should check out if there is anything else. With that, he started looking into the scroll again. His body was a bit ragged. It was hard to learn at first, but he still pushed forward, and at the end he learned it. Although he got few cuts on his hand courtesy of the tree next to him as he punched it when he got frustrated at the middle of his learning. But he didn't wish to stop now because he wanted to see if he could learn something more, something important. Chances like this never came so often. Then he saw the last part of the scroll. Nothing was written there, but there was a symbol, and it looked like the one he wore on his jacket. He touched it with his bloody hand and was surprised when suddenly smoke came out from there. When the smoke cleared, he saw a mask and small scroll lying there. The mask looked weird to him, but for some reason he felt calm when he held the mask. Weird, Naruto thought as he took the scroll, and he was surprised when he saw that his jacket symbol again, and this time it had the picture of the mask with it also. He touched the scroll with his bloody hand again, and immediately, with a click sound, the scroll loosened up. Naruto was surprised to see the scroll opening. He opened it to see what was written there. Raijin, the Shinto god of lightning. With the help of this divine mask, you shall be able to call forth the blessings of Raijin, god of lighting, thunder, and storms. Be wary, summoner. If your intention is vile, you will be punished for your malicious intent. You will be reduced to nothing as the power of the storm will tear you apart from inside. Take heed, summoner. Even if your intention is good, you will have to pay the price for wanting such a power. For this your soul will be his to command. Let the storm obliterate everything in its path. Asterisk. Holy shit. That's the only thought that came to Naruto. To summon a divine god? A god? Are you freaking kidding me? Naruto read the warning again, and he felt shiver running down his spine. I don't know if it is bullshit or real, but whoever wrote this really knows how to keep everyone away. I would like to keep my soul to myself. Thank you very much. Naruto tried to put the scroll and the mask back inside, but, okay, how am I supposed to put the mask and the scroll back? Damn it. He sighed as he finished debating with himself. There wasn't much time left, so he would have to ask Mizuki-sensei later. He put the mask and the scroll inside his jacket, closed the forbidden scroll, and started heading toward the meeting point. It didn't take long for him to reach there. Naruto sat down and started waiting for Mizuki as he noticed that he came a bit early, but he couldn't help it. He was excited. He heard some noises, and when he looked around, he was surprised to see Iruka and Hinata. Hey Iruka-sensei, what are you? But he was cut off when Iruka dashed to him. Grabbing him, he jumped back, and he did all these in 5 seconds. Naruto was surprised, and then he was shocked to see there were kunais on the place where he was standing. Mizuki was not having a good time. He had to slow down to make sure no one was following him. Now before he could even get to Naruto, Iruka was there already, and the main problem was Hinata. Having here their complicated things a lot, but the main problem was time. He didn't have any to waste. He had to jump the gun as the clock was ticking. Naruto, this is a trap. I already sent a message to Hokage. Before Iruka could finish, Mizuki started laughing. He looked at Naruto with a disgusted face and shouted, Hey Naruto, you want to know why the villagers hate you? Why everyone? Mizuki, Iruka shouted, and he threw some shuriken at him. Mizuki jumped and hid behind a tree. Naruto, Hinata, go get help. You won't stand a chance against him. Go. Iruka told both the kids. Before both of them could run, don't you want to know, Naruto? Why everyone ignores and neglects you? Mizuki started saying while jumping behind the trees. Naruto stopped hearing that. Hinata got worried when she looked at the eyes of the blonde. There was desperation, something she had never seen before. Iruka tried to go after him, but Mizuki kept throwing shuriken at the kids, keeping him defending them. 12 years ago, Yondaime couldn't kill the QB, so he sealed it inside a baby. And guess what? That baby is you, Naruto. Time seemed to stop for Naruto. All the time the question he always asked himself, why, had finally been answered. He didn't wait to see the look on Hinata or Iruka's face. He jumped and started running away. Hinata was heartbroken after knowing the truth. When she looked at Naruto, she could see the pain in his eye, the fear. Before she could say anything, he jumped away. Without a second thought, Hinata gave pursuit. Naruto! Hinata! Iruka screamed, but before he could do anything, he saw a Fuma Shuriken coming at him. He jumped to avoid, and then he saw his mistake. Another Fuma Shuriken was coming at him, while he was still in midair. Hinata was running. She could see Naruto with her Byakugan. She couldn't take this. The boy she admired and liked was torn to pieces. She couldn't run away now. He needed her. She needed to tell him that all this didn't matter. She suddenly saw a Fuma Shuriken coming at her from behind fast. She dodged it, but not fast enough as it cut her leg. She took her gentle fist stance and stood there. She looked at her leg. It wasn't deep cut, but she could see she wouldn't be able to outrun Mizuki now. But she was glad when she saw that Naruto also stopped behind some trees. But she had to focus on Mizuki now, for she would protect him with her life. Why do you care for the demon child, Hinata? You know that he is the fox that caused so much pain all those years back? Many of your clan members died too, if I remember. Mizuki was trying not to kill Hinata. Killing the QB brat and Iruka was one thing, but a clan heiress was another. You are wrong. Naruto-kun isn't a demon. He is a b-boy that tries his hardest and always stands up no matter what. I don't care if he has QB inside of him. He is not the Kai QB. He is Naruto, the person I admire most, and I will not let you kill him. Hinata shouted. Mizuki was pissed. He really didn't want more trouble, but now there was no other way. He had to kill her and find Naruto fast. Naruto was shocked to hear this. Hinata didn't mind that he had the QB inside of him. Sure, he didn't know the girl that much, but he knew that she was shy, quiet, and a bit weird, but also caring. And here she was saying all these gentle things about him. But one thing that rang through his head the most, that she saw him for who he was, not the QB. He looked out from the tree and was horrified when he saw Mizuki through his Fuma Shuriken, and he started preparing another. Hinata dodged the first one, and then she saw Mizuki throwing another one. With her eyes, she saw that the first one was coming back from behind. She knew she might not be able to dodge both of them at once with her damaged leg. Naruto was terrified. The first person that recognized him was going to die right in from him. He started running toward her, but he knew he couldn't reach her in time. He needed to be a god to reach. The Mask of Raijin. Screw the warnings. He thought to himself as he had to save her no matter what. Without another thought, he took out the mask and wore it directly. And then everything went blank. Naruto's mindscape. QB looked in front of his cage. He was surprised. Who knew that the brat had it in him? I am surprised to see you didn't zap the kid to death. Kurama, it's been long since we faced each other. Last time it was with Hagoromo Dano, said a figure which was covered in shadow. How are you? I am sure you didn't come to chat with me, and by the looks of it you got something to do with the stupid host of mine. Kurama said bitterly. The stupid host of yours interests me. Naruto, is it? Maelstrom. Sounds befitting. The figure chuckled. Oi, what are you thinking of doing with him? Kurama was surprised. It was like the figure was enjoying himself. Kurama, this kid, from what I saw through his memories, despite all the treatment he gets, he still stays strong. Something that is rare in this world. Don't you agree? Kurama laughed. You do know that it is a mask he created to protect himself, right? Nonetheless, a mask to protect his innocence. The reason he never came to this part of his mindscape till now shows that even all the abusing he got, he still doesn't hold hatred in his heart. Sadness, yes. Envy, maybe, but not hatred. And the mask helped him to become courageous and strong. For that he earned my respect. The figure replied back. Why are you so interested in a mere mortal? It's not like you, Kurama said with an edge in his voice. When he wore the mask, he should have been killed instantly, but your yang chakra intervened, my divine chakra, Kurama. If you had both of your chakra, things might have been different. It feels like this kid has a destiny of his own and he can't die right now. I will watch and see where this destiny of his leads him to. Goodbye, Kurama. With that, the figure left. With Naruto. Naruto opened his eyes. His body was sore. He sat down and looked around. He was on top of the clouds. Well, this sucks. I thought the heaven will look a bit nicer than this. Naruto sighed. Trust me, boy, this is not heaven, and no, you are not dead yet, said a voice behind him. Naruto jumped and slowly looked behind him. There was a huge guy behind him. He was more than 8 feet tall, and behind him few spheres were forming a circle with 3 tomo inside each circle. He had a muscular body, and his hair was crimson red. The thing that caught Naruto's eyes was the mask he was wearing. It was the same mask he was carrying, but looked more deadly. Most of his body was covered by shadow, even the eyes. Who are you, sir? For some reason, Naruto thought he shouldn't piss off this guy. Why not give a guess, boy? Raijin mused. Your mask looked a lot like the one I. Naruto gulped. By any chance, are you Raijin, Shinto god of lightning? Yes, that I am. So why did you try to summon me, boy? You do know that your soul will be mine to command, Raijin said with a false edge voice. He wanted to test his determination. Naruto was taken aback first, but he quickly got over it when he remembered why he did what he did. I don't care. I want to save my friend. She recognized me despite my burden. I will save her at any cost, even in exchange for my life. Naruto shouted, looking straight at Raijin. Raijin was having more respect toward the boy. Here he was staring at him directly without a scare, even knowing who he was. And unlike others that tried to summon him before, he didn't want to use his divine power for destruction, but to save a life. All of this facts together was increasing Raijin's view toward Naruto. Don't worry, you won't die cause of your special case. You are one lucky kid, do you know that? And you interest me. So I will give you my blessing for your courage and honesty. But you have to. I accept, Naruto shouted. Blessing from a Shinto god. With that power, I will be able to protect all of my precious people. Raijin smiled inwardly. Naruto didn't know, but Raijin could hear all his thoughts. Maybe he will do just fine. Fine then. You will have my blessings, and you will gain new powers to help you in your journey. But be aware, little fellow, from time to time you will be tested by me to see if you will still be worthy enough to keep them. And those times your will and courage will be put to test and judged, fail, and you will receive punishment worse than death. Do you still accept, kid? Raijin asked one last time. I accept, Databeo. I promise I will not fail you no matter what test you put me through, and I never go back down on my words. It's my Nindo, Naruto said loudly. He wouldn't back down, not now, not ever. You are indeed one amusing kid, and I respect that strong will of yours. Never lose that will and courage, kid. I will leave my companion here, so that he can guide you how to use the powers. Farewell, Naruto. Let's pray our next meeting will also be a pleasant one. Naruto suddenly felt like he had been hit by thunder. His whole body started to feel numb, and he slowly started to lose consciousness. Real world. Naruto opened his eyes and tried to look around, but for some reason, moving a single muscle hurt like hell. He felt like he was grabbing something. He looked down, and he saw he was holding on to Hinata, as was she. He could feel her heartbeat. She is alive. He relaxed, closed his eyes, and thanked Raijin. Few moments later, Kakashi and an Umbu squad came to the spot. Kakashi was surprised to see that the Naruto was in the middle of an explosion zone that looked exactly like what he saw on his last mission. He saw Naruto was holding on to Hinata like she was his lifeline. He tried to separate them, but the moment he touched Naruto, he felt like he had been zapped hard. Before he could try to do anything, Hokage arrived there as well. He didn't even look anywhere else as he strode right toward the kids. Kakashi, go get Hayashi. I will take these two to hospital, he ordered. Kakashi hesitated for a bit, but then he sighed and left. Hokage looked at Naruto and hoped nothing bad happened, but looking around he knew that he was wrong. He just had to wait to hear all the details from him directly. With that, he carefully picked both of them up and shunshined to the hospital. Hiruzen was looking at the hospital bed where his surrogate grandson was sleeping. His body and appearance went through slight changes, and he got no idea how it happened. He grew few inches taller, his hair was spikier, and his face had lost some of his baby fat. Hiruzen started to get worried. Was it Kyubi's influence, or was it something else? That's the only thought that was going through his mind. For now, he had to wait for Naruto to wake up. He got out of the room and silently signaled the Umbu to stand guard. He went towards the other room, thinking that they might shed some light to this new mystery. Naruto's mindscape. Naruto started to wake up slowly. He rubbed his eyes and started looking around. He was not on top of clouds anymore, but this time it was a huge sewer. There was something in front. A light, perhaps? He started walking towards that direction. He stopped when he saw a huge cage-like gate. Behind the gate, it was pitch black. Finally, we meet. My jailer. A deep voice spoke from behind the gate. Kyubi, Naruto asked. He jumped back when he saw the huge red eyes, filled with hatred, but there was something else hidden deep inside those eyes. So you are the reason my life is like hell. Wow, that answers a lot of questions. Naruto sighed. It was not by choice that I ended up inside a brat like you. That cursed Yondaime sealed me in you. Without this seal, I would have shown you real hell, brat. If you blame anyone, blame that good-for-nothing blonde monkey. Kyubi hissed. Shut up, furball. Naruto shouted. He just met his prisoner, and he was already getting pissed at him. Why not you guys stop bickering like little kids? Spoke a new voice. This voice was deep, and it had a thunderous edge to it. Naruto was scared now, because this new voice was right behind him. Damn, he hated it whenever this happened. He looked behind and saw a huge wolf. Oh crap. Real world. Hiruzen went inside another hospital room. Hinata was there with her father Hayashi. He knew the guy, a typical stoic type noble clan head. He looked at Hinata, who was looking down. He had to handle this carefully. Hayashi, thank you for coming so fast, Hiruzen said. No problem, Hokage-sama. If I may, I still didn't get the full report on why my eldest daughter is here, Hayashi said with no expression whatsoever. Your daughter, along with Naruto and Iruka, helped to catch a traitor. I will mark it as a B-ranked mission and will pay them accordingly. I will give you the full report tomorrow. But I want to ask something to your daughter alone, if that's okay with you. Hiruzen hoped this ought to calm him down. Not a problem, Hokage-sama. Hayashi was a bit surprised. His daughter, who was considered as a failure in his clan, did a B-rank mission the day she graduated as a genin. Guess there may still be some hope left, he thought, but he didn't like his daughter associating with the Jinchuriki, although for a different reason. But for now, he would have to let it go. Hinata, take rest for today. I will come tomorrow and take you back. With that, he left. Hinata let go of her breath. She didn't know how long she was holding it. At least her father was not angry. Hokage-sama, how is Naruto-kun? She finally asked the question that was on her mind since she woke up. Hiruzen smiled, but he needed some answers first. Hinata, he is fine, just exhausted. But I want to ask you some question. He asked, and when Hinata nodded, he continued. What do you remember before you passed out? Hinata closed her eyes as she tried to remember the event. I don't remember much, Hokage-sama. I was injured when I got hit by Mizuki-sensei's Fuma S shuriken, but before I got hit by another of his Fuma shuriken, I suddenly saw a huge lightning shaped like something hit behind me. It was so strong that I had to turn off my Byakugan and even had to close my eyes. After that, I don't remember much. She left the part out where she was caught by two hands when she turned off her Byakugan. She didn't need to see to know who it was, but by just thinking of that moment, her face flushed up. More mystery. This couldn't get any worse, Hiruzen thought. Hokage-sama, the council has called for a meeting. An Umbu came and informed the old Hokage. Hiruzen sighed. He shouldn't have said that. He cursed his luck and went towards the council room. Back to Naruto's mindscape. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit. Naruto was panicking. In front of him was this gigantic wolf staring at him. He was almost as tall as the freaking Hokage Tower. But unlike Kyubi, this guy was not inside any cage. The wolf had blue and white fur mixed in. His whole body was emitting lightning streaks. But unlike actual lightning, his were more controlled, acting like it was a second fur over his normal one. He had this divine aura surrounding him that was fully opposite of the demonic aura he felt when he talked with Kyubi. So you are the brat that impressed Lord Raijin. You don't look like someone who can hold on to his nindo, the beast said. Naruto's emotion did a 180 turn. Who do you think you are insulting, my nindo? I am Naruto Uzumaki, future Hokage of Konoha, and I never back down on my words. I don't care who you are, but insult my Nindo again, and I will beat you to a pulp. I think I know now why Lord Raijin found this boy amusing. The beast spoke again, but a bit gentler this time. My name is Reiju. I am the legendary divine Thunder Beast and the trusted companion of Lord Raijin. Tell me, boy, do you still think you can beat me to a pulp? Reiju said with an amused voice. Naruto didn't say anything, but he didn't look away. Reiju was impressed of the boy's courage. Any other people would have been scared or begged him for mercy by now. Why are you here then, Reiju? Naruto asked. Maybe we should go somewhere a bit nicer. Would you like to change the place? Reiju answered. Looking behind Naruto, he saw Kyuubi had gone deep inside the cage. Guess he was not interested in their conversation for now. Sure, but how do you change the place? Naruto told the beast, looking around the sewer. This is your mind, boy. Think of a quiet place you like, and then focus on the image. Reiju explained to Naruto, and he did so. Naruto closed his eyes and concentrated, thinking of his favorite quiet place. When he opened his eyes to see that he was on top of the Hokage monument, on his favorite spot, top of Yondaim's head. Not a bad place, kid. It's got a nice feeling to it. Sit down, we got a lot to talk about. Reiju told Naruto. Naruto sat down. He knew this was going to take some time. With Hiruzen. Hiruzen sighed. The civilian council was in uproar. Few hours ago, all of them felt the huge chakra wave, and also the explosion and the sudden increase of the storm didn't help either. Shinobi's side was quiet, but they were on an edge as well because they were able to feel the Kyuubi's chakra. Everyone was waiting for the Hokage to explain the situation. I know all of you are nervous and want to know what happened, but right now I, myself, don't have the full information of the situation, but rest assured it was not done by an enemy attack. Few hours ago, Mizuki tried to trick one student into stealing the Forbidden Scroll, but Irika along with 2 students stopped the traitor. But something went wrong with the Forbidden Scroll and the accident happened. The council room became a bit quiet after hearing this. Hamura asked, "Is the Forbidden Scroll okay?" The aged Hokage sighed and replied, "Yes, it is fine, and further information will be given after I sort out everything. For now, the meeting is over." There were lots of displeased faces, but right now he didn't care as he needed some rest. Back with Naruto. "Wait, what do you mean you made changes to my body?" Naruto shouted. "Calm down, boy. I didn't make any major changes. Your body changed slightly while adapting to the new power Lord Raijin bestowed upon you." Reiju explained. "What power? I don't feel any different." Naruto was puzzled. "Of course you won't feel any different cause you are in your mind. Boy, calm down and let me finish first." Reiju sighed. He knew Naruto would be the energetic type, but didn't know how much. Now as for this new power, it's an enhanced element. You have both Uzumaki and Senju blood, though the Senju blood is more dormant. However, cause of Lord Raijin's blessing, your Senju blood has awakened. Now tell me, do you know anything about the Senju and Uzumaki bloodline? Reiju asked. Naruto was speechless. He never knew there was an Uzumaki clan, and now he learned that he also had Senju bloodline, one of the founders of Konoha. Finally getting out his surprised state, he looked at Reiju. "I don't know about those clans, but how do you know which clan I am from? Do you know who my family is?" Naruto asked with a shaky voice. He couldn't help but to feel some hope rising inside him. Reiju was a bit surprised. Then he remembered what Raijin had told him when he was asked by the Shinto god to look after the child. Flashback. "Is it must that I have to guide this kid? He doesn't look much. And if you gave him your blessings, isn't he supposed to prove his worth on his own?" Reiju asked the lightning god curiously. "He has great potential. And yes, like you said, if it was normal circumstances, I would have preferred that he proved his worth on his own, but after I saw his memories and learned of his family, I want this kid to have someone to guide him. And who else I can trust with this more than you, my old friend?" Raijin said. "What about his memories and his family?" Reiju was a bit confused. "Let's just say he is from a noble family, but he is being treated like dirt. And if you want to motivate him, just tell him that next time we meet, if he is able to please me, I will tell him about his family." Flashback ends. "Truthfully speaking, kid, I don't know about your family. I was told by Lord Raijin about your family status, and before you start asking, Lord Raijin said that he will tell you about your family only if you can prove your worth the next time you meet." Naruto was shaking. He finally found a lead on his family. He would prove his worth to the Shinto god, no matter what challenges he would throw at him. Reiju was impressed. Few moments ago the kid seemed like he was going to break down, and now there was a fierce determination in his face. His eyes were clearly telling that he was ready for anything. Reiju-san, you were saying something about my bloodline? Outside world. Hokage was looking at Naruto. He needed to know Naruto's part of the story, and he knew that was the key fragment of the situation. He didn't like to do this, but it had to be done fast before certain parties started to make their moves. Is it necessary, Hokage-sama? Inoichi, the clan head of Yamanaka, asked. You know very well, Inoichi. When the explosion happened, there was a sudden spike of Kyuubi chakra, and it was different than what we felt 12 years ago, as if it was covered by something else, and it was gone as quickly as it came. But I am sure quite a few people felt it, and so I need to confirm if everything is okay or not. Hokage replied. The clan heads didn't have any hatred towards the boy, but that didn't mean they were going to overlook this. From the meeting, he could see all of them wanted to know what had happened. Very well, Hokage-sama. After saying that, Inoichi touched Naruto's head, and he dived into his mind. Less than a minute, Inoichi let go of Naruto's head and looked surprised. What happened? Hokage inquired. Nothing. I don't know how, but his mind seems to be well guarded, as something pushed me away before I can check his memories. I couldn't even enter his mind properly. If it makes you feel any better, Hokage-sama, I didn't feel Kyuubi's chakra. Inoichi answered. Hokage just shook his head. They were back to square one. The mental barrier, if it is not Kyuubi, then was it Minato? Did he create a protective barrier for him? He would have to ask Jiraiya to come and check the seal. In the meantime, he had to take measures before certain people started to make move on Naruto. Back to Naruto. What happened? Naruto asked Reiju, while explaining. The beast suddenly stopped moving in the middle and had a blank look on his face for a few seconds. Nothing, kid. Now where was I? Yes, your bloodline. Let me explain a little bit about Senju bloodline. The ones who have strong Senju blood in them, they can manipulate natural affinities, and some of them, the strong ones, can cope with Senjutsu. Reiju started explaining. Reiju-san, what is Senjutsu? Naruto asked with a clueless face. Reiju only sighed. This was going to take time. Naruto, there are 6 major types of jutsu people can use. I think you know about ninjutsu, jinjutsu, and taijutsu. The other 3 are bukijutsu, fuinjutsu, and senjutsu. Now bukijutsu, as it sounds, is techniques and jutsu using weapons. With proper training they can be as deadly as taijutsu, maybe more. Fuinjutsu is one of the most complicated type of jutsu. I don't know much about it though. As an Uzumaki you should have an upper hand on this, but we will talk about it later. Now senjutsu is one of the most ancient styles. Blessed with natural chakra, you will fight as a sage rather than a ninja. Reiju smiled when he saw Naruto getting excited. He continued, now in your case, you have 2 bloodlines. Naruto let the information sink in. Not 1 but 2. 2 bloodline. He started jumping around and started shouting and cheering for being so awesome. Reiju waited, then he asked, you done? Naruto stopped, but his whole body was shaking with excitement. Let me tell you what your bloodline does, and what I am here for. Your first bloodline that you got by birth, the Uzumaki bloodline, gave you excessive chakra, healing ability, and it would make easier for you to learn Kenjutsu and Fuinjutsu. It's more like a passive bloodline. Now your Senju side, awakened by Lord Raijin, has given you storm release and the ability to use Senjutsu directly. Naruto was confused. He was excited, but this was too much for him to know at once. Reiju knew the look. He knew he was the only one that could answer all of his questions right now, and he had to be patient about it. Kid, I know this is too much to take. So for now I will just explain to you what storm release is. I will tell you about the Senjutsu when I see you are ready. Now do you know anything about wood release or ice release? Reiju asked. Don't know about the ice release, but I heard that Shodame was able to use wood release. Naruto replied. Wood release is an enhanced natural element combining earth with water. Same with ice release. You combine water with wind. You get an enhanced natural element. But those without the bloodline won't be able to use it properly. So can you guess what storm release is? Reiju asked Naruto. Something to do with lightning element? Naruto answered. Yes, lightning combining with wind and water, you can get the storm release. It's one of the most hardest enhanced element to control and one of the strongest cause instead of combining two elements, you are combining three. Storm release. It sounds cool. Awesome. Naruto smirked. And as for why I am here to guide you, to tell you what to do and how to control your element and powers, although I won't be helping you directly. I will stay inside your mind for some time. Hope you don't mind having a new tenant, Reiju said while looking behind, as if he was looking deep inside his mind. Of course you can stay. You are better than the stupid furball anyway. Naruto was excited to have a legendary beast inside him, and not only that, he would guide him as well. Good to know. And one more thing, kid. I can talk with you through your mind. So if you want to talk to me, just talk through your thoughts. Naruto nodded, and suddenly he felt very tired, and before he could ask anything, he was drifted to sleep. Reiju was a bit excited as well. It had been quite some time since he had something like this to do. Maybe Lord Raijin is right. It could be amusing. XXXXXXXXX Hokage Tower. Hiruzen was relaxing in his chair. He knew he needed that. Today was anything but peaceful. The talk he had with his advisors was not pretty either. Flashback. Let me get this straight. Just because you felt Kyuubi's chakra, you want the boy to do underground Umbu training, Danzo? Hiruzen looked at his other advisors. And you two also think this is a good idea. Hiruzen, I know you care for the kid, but the chakra spike wasn't normal. It was huge, and combining with the explosion, many shinobi started to think it was caused by Kyuubi. Hamura explained. He knew Hiruzen was right with his decisions lots of time, but in many cases they needed to follow Danzo's way. We are just saying put the boy in Umbu training program, and when everything calms down you can bring the boy back to normal ninja routine. Koharu added a bit of her thought. Hiruzen knew exactly what was going on. Danzo wanted Naruto on his route, and using these two idiots, he was trying to push him into it. The moment he would put Naruto in Umbu training program, Danzo would try to snatch him. If Danzo wanted to play dirty, so would he. We will discuss this on tomorrow's meeting. Tell all the shinobi clan heads to come at morning, and there we will decide this properly. Flashback ends. Now he had to make sure he handled this carefully. He was making a huge bet on this. If he could pull this off, the advisors as well as Danzo wouldn't be able to easily eye their hands on Naruto anymore. You called for me, Hokage-sama? An Umbu came and kneeled down before him. Yes, I did. Relax, we got much to discuss about. Naruto started to wake up slowly. Damn, I feel like I have been struck by lightning or something. My whole body feels numb. He started looking around, and by the looks of things he knew he was in one of his least favorite place, the hospital. He slowly adjusted himself. He opened his blanket and saw himself wearing hospital gown. He saw an Umbu peek through the door and then left. Probably to call Gigi-san. Naruto. Reiju called him. What's wrong, Reiju-san? Naruto asked, but he was silenced soon after. Kid, I told you. Just think and I can hear you. Don't need to talk aloud as people will get suspicious. Reiju told Naruto. When he saw Naruto became quiet, he continued. Look, Naruto. Don't tell anyone about Lord Raijin and me yet. Listen to me first, he said when he saw Naruto was going to say something. Power and blessings from a god is not to be taken lightly. You can't tell just anyone about it. Naruto got a little angry. I trust Gigi. He is one of my most precious people, and I know he cares for me. Caring and trusting is different thing, Naruto. How about this? You ask this Hokage of yours about your other tenant and your parents. As a Hokage, he should know who your parents are. From there we will decide what to do. Naruto didn't say anything, but he couldn't understand what Reiju meant by that. He asked Hokage lots of time about his parents, but every time he said he didn't know them. A few minutes later, Hokage came to his room and smiled at him. How are you doing, Naruto? Hokage asked. Gigi, I am fine. He stopped for a bit. Why didn't you tell me about Kyuubi? You knew about it, didn't you? Naruto accused. He didn't know what Reiju wanted, but he himself wanted to get some answers. Naruto, you have to understand, you were young and you still are. I couldn't give you any more burden than you already have. I wanted you to have a normal childhood and I know I failed at it. But at that time I thought you were not ready to know about Kyuubi, Hokage replied with a sad tone. Before he could ask anything to Naruto, the next question caught him off guard. Gigi, why did Yondaime seal the Kyuubi inside me? Did he know my family? Do you know my family? This was too hard for the old Hokage. Every time Naruto asked about his parents, his heart broke by lying to him. But this information was too much, and he couldn't risk exposing Naruto to more dangers than he already was. I am sorry, Naruto, but I don't know why Yondaime chose you or who your parents were. He is lying. When he answered your first question, he looked right at you, but now he is avoiding. Even you can see the guilt in his face. He is hiding something, and if you look carefully, you can tell that by the man's gesture. Reiju told Naruto, and when he saw Naruto was going to shout, "Don't. Leave it be. If he doesn't want to tell you, then you shouldn't tell him everything. Just tell him this." Reiju explained to Naruto fast about what he should tell. Hiruzen got worried when he saw Naruto became quiet after hearing his answers and kept his eyes closed. "You wanted to ask me something?" Naruto asked, but he kept his eyes shut. Hiruzen knew something was wrong, but he put the thought aside. "Naruto, what happened with Mizuki? I heard from Hinata and Irika, but I still need to know from you. Do you know anything about that mask?" Hinata, with all the commotion going on, he forgot to ask about her. He guessed that his first priority after this would be to see her. He also needed to know what Irika-sensei thought of him. "First, I am sorry. I know I shouldn't have stolen the Forbidden Scroll, and I don't remember much after I wore the weird-looking mask. When I saw Hinata was in danger, I wore it to save her. It came with a scroll, and it was said there that the mask can only be worn by those who have storm-released bloodline or a fragment of it, and it will help the wearer to unlock the true power behind the bloodline. But it also stated that those who do not have the bloodline will be punished. In a panic, I wore the mask, and seeing that I am still alive means I have the bloodline, right?" Naruto told exactly how Reiju said to him. Hiruzen was speechless. Storm released bloodline, and the mask helped to achieve true power behind it. Maybe that was the reason that other party wanted the mask. That answered most of his questions. But he wondered if Minato had the bloodline. Naruto did say even a fragment of the bloodline would do the job. He shook his head. He would think about it later, but for now he knew what to do in the council, as the information he received would definitely come in handy. Smiling at Naruto, he said, "Thank you, Naruto. Why don't you rest for a while? The doctors said that you should be fine after a while." Then he turned to leave. "Thank you, Hokage-sama." Hiruzen stopped. He slowly turned around to see Naruto was looking at him, but his eyes weren't the kind eyes he saw a few moments ago, but filled with sadness as if he was betrayed. Hiruzen's heart shattered. He didn't know when or how, but he knew he messed up and lost his surrogate grandson's trust. For a long time they stared at each other, but when he opened his mouth to say something, Naruto turned around and put the blanket over his head. Hiruzen knew he couldn't do anything now. He damaged his relation with him without knowing. With a heavy, broken heart, he left towards the council room. Naruto's mindscape. Why did he lie to me? I thought of him as my grandfather, Naruto said while sobbing lightly. One of his dreams was to find out who his parents were. People always said bad things about his parents, but he knew in his heart that those were not true. He always wanted to prove them wrong. Maybe he didn't do it with bad mindset. Maybe he had other reasons, but don't put yourself down for this. Reiju was a bit saddened when he saw Naruto like this, but it had to be done. Naruto had a good heart, but the world was cruel. He had to stay strong, or many would try to take advantage of him. Leave it be. It's not like all is lost. You can learn about your family from Lord Raijin, or did you forget about it? Reiju smiled when he saw Naruto started to beam up. So don't forget you have to get stronger to impress him. Thank you, Reiju-san. I promise I will impress him, Databeo, and I never back down on my Nindo. Naruto wiped his tear and looked at Reiju. If it's okay with you, can you tell me about Storm Release? Naruto asked the divine beast. Reiju nodded and motioned him to follow. Konoha Council Room. Hiruzen was pissed. He only asked the Shinobi Council to gather, but for some reason, even the Civilian Council was there. After what happened with Naruto, he was not sure if he could control himself if some idiot said something bad about him. So he decided he was going to finish this as fast as he could. You all are here for the yesterday's incident, and after learning from the last person, I assure you again, it was not from the enemy that caused the sudden storm explosion. It was caused by an item going haywire which was sealed inside the Forbidden Scroll. Hiruzen explained. Then what about the Kyuubi chakra? even if it was for a small time, but there was a QB chakra spike, wasn't there? Danzo asked, and then all the civilian council went on an uproar. Now I know who called them here and why. But rest assured, Danzo, I am not letting you touch Naruto on my watch. Hiruzen thought. He looked around and saw Shinobi Council was getting restless, and the civilian side was shouting to restrain or kill the demon. He saw his advisors had a contempt look on their face. Time to lay out all his cards. Quiet down. This is a council room, not a marketplace, he said with a hard voice and waited till it became a bit quiet. Then he continued. I know there was slight QB chakra spike, but it was cause of an outside interference, which caused our young Naruto to awaken a new bloodline. The room became extremely quiet. The shinobi side started whispering now, while civilian side was still trying to process the thought. Hayashi beat everyone with the question. Can we know what bloodline he awakened? Storm released bloodline. Hiruzen smiled. First ace was put down. Konoha loved bloodlines. With the news of carrying a bloodline, now the shinobi side would aid Naruto as bloodlines were viewed as a great asset, especially the rare ones. And they might even start to care for him more cause of this rare bloodline. Wait, you mean to tell me that the kid got the rare bloodline that the Hidden Cloud Village has? How did the kid got it? Shikaku, the Jonin commander, asked. How he got it is an S-class secret which won't be revealed for now, and for those who are still not satisfied with the QB problem, I have placed him under proper care. He will be under the care of an elite Umbu, codenamed Tenzo, and as for why he is chosen. Hiruzen snapped his finger, and an Umbu came who started distributing some files to the shinobi side only. Second ace has been put down. Seeing this, one merchant head from civilian side shouted, Hokage-sama, why are we not getting any of those files? If it is about the QB, we have the right to get those. The room became deathly quiet when they felt the huge killing intent. Hiruzen looked coldly at the merchant and asked in harsh voice, Are you ordering me, the Hokage, to give you, a civilian, some top secrets that is related to Umbu? The merchant fainted dead away with the pressure. The killing intent went down, and after taking a deep breath, Hiruzen continued. This was supposed to be a shinobi meeting. I don't know why the civilian council side came when you were clearly not invited, but rest assured that if you people make the same mistake again in the near future, I will ban the civilian council from sitting in any meeting till further notice. Do I make myself clear? The civilian side was scared shitless. They never thought that the old and quiet Sandaime could get this angry, and they didn't want to make this worse. So they apologized and said that it was not going to happen again. Does the Shinobi Council have anything to say after reading the file? Hiruzen asked, but he already knew the answer when he saw the clan heads' faces. No, Hokage-sama. It is the most logical choice and I approve of it, Shibi said. The pup got a new rare bloodline, and with this guy guiding him, I don't see any problem either. I agree with it as well. Some said. Inoichi didn't say anything, but he nodded anyway, as did Choza and Shikaku. I approve as well. Hayashi asked, even though he didn't dislike Naruto for being a Jinchuriki, but he didn't like the kid for his bad reputation. Maybe with this he might get onto the good side of the shinobi. Hayashi thought to himself. With the approval of the Shinobi Council, I put Jinin Naruto Uzumaki under the apprenticeship of an elite Umbu who, from now on, will go by the name Yamato. He has a unique ability that in long term will help Naruto with his host. And as for any other discussion or decisions regarding the said Jinin, it will be decided by only me and Shinobi Council. And when I see he is worthy of any promotion, be it through any exam or field activity, I and Shinobi Council will decide if he will be promoted or not, Hiruzen said while smiling. Hamura quickly intervened. You can't do that, Hokage-sama. The civilian council and we advisors has the right. Right to do what exactly? Hiruzen didn't let him finish. If he could pull this off, Naruto would have one less problem to deal with. To interfere with shinobi activity? Last time I checked, the right to decide anything related to Jinchuriki falls upon the shinobi side, and now that he is Jinin, I failed to see what right does the civilian has to do anything with his shinobi life? And for the advisors, you are to advise me, and I know your decisions are meant to help me for the betterment of the village, but because Naruto is a Jinchuriki, his jurisdiction falls under the whole shinobi heads, not just me. Danzo and the elders were furious. Hiruzen just foiled all of their plans. It meant that now Civilian Council had no right whatsoever in any activity regarding Naruto. They might be able to pull the strings behind the Civilian Council, but the Shinobi clan heads were not stupid. And they themselves couldn't make a move on Naruto now that all the clan heads would be watching the kid. One wrong move, advisor or not, they would be in deep problem. It felt like the Hokage just politely told them to fuck off. With this, the meetings is over. Hiruzen smiled slightly and left the council room. It had been a long time since he last left the council room with a satisfied face. With Naruto. Naruto and Reiju were once again at the top of Hokage Mountain, but this time the place looked a bit stormier, and the clouds in the sky seemed like they were a bit closer. Hope you don't mind me changing the place to a bit to my taste, Reiju said to Naruto. Truthfully, for some reason Naruto liked this better, so he nodded. Now before we start, you seemed a bit distracted, and it's not about the old man. Care to open up? Reiju inquired when he saw Naruto was a bit absent-minded. Naruto sighed. I was thinking about Hinata and Irika-sensei. Hinata, I don't know the girl much, but the way she talked it was like she knows about me a lot, and I am kinda confused after hearing all she said. Don't get me wrong. Yes, it felt good. Really good after hearing those kind words, but I don't know why she feels that way. And for Irika-sensei, I just want to know what he thinks about me and Kyubi. They did come to save you, so I am sure they came with a good reason. Ask them directly next time. Take it as an advice. Try to know more people. I know you are afraid of being rejected, but if you don't look around, you might miss people that may become your close ally. So try to mix with more people. I am not saying become best friend with them on the first meeting. It will come naturally. Reiju hoped that Naruto didn't bring the old Hokage's fault here. Naruto needed real allies, the ones who would stick with him in tough times. Okay, I will give it a shot. Thanks for the advice, Reiju-san. I feel better now. Naruto responded with one of his real smile, not the fake ones. Reiju relaxed. This kid and depression didn't go together for some reason. With that he started, now with that cleared, let's talk about storm release. Hearing this, Naruto became more excited. As you know, the storm release is the combination of lightning, water, and lastly wind. It is hard to master fully cause of the three element. Now to learn storm release techniques, first you have to learn lightning element. Like most other enhanced element, storm release relies on one basic element. What do you mean by that, Reiju-san? Naruto was a bit puzzled. Well, it's how the enhanced elements work. Take wood release for example. People think it is the combination of earth and water, but it is not. It's enhancing earth element with water element. That's why I called them enhanced element. You are not creating a new element. You are enhancing one basic element into something more like advancing it. Understood till this part, Naruto? Reiju asked. He learned that instead of pushing all the information together at once, if he broke it down bit by bit while answering the kid's question, it would be easier for him to digest. Wow, I didn't know my bloodline works like that. Naruto was getting more curious to know about his own bloodline. Yes, but Naruto, your bloodline is not storm release. It's Senju bloodline, and it helps you to use enhanced element and senjutsu. For the storm release, you already had strong lightning affinity, and with the blessings of Lord Raijin, it got upgraded to real storm release. And like I said before, I will tell you about your senjutsu part later, when I see you are ready for it. But for now, let us focus on your storm release. Shall we? Seeing Naruto nodded, he continued. As for the storm release, you first have to learn lightning element. It will be easier as it is your primary element. After that, you start enhancing it by adding water element and lastly wind element. I heard some people can use storm release by only adding water into the lightning element, but that's incomplete. Adding the wind element is the final and hardest part, but when you reach that point, you will be able to use pure storm release techniques. Any questions so far, Naruto? Naruto was feeling like he was on cloud 9. He had the Senju bloodline, and someone was teaching him patiently about it. And it was not just anyone. It was a freaking legendary beast. He was starting to enjoy this more and more. So, I have to master lightning element, and then add water and wind element to it to learn storm release techniques? In a way, yes, but you can't master one element, especially lightning element, so quickly. And you can't add water and wind right from the bat. It will take time. You can use low to medium level storm release techniques with lightning and water alone. Combining wind element will be your hardest task, and you need to do it to use high-class jutsu. And as for element mastery, the more you learn and master the lighting element, the easier it will be for you to pull off high-level storm-release jutsu. Reiju explained. Wow, so when can we start? Naruto started jumping with excitement. Easy there, little fellow. I know you are excited, but remember, I am here to guide you only. Everything else is up to you. Guess it's time to send you back. Cool your head, kid. I will talk with you later. Reiju said with a small smile. Real world. Naruto woke up a bit grumpily. He started stretching in the bed. His body was less sore, but him and lying down for too long never added up. He got out of the bed and started thinking of what happened from yesterday. His life just turned upside down, and he learned about himself more than he knew for the last 12 years. He was excited to know that he had 2 bloodlines, but he needed to clear his head. Reiju was right. He needed to cool down. With that, he went out of his room. He saw an Umbu just outside the door. Damn, he almost forgot. Umbu-san, do you know in which room Iruka-sensei and Hinata is? 302 Iruka and 315 Hinata. After hearing that, he started walking towards Iruka-sensei's room. When he reached there, he knocked the door. Come in. Naruto steeled his mind and went inside. Time to learn what Iruka-sensei thought about this whole mess. Hey there, Iruka-sensei. Naruto looked at the guy. His hand was covered in bandages, and he had small burn mark here and there. What happened to you? Small explosive. Come here, I will tell you what happened. Iruka then explained to Naruto his fight with Mizuki. When he was in the midair and saw the incoming Fuma Shuriken, he used a Kawarimi jutsu with a log. But after that, Mizuki threw some low-powered explosive tags at him. He wasn't injured badly, but he got knocked out by that. Long live the log. Didn't I tell you the log will always save you, Iruka-sensei? Naruto laughed while Iruka became embarrassed. In the class, the jutsu Naruto was good at was Kawarimi, and he always boasted that the mighty log would save everyone. Guess he was right after all. After Naruto's laughter died down, there was an awkward silence. Naruto knew that he had to bring it up, but he didn't know how, and Iruka knew what Naruto wanted to tell him, so he was waiting patiently for him to begin. Iruka-sensei, about the Kyuubi. Do you hate me for it? Naruto looked down, too scared to look at Iruka's face. Naruto, I hate the Kyuubi. It killed my parents. Naruto started to shake. His eyes started to tear up. But Iruka continued, but I don't hate you. You are Naruto Uzumaki, the #1 unpredictable ninja. You are not the Kyuubi. So don't let anyone tell you otherwise. Naruto was stunned. He looked up and saw Iruka was smiling warmly at him. No malice, no hatred, only concern and care was showing in his face. Naruto jumped and hugged Iruka with all his might. Ouch! Ouch! Naruto, I am injured here, buddy. Slow down. Iruka cringed a bit. When Naruto let go, he pulled him into a gentle hug. No matter what anyone says, you are Naruto Uzumaki. Never forget that. He whispered it softly. Naruto was in tears. He nodded a bit while holding on to him. After a while, Iruka let go of Naruto. Naruto, close your eyes for a minute. As Naruto did that, he felt something in his forehead. Open your eyes. He opened his eyes and touched his forehead. He couldn't believe it. It was a Hitai, and not just any Hitai. It was Iruka-sensei's. He looked at Iruka. Hokage-sama said, after what you did, it is only right for you to pass. I agree with him as well. Naruto was beyond happy. He did it. He finally did it. Thank you, Iruka-sensei. Then he remembered. Iruka-sensei, why did you bring Hinata with you? Iruka smiled. Maybe this would help him. Naruto, it was Hinata who came to me when she saw Mizuki was lying to you. She came to me and told me everything, but I was too late to stop you. Then she volunteered to find you. Naruto was taken aback. He didn't know what to say. Why don't you go and ask Hinata herself? I am sure she will like it. Iruka advised Naruto. Sure, I will go see her now. Take care, Iruka-sensei. With that, Naruto ran out of the room. Iruka just smiled to himself. Maybe this might bring those two closer. Naruto noticed one thing. The closer he was getting to Hinata's room, the slower he was becoming. He finally reached her room and knocked. When no sound came, he waited patiently for 1 minute. Then he went in. I need to work on my patience. Naruto looked at the girl who was sleeping peacefully on the hospital bed. He went close and sat beside her. She was looking beautiful sleeping like that. Wait, what? Now Naruto started to get nervous. He just realized that he had to talk to a quiet, beautiful clan heiress who seemed to admire him, and he knew nothing about her. He steeled himself and poked her cheek gently to wake her up. He was not going to back down now, even though he was nervous like hell. He poked again, and this time she started moving. He hurriedly sat down, but for some reason, he wanted to poke her cheek more. Pushing the thought aside, he waited for the girl to wake up. Hinata started to wake up when she felt someone poking her cheek. When she opened her eyes, she saw Naruto. She thought that it was maybe another one of her dreams. "Hey Naruto-kun, how are you feeling?" she said softly while smiling at him. Naruto was speechless. Her smile was stunning and her face was not red, and she was not stammering at all. She looked more gorgeous than before. How? Why the fuck am I stammering for? How are you feeling, Hinata?" he asked her with a loud voice. That made Hinata snapped out from her daze as she realized. This is not a dream. This is real. Hey, they're in Naruto-kun. How are you feeling? Hinata said while her blush came with full force. Okay, now this was the Hinata Naruto knew. Quiet, gentle, and a bit weird. Hey, I am doing fine. How about you? I heard that you didn't get injured much. Thank God, Naruto said while giving her his real smile. Thanks to you, Naruto-kun. Hinata thought, and she wanted to ask him why he came here, but before she could say anything, Naruto looked directly at her. This stopped most of her thought process. Hinata, did you mean everything that you said back at the forest? Even though knowing that I have the Kyuubi inside me, Naruto desperately wanted to know her answers. Hinata knew she couldn't back down now. She took a deep breath and tried to calm her mind. She could see hope and desperations in his eyes. She had to take this step. And Naruto-kun, I meant every single thing I said back in the forest. You might not remember, but when I was kid I got bullied, and you came to save me, and took the beating for me. But before I could say anything my bodyguard came and took me away. While he was taking me away, you looked hurt, but yet you smiled at me. From then I noticed that you work harder and no matter how many times you fail. You gave your all, and when you fall down you get back up and try again. For a shy and weak person like me, you were my hope. Hinata slowed down. She looked at Naruto. She was praying that Naruto didn't think of her as a failure too. Naruto didn't know what to say. It was more like words were not coming to his mouth. Was it possible for someone to care for him like this? Hinata, I don't know what to say. Hinata felt her heart was getting heavy. But I know you are not weak. You stood up against a Chunin. I think everyone will admire your courage for this, Hinata, as not many Genin can stand up against a Chunin right after graduating, you know? So don't think that you are weak. You are shy, yes, but you are gentle. That is not bad. I think it's great, Naruto said, and smiled when he saw her smiling. I know what to do. Would you like to be my friend? Hinata was never been so happy after her mother died. Yes, I would like that, Naruto-kun. There was a cough behind. Naruto looked behind to see a tall, pale man with long hair was standing. To-san. Hinata was surprised. She wondered for how long her father was there. Guess it's time for me to go. Naruto knew he couldn't stay here anymore. He bowed slightly towards the Hayashi, who was surprised at the gesture. Then he went to the door, but before going out, he looked at Hinata and waved. See you later, Hinata-chan. Hayashi was taken back. For the last few days, he had been learning things about the Jinchuriki that kept on surprising him. He looked back to his daughter and sighed. She fainted with a happy smile on her face. Maybe he would come back later to take her back. As for Naruto, he went back to his hospital room and changed his dress to some normal cloths that were left inside his room. His old cloths seemed smaller somehow. He started walking out of the hospital. In the last few hours, lots of things were revealed. He knew that he might have lost his trust on Hokage, but at the same time, he was able to find other people to trust. He also knew he had to start working hard to learn more about his storm release. He looked up at the clear sky and smiled. It was the start of a new beginning. Danzo was beyond pissed. He almost had the Jinchuriki. Everything was perfect, but Hiruzen had to foil his plan once again. He cursed his luck. He had it all planned the moment his root informed him about the explosion and Kyuubi's chakra. He thought the situation couldn't get any better. He nudged Hamura and Koharu about village's safety and told them about the Kyuubi's sudden chakra spike and how it might become problematic if not handled with care. After confronting Hiruzen, he told them it would be better to ask the civilian council to come as well. He wanted to use those status-hungry cowards. But then, Hiruzen countered and ruined everything by giving the responsibility of the Jinchuriki to all of the shinobi heads equally, along with himself, making Naruto's activity fully high-level shinobi affair. Now he couldn't interfere with him directly, nor could he use the other advisors or civilians. What made him angrier was when he heard of the bloodline, a rare one at that. Now he had the right to start his own clan. It wasn't discussed on the meeting, but he knew full well that it would be discussed on the upcoming ones. And with a strong and rare bloodline like that, all the clan heads would favor him. Without the civilian council's backup, the advisors wouldn't be having any power over the boy. He had to start making his move now because he knew the boy would be a powerful pawn if he could get him. But he had to give it to Hiruzen. He knew how to counter his goals. Guess the old monkey still has some fire left. It didn't matter though. He had to start with one of his backup plan. He just hoped he could make it in time. With Naruto. Naruto woke up feeling refreshed. After he came back from the hospital, he went to bed directly. He felt too exhausted after learning all the new stuffs from the last 2 days. He stretched a bit and then went to his wardrobe. One of the most important things he learned that he needed to buy new cloths. Most became too small for him after the growth spurt. Why all orange jumpsuit? Don't you have any actual ninja gear? Reiju was surprised when he saw that all of the cloths were bright orange. Naruto didn't know what to say. He didn't know if Reiju would like his reason behind wearing orange cloths. No, I don't like your reasoning behind it. And before you ask, did you forget that I can hear your thoughts? Reiju stated simply. Naruto was surprised first, and then he felt dejected. He wanted people to acknowledge him, to see him not as the QB brat, but as for who he was, as Naruto Uzumaki. That was why he did all the pranks and wore these bright color cloths. Your goal is humble and just for a kid, but you must know that people will like you for who you are on their own. I know I am being a bit harsh, but why do you want the same people that abuses you without knowing or seeing the real you to recognize you? Take that Hinata girl and Irika for example. Just by being yourself, they came to acknowledge you. Take time and think about it, but I would suggest that you at least change your appearance. With that, Reiju stopped because he knew that Naruto needed time to rethink about his ways of life. When Naruto didn't feel Reiju's presence anymore, he slowly took his frog wallet and started heading toward market area. He is kind of right. I didn't even approach Hinata and she admires me, and Irika-sensei cares for me for who I am, not because I act like this. He thought to himself, maybe he needed to change a bit. He thought that he should start with his attire like what Reiju said. He always wanted to look a bit badass ninja, but as for the pranks. Oh no, the pranking stays. He chucked to himself darkly. Irika and all the Umbu felt a chill going down their spine. A storm was coming, a wicked one at that. They didn't know how they knew, but it was coming. Before Naruto reached the market area, he stopped. It was his first time, but he wanted to use his ninja skills to make his life easier. He went into an alley and hinged to a different version of himself. He had this idea for quite some time, but he didn't get to test it. He had the same height and weight, but his hair color changed to black, and it was less spiky, and his eye color changed from blue to brown. Also, he made sure his whisker marks in his cheek was not visible anymore. He went into the cloth store first and started looking for more ninja-ish items. This store is called Chainmail, and it was one of the best shops for ninja gear in Konoha, but every time he came before they overcharged him so much that he couldn't buy anything. He just hoped it would be different this time. With that, he chose his cloths and items and gave it in the counter. In the counter, there was an old man who smiled at him and told him the total price. He even gave him a discount because of his age. Naruto paid him, but inside he was hurt. That same man overcharged him all the time, but now that he changed his appearance, he was being treated normally. He thought of Reiju's words, and then to himself, was all these acting really worth it? He just shook his head and went into other stores. He got lots of things to buy, and for once he might be able to buy them all. Few hours later, after Naruto was done with his shopping, he made one clone and sent it back with his stuffs. Right now he was walking around the town. It was a fresh feeling without all the glares and scowls, but it was sad as well cause from what he was seeing. As long as he was not Naruto, he wouldn't be abused or glared at. Why people hate him? That was the questions he had for the past few years, but now he knew the answer for the hatred. But he still had a few more questions. Why was he chosen? Where was his family? He stopped in front of the park. He saw kids playing while their parents were fondly looking after them from a bit far. The tenderness in the parents' eyes, something he never knew. Reiju-san, can I ask you something? Naruto wanted to confirm this one last time. Go ahead, kid. Reiju was a bit surprised with sudden determined voice of Naruto. Reijin-san will tell me about my family if I can pass his test, right? Reiju chuckled a bit. Yes, Naruto. If you can pass his test and impress him, I am sure he will answer all the questions that you have. What is this test? Can you give me a heads up on what I have to do? Naruto asked while heading towards the Hokage mountain. For now, you just have to get stronger by a lot and strengthen your will and courage. Why do you ask, kid? After hearing that, Naruto closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Because now I know what I have to do and know what I want to do. I will become stronger than now and I will pass the test. I will find out who my family is and everything about them, and the best way to do that is through this way. Reiju became interested at the kid's declaration. What about being Hokage? Naruto thought for a bit. I will be Hokage someday. That is my dream and my end goal. But there are a lot of things that I need to accomplish before that. For now, my goal is to become stronger to prove my worth and to know my past. Will you please help me, Reiju-san? Naruto pleaded. He knew he couldn't get stronger alone, not to the level to please a god. Before Reiju could answer, suddenly lots of memories started to flow through Naruto's mind. Memories of him keeping his new ninja gears at home, going to the ramen shop, meeting Hinata, and after that meeting Sakura, who smacked him in the head, and that was where the memories stopped. What was all that? Naruto was confused, finally reaching the top of the mountain. The memories felt so real, as if he just did those. Reiju looked back at Naruto's memories to see what he did earlier, after seeing that he asked Naruto to make another clone and tell it do something that normally he wouldn't do. Hearing that Naruto made a clone and looked at it wickedly. Boss, what's wrong? The clone asked nervously. I am sorry, my fellow brother. With that, Naruto pushed the clone from the top of the Hokage mountain. You a bus. Real Naruto waited for a bit, and suddenly images of him falling from the mountain and hitting the ground came to him. Reiju's sweat dropped. This is what you always wanted to do. Naruto gave a shrug. Sighing, Reiju just shook his head. Well, it seems you can get the knowledge from your shadow clones when they get dispelled. Why not make a few more and try to make some actual use of it this time? Naruto nodded, and then he made some shadow clones, but before he could say anything, all of them dispelled themselves. Naruto and Reiju's sweat dropped seeing this. Guess I have to go down first. With Hinata. Hinata was coming back from the academy. The team selection had been postponed to next week for some unforeseen problems, but she knew it was cause of Mizuki. While she was returning, she met Naruto, but before they could get past the greetings, Sakura came, and it ended up same like every time. Naruto asking Sakura to eat with him, and she punched him in the head after rejecting him harshly. But to their surprise, Naruto just went poof. She glared at Sakura and walked past her with a small scowl on her face. She was hoping to spend some time with Naruto. Guess she wasn't lucky today. Hey, Hinata-chan. She spun around to see Naruto coming towards her. It seemed she was wrong about her luck. After seeing Naruto, she became nervous and started fidgeting as usual. Naruto looked at Hinata. From the memories he knew about the postponing of the team selection because of his clone and Hinata's earlier interaction. He wanted to go after Sakura, but after receiving the clone's memories of the punch he got for asking her out, he thought maybe it wouldn't be a good idea, so he came after Hinata. At least she wouldn't hit him that hard. Hey, Hinata-chan, want to go eat lunch with me? Naruto was hoping she could say yes. Hinata was overjoyed. Naruto just asked her out to eat with him. Her, with Naruto, eat together. Alone? Yes, of course. She semi-shouted. Seeing Naruto surprised, she got embarrassed. I would like that, Naruto-kun. She repeated herself with the usual shy voice this time. Hearing that, Naruto's heart jumped with joy, and being energetic he is, without a second thought, he grabbed Hinata's hand and started running towards Ichiraka's place. Hinata thought she was going to faint, but running fast helped her to stay conscious. Ichiraka's place. Naruto was enjoying his time. Hinata was listening to everything he was saying patiently and giggling and laughing at his jokes, not the sarcasm ones he used to get on the academy. Add that with ramen, and he was having a great time. He was also asking her about her life and trying to know her more. She stuttered and her face turned red from time to time. like she was sick or something, which made him worried, but she said it was okay. She asked about earlier, and Naruto told her about the shadow clone. Speaking of shadow clone, after he learned about the memory transfer, he was hoping his little project to work. After going down the mountain, he made few clones. 2 clones, he ordered them to hinge and go to the library to find out everything about Uzumaki clan. 2, he ordered to hinge into the guards he always saw outside of the Konoha gate, and their part was to research about lightning element. And the last one, he told him to go find Irika-sensei and ask him about shadow clones. If this would work, Reiju said he would be able to use this in training to cover a lot of grounds. In Naruto-kun, do you know the T-Team F formation has been postponed till in next week? Hinata asked her crush. Yup, thanks for telling me, Hinata-chan. He thought for a bit, then asked nervously, Hey Hinata-chan, if you want, maybe we could train together this week. He was hoping her to say yes. He never had a training partner before. Inside, Hinata was jumping with joy. She knew what her answer was, but still she had to ask her father. I would love tea that in Naruto-kun, but let me ask my father first, okay? Naruto agreed. At least she didn't reject her directly. Maybe her father might let her train with him, if he was lucky. After they were done with their lunch, Naruto said goodbye to Hinata. She told him to come to Hyuga clan's place tomorrow in the morning. He didn't want to get his hopes up because most of the adults didn't like him, and what if Hinata's father was like that also? Guess he would see when he went to her place tomorrow. While thinking about all this, suddenly memories of him talking with Irika came into his mind. He already knew that Shadow Clone was a B rank Kenjutsu, but from what his clone learned, these clones were physical instead of illusion. The user's chakra was evenly distributed among every clone, giving each clone an equal fraction of the user's overall power, but they took too much chakra, and for that people could die of chakra exhaustion if they didn't use this jutsu properly. What got his attention was that any experience his clones would get during their time, when they dispelled those, would be transferred to him, even the leftover chakra of the clones. They were great for spying and information gathering, but only Jonin-level shinobi could pull them off cause of the risk. After learning all this, he dashed to his home. He got to tell this to Reiju. Naruto's apartment. After Naruto reached his home, he sat down and started to concentrate. He opened his eyes to see he was on the Hokage mountain, and Reiju was lying down with his eyes closed. I know what you want to discuss, kid. Try to keep your excitement down, otherwise even if I don't want to, I will hear your thoughts. We will have to work on this if you want your privacy. Naruto was embarrassed after hearing that. Reiju just chuckled a bit. But this will come in handy. With your chakra you can use plenty of those clones without getting exhausted. Guess we have to wait for your other 2 groups to finish their research to make your training routine. Reiju cracked one of his eyes open and looked at Naruto. In the meantime, do you want to learn anything? Naruto thought for a second, then he beamed up. Reiju-san, can you tell me about yourself? Reiju was fully awake now. He knew Naruto would ask about him, but not this soon. He looked at Naruto and saw him looking at him with excitement and expected eyes. Reiju just smiled to himself and adjusted himself, so he was facing Naruto now. Long story, kid, but guess we have time. But you have to promise me on your Nindo that you will not tell anyone about this without my consent. Reiju warned softly. I promise on my Nindo, Reiju-san. Hearing Naruto's response, he continued. I will skip some parts, but don't worry, I will tell you about those later. Where should I start from? Let's go with the bijou. You should know that Kyubi is not the only bijou. There are total 9 of them, and to humans they are known by their tails. Naruto was taken aback. 8 more creatures like Kyubi. Now that was frightening. They were created from a dark entity's chakra, and so to balance it out after some time, we were created from nature. We? Naruto asked. There are more like Reiju? Yes, Naruto. There were total 12 of us. We were known as zodiac beasts. Salamander, chameleon, snake, toad, slug, wolf, tiger, eagle, whale, monkey, panda, and ox. Most of them created their own den in various places around the world and started their clan. Hopefully, you will meet some of them in your journey. And as for some of us, we were chosen by different gods to be their companion based on what we did in our past. Naruto was amazed learning all this. So, Reijin-san chose you? Cool. What did you do? For a second, Reiju made a sad face, but it was gone in a flash. I will tell about that later. For now, I hope you hold on to your promise not to tell anyone about this. Of course, I promise I won't tell anyone about this without telling you, and you know I don't back down on my promise. Reiju smiled at Naruto. Before they can continue, memories of learning about lightning elements flashed through Naruto's mind. Guess we have to start preparing your training schedule for the week. Naruto nodded and started to sort out what he saw from his memories. Next morning, Naruto was waiting outside the Hyuga gate. He told one of the guards why he came here, and he was told to wait. He was becoming more nervous with each passing minute. What if Hinata wasn't allowed to train with him? But after 5 minutes, to his relief, Hinata came smiling with a backpack. Good morning, Naruto-kun. Hinata was glad that her father approved of this. Good morning, Hinata-chan. Naruto let go of his breath. Guess we are training together for this week. Actually, my father said I can train with you till early evening. After that I have to return home. Hinata was hoping Naruto didn't mind about this. Okay, cool. Guess we have to train extra hard with the time we got. Let's go. But sound of Naruto's stomach stopped everything. Breakfast first, Naruto asked while scratching his head with embarrassment. Hinata giggled softly, but she nodded. Inside the clan compound, Hayashi watched everything with his eyes. He remembered the talk he had with his eldest daughter yesterday night. Flashback. Father, can I come in? Hayashi looked from his paper to see his daughter in the door. He motioned her to come. She came and sat in front of him. Father, the team formation was postponed till next week for the problems Mizuki caused. Hayashi looked at his daughter carefully. She was not sluttering that much, and while there was nervousness, but it was vague. The most interesting thing was that she was looking at him directly with firmness in her eyes. When was the last time she did that? Thought Hayashi. Hinata, is there anything you want? Hinata was taken aback. She knew she couldn't twiddle with this. She had to come clean with her father now. Clenching her fists tightly, she asked, Father, can I train this week with my friend? Hayashi was not stupid. He knew which friend she was talking about. This friend of yours, is it Naruto Uzumaki? Seeing Hinata nodded, he looked at her, and to his surprise, Hinata didn't look away. The stare down between them continued for a minute. Okay, you can. Hayashi finally broke the ice. But I want you to be back before evening, and I will see your progress after the week. If I see you progressed far, then you may continue your training with him on your free time. But if I see that you didn't improve at all, then you are not to meet with him again. Hayashi told in a hard tone. He wanted to see how far this could go. Hinata was scared. What if she failed? She wouldn't be able to meet Naruto again. But despite her fear, she steeled her resolve. She took a deep breath. Thank you, Father, and I promise I won't disappoint you. Hayashi nodded, and after that Hinata left. He looked back at the paper at his hand, but for some reason his mind was focusing on more about what would happen on the upcoming week than the task at hand. Flashback ends. Hayashi watched his daughter leaving with Naruto. He might be able to bring her out of her shell. She did stand up against a Chunin for him and talk to him without hesitation and fear. He turned off his Byakugan and went back inside, hoping her daughter could handle what was coming to her. Training ground. Naruto and Hinata came to an old training ground. It was small and damaged, so not much people come here to use this place. Naruto looked at Hinata and saw her putting her bag down and started stretching. Naruto thought back of what Reiju said last night. Flashback. Reiju-san, do you have any tips that can help us if Hinata comes to train with me tomorrow? Naruto said after he sorted out his memories he got of Uzumaki clan. He found lots of interesting things and couldn't wait to try them out. But when he remembered about Hinata, he became confused. He asked her to train with him on a whim, but now that he thought about it, he didn't know what to do or what would be good to help both of them. I know what you are worried about, kid. But do remember, even though I said I will guide you, I am not going to give you everything on a silver platter. You have to work hard yourself. But for this, try to exchange ideas of how to get stronger, but before that, find out what are your weaknesses and what you are lacking. If both of you know each other's weaknesses, you might be able to help each other, discuss it out. That's all I can say for now. And one more thing, I won't be talking with you while you are training unless it is urgent. Don't want to intrude on your private time. Naruto was confused at first about what he meant by private time, but he put the thought aside for now and started thinking of training methods that could help them to get stronger. Flashback ends. Hey Hinata-chan, can I ask you something? Seeing Hinata nodding, he continued, "What are your weak points and strong points?" Hinata was shocked. Did Naruto think of her as a weakling too? Before Hinata's thought could go any more haywire. "I mean, for me, I just know shadow clones. I suck at Jinjutsu. Don't know much about Taijutsu. And as for weapons, I don't know much, but I think I will try to learn Kenjutsu." After finishing, Naruto looked at Hinata expectantly. Hinata's fears slowly subsided. Shaking away her nervousness, she replied, "I know Ji Gentle Fist style of Taijutsu in Basic Academy Jutsu. As for Jijin Jutsu, it doesn't work cause of my B bloodline. I don't know any other ninjutsu, and I don't know much about weapons," Hinata said while looking down. For her to admit this to her crush, it was painful. Naruto thought for a moment. Yesterday night, he sent more shadow clones to the library to know what would be a good way to start training. He found some really good pointers. He hoped those could help. "Guess we know what our weaknesses are, so now all we have to do is to help each other out on these." Naruto smiled at Hinata, seeing that she slowly started to feel better. "First, I learned that a good genin should know about chakra control. First would be tree walking. Do you know about that, Hinata-chan?" Naruto asked. "Yes, I do know about that, in Naruto-kun. For Hyuga, it is one of the basic things for Ji Gentle Fist." Hearing that Naruto knew what to do, he made 5 shadow clones and ordered them to go do tree climbing. "With that out of the way, do you want to spar with me, Hinata-chan?" Hinata nodded. They took their stance. Naruto knew he didn't have much of a chance of beating Hinata. Her gentle fist style was supposed to be one of the best taijutsu style, and on the other hand, he knew only basic academy style taijutsu. The moment the battle started, Naruto dashed toward her to have the first hit, but to his surprise, Hinata dodged it easily. Naruto kept the momentum and kept throwing random punches and kicks, but Hinata dodged them all. After a few minutes, Hinata's movement became sloppy, and he was able to hit her with a good punch to her stomach. Hinata bent down and fell to the ground. Hinata looked at Naruto and saw him angry. "Why didn't you fight back? I couldn't hit you in the beginning. If you wanted, you could have beat me. Am I not good enough for a sparring partner?" Naruto was angry. It was like an insult to him. He was giving his all, and Hinata was holding back. Hinata was surprised. She thought he would be disappointed, but not angry for this. No. I just didn't wanted to hurt you," she barely whispered, tears already forming in her eyes. "What do you mean by that? We are sparring, Hinata-chan, and if you hold back against your opponent who is giving everything he got, it's like an insult to him. You are hurting me to get better, Hinata-chan." His voice became soft at the end. He went beside her and kneeled down. "Hinata-chan, do you want to be strong?" he asked her softly. Seeing her nodding, he smiled. "Then don't hold back. Give me everything you got and more. You said you admire me because I never back down, right? Then be like me. Don't back down and don't hold back. If you hurt me now, you will make me stronger so that I do not get killed in the outside world. If you think it like this way, you are hurting me in a friendly way to protect me from real harm." Hearing this, Hinata became stunned. She never thought about it like this. "One more time, Naruto-kun," she said with determined voice. "Way to go. Let's keep on going till one of us falls over." Few hours later, Naruto was lying down on the ground. He didn't have one bit of energy to do anything. Who the hell called this style gentle fist? There is nothing gentle about this. They should have named it poking dagger style or piercing finger style. Naruto grumbled. Out of all the matches, only on the last one he was able to deliver some attacks to Hinata. All the other time, she took a steady stance and hit him hard when he got close, real hard, making her the winner. And few minutes ago, his clones dispelled themselves, so he got the experience of tree walking. It was not fully done, but he was almost there. Hinata was also lying down on the ground. She knew Naruto had energy, but until today, she didn't know how much. Any other person would be to the hospital by now after getting their chakra point shut down and reopened so many times. Last match, Naruto accidentally touched her breast. She got so embarrassed that she thought she was going to faint if Naruto didn't follow up with a punch to her shoulder. She quickly snapped herself out of her embarrassment, but Naruto was able to deliver few more attacks. She was forced to move around the field avoiding his attacks, while hitting him unlike standard gentle fist. Fighting like this was kind of refreshing and fun. She just hoped she could be strong enough to pass whatever her father would throw at her at the end of the week. "Hey Hinata-chan, what was the last style you used?" Seeing Hinata confused, he elaborated. The one where I almost beat you. You started moving around instead of staying still and hit me while avoiding the attacks. It was so cool. Hinata's face flushed with the compliment. It's not gentle fist style, in Naruto-kun. It was just some random movement. Hinata answered sourly. She was not good at gentle fist cause instead of staying still on one place, she felt better if she moved around. That felt more natural to her. I think this suits you better. Why not combine it with the poking dagger style? Hinata giggled hearing the nickname Naruto gave to their gentle fist, but then she stopped. Could she do it? Upgrading gentle fist style in a way that would be more suitable for her to use. I mean, you are quite fast and reflexive, and this would make you more deadly, you know. Dodge and hit. Naruto said while he tried to get up. Damn, this hurt. He thought. Is it possible? It sounds so difficult. What if the clan doesn't approve of this? What if? Then she saw Naruto trying to stand up. He was clearly in pain, but despite that he stood up. She felt so small comparing to him. No. No more what ifs. I will try my best to make this happen. She looked at Naruto to see him extending his hand while smiling. She smiled back at him and took his hand. Naruto-kun, can you help me create this new S-style? She was scared a bit, even though she knew what the answer was going to be. She still felt nervous. Of course, Hinata-chan. We are both in this together, aren't we? Naruto said while stretching his body. Hinata smiled. Yes, she could do it. I will do this. She looked at Naruto. She knew what to do and what her new goal was. Lunch? Naruto asked. Hinata replied. Ichiraku's? Naruto smiled at her. This was the 4th day of their training together. Naruto waited while Hinata was preparing their breakfast. He liked this kind of feeling, no need to use the false smile or to be someone that you were not. On the first day, he learned that Hinata wanted to make her own style of gentle fist with his help also about the condition her father gave her. He was pissed at first, but then Hinata said it was okay and not to worry about it. Hinata's dad was now on the top of his getting pranked hard list. After that, they explored their weaknesses more accurately and made key points on how to get stronger. For Hinata, she had good chakra control, but her chakra reserve was limited and her stamina was low. So for starter, she woke up early in the morning and jogged around Konoha with Naruto to increase her stamina. She also learned that she needed to be more flexible for her style to work. Naruto helped her on that by letting her fight with 5 of his shadow clones at once. She knew she could improve her chakra control, but she waited for Naruto to finish his tree walking, and he just finished it the day before. Now they could do the water walking together. And as for ninjutsu, both of them started on their elemental training. Although to her Naruto was cheating by using shadow clones, but she was catching up to him with her superior chakra control and extra training she did in her house at the night. As for our blonde hero, he found out that he had to do lots of work to catch up with everyone. For what he learned, that almost everyone had some training from their homes or clans. Even in academy, they were taught with care where he was neglected. But right now he knew that he was progressing, but he didn't know if that was enough or not. He helped Hinata with her morning routine while he sent his clone to brush up his taijutsu. He needed to know something better than the stupid academy style, which was practically useless against strong style, like Hinata's gentle fist. But he started to learn kenjutsu, and he learned that he had a knack for it. He even found a really good kenjutsu style. It all started on the night of their first training day, when he went to Irika's place for help. Flashback. Hey, Irika-sensei, you there? Naruto was knocking on his sensei's door. Yeah, I am here, Naruto. Irika said, opening the door. What are you doing here so late at night? Naruto fidgeted for a bit before answering. Irika-sensei, can you help me learn kenjutsu? Irika was surprised. Naruto was asking for something advanced for a genin. Not that he minded it, on the contrary, he was actually glad. Why do you want to learn kenjutsu, Naruto? But he still needed to know his reason. You know, I started training with Hinata-chan from today, and we are going to train together till next week before the team selection. But while training, I saw that I don't know anything except Shadow Clone, and as for Hinata, she knows this great kick-ass style taijutsu, and not only her, but from what I learned that most of my classmates have strong techniques on their own. So I wanted to learn something cool and strong too. Irika chuckled a bit and motioned him to come inside. Flashback ends. Next day, Irika gave Naruto a few beginner's scroll of various kenjutsu styles. All of them were good, but the one he liked the most was the twin moon style. It felt so perfect, so natural to him. It used two swords, and the style was spontaneous, and somehow it just went with his style. But the problem was it was a rare style, and only one of the techniques was written there. Even Irika couldn't get his hand on any more of its techniques, and the history behind it was quite vague. Irika gave him strong practice wooded swords, not the real one, and he made Naruto promise not to look for real swords until he got his Jonin sensei. He agreed to it and started learning the Kenjutsu style. Each night, he would make 20 to 30 shadow clones and practice the basic sword techniques and the twin moon style one as well. Naruto told Hinata about it, and she was happy to hear that. Things were going good for Naruto till he learned about her father and his condition. He was pissed. He wanted to pound the guy. It was not like he was going to eat Hinata, /in. Not yet anyway, if you know what I mean. But after she cooled him down, he told her that they were going to increase their training, and she agreed. So they added nature element training to their routine. So now they had physical training, sparring, chakra training, and element training. Although at night, he trained Kenjutsu by himself, and Hinata told him that she trained on the element training back at her home. He was kind of surprised to find out what her element was. Flashback. Hinata-chan, do you know what your element is? Naruto asked her after getting his ass owned by the cursed poking dagger style, again. And no, I don't know, Naruto-kun. Hearing that, he pulled out a paper and gave it her. She took it, but looked at Naruto with confusion while tilting her head to the side. Suddenly, Naruto thought Hinata looked too damn cute, and he wanted. No, 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 he shook his head. What the hell is wrong with me? You concentrate your chakra into the paper, and depending on your element, the paper will react differently. Hinata nodded hearing that. Howdy, did you get tea that Naruto-kun? Hinata asked. Irika-sensei. Naruto replied while giving a victory pose. Hinata giggled and then concentrated her chakra into the paper. After a few seconds later, the paper got wet. Wow, so you got water as your primary element. Cool. Now we can start our element training together. Naruto grinned while holding some leaves. Flashback ends. Now back to Naruto, who was resting after getting his ass owned again by the cursed poking dagger style. He looked at the sky. All he hoped that he could reach his goal. Reiju said that he was progressing well, but he was still nervous. The scariest part was that he didn't know when Raijin was going to test him. It might be today, or it might be tomorrow. Reiju assured him that he would be tested when the time was right, so he didn't need to be so edgy. He broke out from his thought and looked at Hinata to see that she looked fresh now, meaning it was time to start the chakra training. Few hours later, they practiced water walking on a nearby pool. There was only knee-deep water, so they didn't get too wet. They almost got it right, but they kept it for tomorrow because they needed their chakra for the element exercise. So after eating lunch at Ichiraka's place, they came back to their training ground for the final exercise. How far have you gone on your elemental training, Hinata-chan? Naruto inquired. He learned from Irika that first step for the elemental training for lightning was to crumple a leaf so much that it would be half the size, and for water to take a dry leaf and soaking it completely in one go. Almost done. How about you, Naruto-kun? Hinata asked. Training with Naruto was not only helping her with her strength, but also it was boosting her self-confidence. She was getting confident day by day after spending time with Naruto alone, though she still blushed when he came close, but she started to stutter less and becoming less nervous. Me too. I can almost make the leaf wrinkle fully, but not every time. Guess need a bit more practice. Hinata nodded and started doing her own training. For her, she had to take a dry leaf and soak it fully using her chakra, but she had to do it in one go, not bit by bit. She saw Naruto using 5 clones who were helping him with the training, which made her pout slightly. To her, that was considered cheating, and so to catch up with him on the elemental training, she also trained when she went back at home. Although she was careful enough not to let his family or clan members saw that. Her father was usually busy with training Hanabi, as usual, and for once she was thankful for that. Whoa, I did it. No sooner one of the Naruto said that another one threw a kunai at him, dispelling him instantly. I think I got the hang of it, said the one who threw the kunai, as he seemed to be the real one. Seeing this, other Naruto's sweat dropped. One even murmured, "Tyrant." Hinata giggled to herself. She cherished these small moments. She just hoped she could enjoy more of these kinds of moments in the future. At night, Naruto was lying down as he was too tired to even move. Today, he and Hinata got the first step of the elemental training down. After he came back, he rested for an hour and then went back to the training ground alone, where he made 20 shadow clones and practiced twin moon-style kenjutsu for 3 hours straight. There was one technique he liked, but it was hard to control, so he knew that he needed more practice. His whole body felt numb with the excessive training, but he knew he could handle it. 3 more days to go till the break was over. Hanging in there, kid? Hearing that Naruto just groaned, Reiju chuckled a bit. I must say I am impressed with the progress you made, especially in your kenjutsu, but seeing that you have Uzumaki blood, it is to be expected. Naruto just smiled a bit, but he was too damn tired to even answer. Seeing this, Reiju got an idea. Hey kid, how about this? If you can learn that kenjutsu technique and finish the second step of the lightning element training by the end of the week, I will teach you a storm release technique that can be used by swords. Naruto jumped and sat down. Are you serious? I mean, you are going to teach me a storm release technique? Naruto exclaimed. Only if you can fulfill the 2 conditions I just gave you, Reiju responded. Naruto wanted to jump around and shout, but he thought he was going to do that tomorrow. With that, he fell back to his bed and was asleep less than a minute. 3 days later, Naruto was getting ready. He wore his new outfit and put the 2 wooden swords on their places. For the twin moon style, even the sword had to be put in a unique way. One had to be put in the waist and the other one at the opposite side, but instead of waist, he had to put it in his back, and according to the scroll, it was done to give more flexibility to the style. As for Naruto now, he was excited because last night he was able to finish both element exercise and a few kenjutsu techniques. First was known as intercepting step, and the second one was the one of the basic of twin moon style, which was drawing swords loose scissor. After seeing that, Reiju congratulated him and told him he was going to teach him his first storm release technique. Today was the team selection day, but first he had to go fetch Hinata, as today was the day her father would give her some stupid test and she had to pass it. What a load of bullshit. Yesterday night, Hinata requested him to come to her house to witness whatever test she would receive. She said that her father was okay with it, and without a second thought he agreed to it. He went out and started heading toward the Hyuga clan compound. If anything went wrong, he was going to use the swords for a different use. When he reached the place, he saw Hinata standing outside the gate, but instead of wearing her baggy cream-colored jacket, she was wearing light lavender-colored one similar to the tint in her eye, and her pant that reached her knee had almost the same color as her hair, but lighter, and all of this was showing her growing figure, as well as her stunning beauty. But for some reason Naruto felt to growl, and it almost formed in his throat, but stopped before actually doing it. He just shook his head. He might need Irika-sensei's advice on this, cause to him he was becoming weirder and somewhat feral around Hinata day by day. When Hinata looked up and saw Naruto coming, she couldn't help but feel her blush coming at full force. He was wearing short-sleeve light jacket with dark and orange mixed in it, Shippuden's jacket with short sleeve. And inside, he was wearing a tight chain mesh that reached his elbow, which was enhancing his well-endowed bicep. He was wearing fingerless gloves and a black pant with dark orange stripes almost reaching his ankle. He had one sword in his right waist and another one at his left back. She couldn't look at his eyes after seeing, making her miss the feral look that flashed in his eye for a second. Hello, Naruto-kun. Thank you for coming, Hinata told him, but her eyes were still on the ground. Mistaking Hinata's gesture as nervousness, he playfully nudged her, making her shook up a bit. No need to worry, Hinata-chan. You will kick ass, and we both know it. Naruto smiled, seeing her red face decreasing. Hinata relaxed her posture and smiled at Naruto. She motioned him to follow her and led him to the Hyuga's private dojo. Naruto saw Hinata's prick off a father and few other old people, who clearly seemed like they had sticks up their asses, were sitting there, and despite wanting to shove both of his swords on her father's ass, he bowed slightly. There were some other Hyugas on the side, but the one that caught his attention was one boy looked slightly older than him. The reason he caught his attention because he looked disgustedly at Hinata for a second, and then his face became stoic again. Naruto stood on one side, while Hinata went in the middle of the dojo when her father motioned her, and directly on the opposite side, another girl came who looked like she didn't know how to smile at all. Man, all of them are stuck-up pricks except Hinata. Hayashi returned the bow, but he saw clearly how agitated Naruto was, but he couldn't clarify the reason. He motioned both of his daughters to come at the middle of the dojo. The test for Hinata was to fight against Hanabi and show her improvement, but to elders actually, it was not to disappoint them, meaning that they already thought Hinata was going to lose, but they were hoping that she wouldn't lose that badly. Hajime. Hanabi with the traditional gentle fist style dashed toward Hinata, and like the previous fights Hinata had with her sister, she dodged. Seeing this, Hayashi sighed, knowing it was going to end up like every time, but what he didn't expect was for Hinata to actually strike while dodging. Him and the elders were surprised to see Hinata dodging all the attacks, and at the same time hitting Hanabi in the minor chakra points that were less painful, but it was slowing her down bit by bit. A minute later, Hanabi was panting hard. Her major chakra points were not closed, but lots of her small ones were, which made it harder for her to move. She got annoyed and charged at her sister, but instead of dodging, Hinata dashed toward her, but before she could retort or do anything, Hinata swiftly moved to her side and chopped her on the neck, knocking her down. Everyone was shocked, and why wouldn't they be? Hinata just beat Hanabi without much trouble. Hayashi looked at both of his daughters and clearly saw Hanabi was unconscious, but before he could say anything, an elder beat him to it. While I appreciate that you beat your sister, your fighting style is outrageous. We wanted to see your progress on your gentle fist, not some street brawling. What the hell is your problem, you old prick? Naruto shouted. She won, and you are not satisfied? Before Elder could retort, Hayashi stood up. Uzumaki-san, please be calm, and as for Hinata, I am glad that you won your fight, but we were hoping to see your improvement on gentle fist. She beat her sister and her gentle fist. Shouldn't that be enough? Naruto growled, but kept his voice down. A few elders chuckled, which fueled his anger more. Boy, Hanabi is just learning gentle fist, and while she is good at it, she has a long way to go. One elder said, why not let Neji fight against Hinata, and then everything will be cleared? The first elder proposed. Hearing that, the boy that glared at Hinata smirked, and Hinata became nervous and looked at Naruto for support. You can do it, Hinata-chan. Naruto cheered. How bad that stuck-up team can be. Hayashi scowled at the elders. All he wanted was to make sure Hinata made some progress, and while he agreed with the elders about the fighting style, he was still impressed of the massive improvement Hinata made in 1 week, but elders were not happy, not because she became victorious, but how she obtained it. Hayashi looked at her daughter for confirmation. She nodded, but there was a small fear in her. He motioned Neji to come, and he did so. After coming at the middle of the dojo, Neji took the gentle fist stance. Hajime. Now Hinata knew that Neji was a strong opponent, and he saw her movements before, which meant she needed to speed up, or it would be over fast. She was glad that at least Neji wasn't spouting about fate for now. And as for Neji, he knew he got this fight. Hinata might be flexible, but the thing was her previous battle did not put any damage on her, but because of it she was short on breath. And he was called Prodigy for nothing. He saw Hinata was pushing her limit to move faster than her last battle, and it hurt his ego to admit that she was hard to hit, for now. He knew Hinata was going to tire out soon, and the match would be set then. Hinata was trying her best to dodge the onslaught of her cousin's chakra-enhanced attacks. They were more precise, deadly, and faster than Hanabi. He hit some of her chakra points already, and she knew she couldn't keep on going like this. The only reason she lasted this long was because Naruto was here, and somehow that was giving her the determination and power to go on. With last bit of her strength, she dashed towards Neji, and seeing him go on the attack, she parried by crouching down and hit the chakra point on his thighs and waist, but before she could press the attack, Neji dashed backwards, and without giving 1 second break, he dashed forward again, catching Hinata by surprise, and started his assault full force. Hinata, being caught by surprise and being exhausted, couldn't move fast enough, and she took most of the hits. Surrender, Hinata-sama. You are too weak to continue. You even tried to use different style because you are too weak to master true gentle fist. Neji said after he stopped his attacks. Match had been decided, but to Hinata's credit, she was still standing, wobbling albeit. I will not surrender. I will not back down. Hinata panted. She knew she lost, but she wouldn't surrender. Neji slightly looked at the elders, and seeing them nodding, so be it. He charged at Hinata and hit her right in the chest with a chakra-enhanced palm. She gasped and flew back, but before she hit the ground, Naruto caught her. Naruto was livid. Pure rage was filling his mind. He wanted to crush the boy's face. "What was that?" he said through his gritted teeth. "I asked her to surrender, and she did not. So it was necessary." Neji looked at Naruto and grinned a bit. She was weak before, but at least she used to use gentle fist style, but I guess training with a loser she became weaker. Now she doesn't even use proper gentle fist. She is just wasting her time with you. "I am a loser, huh?" She became weaker and wasting her time with me. Naruto said in a very low voice, but then he grinned. It was not his normal grin, but it was feral. It was more predatory-like. "Then why not fight me and prove to everyone that I am loser? But if you want, we can postpone our matches because you do look like a bit ragged after fighting with Hinata, whom you think is weak." He challenged him. Before Neji could answer, the first elder spoke. "Why not? You need to learn where you stand, commoner. But careful, because anything could happen in a sparring match. Weakling like you could be seriously injured. Look at Hinata." Hearing this, all the elders smirked. Today they got to see Hinata beaten badly, and maybe they could see the QB brat get maimed. Neji smirked and took his stance, but his smirk stopped when he saw the pure feral look Naruto was giving him. It was like to him the match was over before it began. Hayashi looked at the elders and just shook his head. It was supposed to be just one match between his daughters, and now it was becoming a full-blown tournament. "Please take Hinata to the infirmary," he told one branch member. "This will be the last match, and Neji, that was a sparring match, not a tournament to maim." Neji flinched hearing that. Hayashi looked at the elders. "And elders, this was to verify if Hinata improved or not in the last week, and I don't remember you people to judge her for me. I didn't arrange this for your private pleasure. Please make sure to remember why you are here, or it would seem to everyone that you are abusing your position. But rest assured we will talk about this later." The elders became paled a bit after hearing Hayashi's harsh tone. Hayashi looked at the both boys and saw they were already in a fighting stance. He just sighed. "Hajime." Naruto's stance was grabbing his swords while crossing his hands. His left hand was on his right sword and right one on left. "Give up. You can't do anything with that fake sword stance. Fate has made you a failure, so don't make it hard on yourself and just surrender. Look at what happened to Hinata-sama." Neji started his verbal bashing. Naruto flared first, but then smirked. He wanted to play like that, so be it. This last week with Hinata, he was able to learn a lot about herself, her family, and her clan. "At least fate has made me a free bird. What about you?" The bait was thrown. Neji just stood for a second to digest what Naruto told. He was beyond angry. He would kill this no-class loser. Enraged, Neji dashed to him with gentle fist stance, right hand forward with open palm to strike at his heart. But he was not as fast as he was with Hinata. His legs did receive some strong hits from Hinata. Perfect. Naruto used intercepting step. He knew that if he could get it right, he would win the match. Flashback. What the hell is this intercepting step? I have to take a quick dash to get my opponent into my range. Naruto was puzzled. This one technique he thought was cool was now giving him a hard time. He just couldn't make heads or tails of what the technique was or what it did. "Naruto, tell me the technique. Maybe I can help." Reiju spoke. It had been a while since the beast talked with Naruto, as he was too busy training or lying down exhausted. Naruto smiled. He missed his company. "Well, it says that you have to do a small dash using one leg and land on the other to get the opponent inside your range very fast. Can't understand what it means." He was trying to use the technique, but he just couldn't imagine what he would use it for. Range, huh? I think you should first know what it is, kid. Range means your battle range for your taijutsu or bukijutsu. It is the range that you are comfortable with in attacking, defending, or dodging. Every taijutsu or bukijutsu fighter has it. I think the technique is used to give you an initiation to get the opponent inside your battle range before they can do it with you. It seems a good move to master. If you can master this, you can use this move while performing another one. Reiju explained. What do you mean by that? Naruto understood the first part, but not the last one. You are the unpredictable one, kid. Think it yourself. Reiju chuckled, seeing Naruto grumping. Flashback ends. In an instant, he closed the distance between them and drew his right sword and hit Neji's outstretched right wrist the moment he landed in front of him. Naruto grinned when he heard the bones snapping. And not a second later, without giving Neji any chance to pull back or retort, he drew his other sword and hit his shoulder, but was a bit disappointed when he didn't hear any bones breaking. Though Naruto smirked when he saw Neji's mouth widened as his stance was loosened involuntarily. With both of his arms wide spread, Neji practically dropped his full guard and was wide open. Using this chance, Naruto used his momentum to throw himself at him and headbutted the guy right in the neck, making sure Naruto's metal hit at the spot. For a few seconds, nothing happened, but soon Neji coughed up blood and fell forward, which sealed his fate. Seeing that, Naruto threw one of his swords high up and used his free hand to grab Neji's hair and viciously kneed him right on the face. The sickening crunching sound could be heard throughout the dojo, making everyone to gasp and him to smile cruelly. Naruto pulled Neji's head up, and for the first time in his life, Neji was truly afraid of someone whom he considered beneath him. The ferocious glint on Naruto's eyes, the enjoying look plastering over his face, and the wicked grin he had was making him look anything but human. The stare down continued for some time, as if Naruto was seeing if Neji was worth anything. It made Neji to feel small and somewhat useless. He was too petrified by Naruto's stare to fight back. Naruto held his hair hard once more and thought it was time to finish this off. With that, he smashed his face to the ground. Neji's body shook a bit, then went still. For a few seconds, there was no sound in the dojo, and the first sound that was heard was Naruto catching his falling sword. After that, everyone snapped. The branch members dashed to Neji to mend him. The elders were seething, and Hayashi was dumbfounded. Hanabi woke up just in time to see that Hinata and Neji started to spar. She saw Hinata lasted long despite being tired and was able to corner Neji even for a second. She was happy for her sister but couldn't understand why the elders were disappointed at Hinata. She beat her and lasted longer with the clan prodigy than her. Then the second fight started and she didn't think much of it. A no-name boy against their prodigy. The result was obviously clear that it would be a short match. It was a short match. It ended less than a full minute, but the person kissing the ground was not the no-name boy. Hanabi looked at the boy with awe. His back was facing her, and it looked really intimidating. Without waiting or hearing anything, he just left toward the infirmary, but he stopped at the door. "You are right. Anything can happen in a sparring match." His voice was vicious and cold. With that, he left. With Hinata. Hinata woke up to find that she was in the clan's infirmary. She started thinking what had happened. "I lost to Neji and Ai-san." She slumped. "Yo." Naruto waved when he entered the infirmary. Seeing him, she smiled sadly, which made Naruto to scowl at her. "Hinata-chan, don't tell me you are sad because you lost to that stuck-up team. It didn't work out like the way I thought. My style is inferior to original Gentle Fist, and that is why I lost to Neji and Ai-san. Guess elders are right." Hinata's voice was becoming hollow, but she eeped hard when Naruto suddenly got next to her and hugged her tightly. "Don't act like that. You said you were going to follow my Nindo, right? Then don't give up. Your goal was to beat your sister without hurting her too much. It worked, didn't it? But who knew that those pricks would ask you to fight again with another person? And remember that your style is not complete yet. You have a long way to go, and I will be helping you all the way. When your style is perfected, you will kick that team's ass." Naruto softly said to her while released her from his hug. Hinata mentally pouted for the lack of touch, but she smiled genuinely this time. He was right. She was not going to let herself down for this. She would train harder to improve her style and to make it perfect. "Rest for a while, Hinata-chan. But we will be late for..." Before Hinata could finish, Naruto gave her a stern look. "You are hurt. Take rest, and then we will go together, and we won't be that late. Now rest." Naruto scolded. Hinata giggled at Naruto's act to seem strict. But he was right. She needed the rest as her body was really sore. Maybe an hour wouldn't hurt, she thought. With that, she relaxed and tried to sleep. What both of them didn't notice was that Hayashi just watched their conversation, and being able to perfectly read lips, he understood what they talked about. He was unsure of what to do of Hinata's new improvement and her so-called new style, but when he heard that it was not complete, he started thinking, maybe I will just wait and see. She did beat her sister with her imperfect style, Hayashi thought to himself. He went outside the room and looked at a tree. I hope you got to see what you wanted. A subtle movement came from the tree. An hour later, Naruto and Hinata reached the academy after an hour and a half. Hinata was feeling much better after the rest, but she was still hurting on the chest, but the pain was less now. Both of them entered the room, and all the commotion inside stopped immediately. Everyone looked at the duo with surprise-filled eyes. Girls looking at Naruto started comparing him to Sasuke on the look department. Boys were all eyeing Hinata as she stood out the most among all the girls. Some of them even cursed as they wouldn't be able to get to know her now unless she was in their team. Sorry, Irika-sensei. Stuff's happened, so we are both late. Hope we didn't miss our team selection. Naruto asked, and Hinata looked slightly embarrassed. Nope, I still have to call a few more teams' names. Go take a seat. By the way, Naruto, you look good in that outfit. You too, Hinata. Almost every boys and girls agreed with Irika's statement. Thanks, Irika-sensei. Naruto was glad that Irika liked his outfit. Thank you, Irika-sensei. Hinata politely replied. With that, both of them went at the back to sit. Naruto stopped for a second to look at Sakura, but continued his way at the back with Hinata. Okay, Team 7 will be Sasuke Uchiha, Sakura Haruno, and lastly, the new transfer student Sai. After the announcing, there was a slight verbal fight between Sakura and Ino, but Irika's scolding stopped them. Now Team 8 is Kiba Inuzuka, Shino Aburame, and Hinata Hyuga. Shino was stoic, but Kiba smirked a bit and winked at Hinata, but quickly faltered when he saw the Naruto's try anything it will kill you look. For some reason, he didn't find his voice to challenge him. He looked a lot different than a week before. While he was giving Kiba the warning stare, he didn't see that he slightly moved closer to Hinata. The said girl blushed. In the past week, Hinata understood one thing, that she now had a chance to make Naruto like her. There were some times when Naruto gave her feral kind of looks as if he wanted her, something she had never seen him do. Especially that one time when she had to remove her old bulky jacket for the water walking training. She saw Naruto looking at her with so much intensity that she got a little uncomfortable. Although a few seconds later, he reverted back to his old self. Even now, instead of sitting beside Sakura, he sat beside her. And while most of the girls looking at him, he wasn't noticing any of them, because he was too busy to glare at every boy that was trying to look at her. She giggled to herself and leaned closer to him. Now that is all of the team. But Naruto, your case is a bit special. You were requested for an apprenticeship and your mentor will come and get you sometime soon. There were lots of different faces, but two of them stood out the most. Naruto, as he wondered why he was chosen. He was a bit sad that he didn't get to either Sakura or Hinata's team, but for now he would just wait and see what would happen. The second person was Sasuke. He really liked the idea of the apprenticeship because he knew that it was a one Jonin and one Genin thing, and he fitted that category more than Naruto. He was more of a soul fighter than a team player. He looked at Sakura and cursed his luck. Few moments later, each of the team's sensei came and took off with them. And suddenly one person came in, and without looking at anyone else, he looked straight at Naruto. He had short brown hair and black almond-shaped eyes. He was wearing normal Jonin attire. Naruto Uzumaki, meet me at Ichiraku. We will have our lunch there. With that, he's gone. Now Naruto was confused. How the hell did this guy know which place I like? Guess he would just have to ask the person himself. Ichiraku's place. Naruto went there after 10 minutes and saw his new sensei already sitting there. Naruto took the sit beside him. Before we go to the questioning phase, maybe we should introduce and tell a bit about ourselves first, he politely said. Seeing Naruto nodded, he continued. I will go first. My name is Yamato. I was an Anbu till now and recently became full-time Jonin. My hobby is taking care of trees and plants that I have at my home. As for my dream, I want to reach a certain person's level, both on skill and fame. Well, my name is Naruto Uzumaki. I like training, ramen, and my precious people. As for my dream, it is to earn someone's recognition. Naruto kept it short. Guess we have something in common. Let's finish our lunch and head to Training Ground 6. There I will tell you about a few things. Is that okay with you? Naruto was getting impatient, but he knew he couldn't push it. He shook his head and started to enjoy his meal. After half an hour later, Training Ground 6. Both of them reached there almost at the same time. Yamato didn't use Shunshin and was trying to see if Naruto could keep up with him. He was glad at the result, even though he didn't go full speed. Okay, can you answer my questions now, Yamato-sensei? Naruto was getting a bit frustrated. He did wait too long, and the suspense was killing him. Well, sure. I know your questions. Why did I seem to know about you, and why I choose you as my apprentice, right? Naruto nodded. Firstly, how I know about you. It's simple. I followed you for the last week and saw most of the things you did. Naruto was shocked. This guy was tailing him for the last week, and he didn't sense him at all. Rages-san, did you sense this guy? Naruto mentally asked his recent tenant. Who do you think you are asking? Of course I sensed him, and as for why I didn't warn you. Remember, kid, I told you I will not give you everything on silver platter. If he was an enemy, you would have been in a great disadvantage or possibly dead. Learn from your blunders and mistakes, kid. Reiju explained to Naruto. It didn't hurt to motivate the kid from time to time. Naruto sighed. He knew now that he had to notch up on his training in sensing people. So what do you think of me after your spying? Naruto grumbled it out. Yamato chuckled. I did spy, but it was to see where you stand. As you passed your first Genin exam, you should know that there is another test after the team selection where the success rate in only 33%. He smirked when he saw Naruto surprised. So you see, you can tell that I tested you during the week, your resolve and skills. As for the skill, I was impressed that you beat the previous Rookie of the Year, although I didn't expected that fight to happen. But lucky me. Seeing Naruto's confused face, he elaborated, Hyuga, or in your term, the one you brutally defeated. Yamato stopped to see Naruto's expression and sighed a bit when he saw him smirk. Guess I have to work on his anger department. Yamato thought. Sandaime did say he was the best candidate for this. Flashback. You called for me, Hokage-sama? Yamato came and kneeled down before Sandaime. Yes, I did. Relax, we got much to discuss about your new assignment, Tenzo. It's about our young blonde prankster, and I hope you read the file concerning him. Watching Yamato nodding, he continued, you are to be his mentor from now on. I will instate you as a full-time jonin as you are to take him as your apprentice. With all due respect, Hokage-sama, why me? Yamato inquired. On the document, it is cause of your special condition as it will be helpful to control QB if Naruto goes rampant, and also if I present your abilities to the clan heads they might agree to the terms I have in my mind. It will help the advisors, and especially Danzo, to back off from Naruto. Hiruzen told him while blowing on his pipe. So what is my real job? Yamato asked. Hiruzen chuckled a bit. No wonder you are one of the top Umbu. Your job, as I stated, would be to train Naruto, be his actual mentor, and report to me only about his tenant's activity or something that should not be fallen into the wrong hand. And one more thing, you know Danzo as much as I do, so try to keep an eye out for anything unusual. Hi, Hokage-sama. Good. And from now on your name would be Yamato. Flashback ends. Wait, did you see the matches? I didn't see you there. Naruto asked. Surely he would have seen this guy as he would be standing out way too much. I asked Hayashi-sama the night before if it was okay for me to watch to evaluate your behavior concerning Hinata's fight. He gave me his permission. I didn't know you yourself would get to fight, but it was a bonus, I guess. Although I am impressed with your abilities, but try not to be so brutal on friendly spars. Yamato advised Naruto. Naruto just shook his head. So you said I passed the second test. What are we supposed to do now? D-rank missions, you can do it by yourself, but I will try to ask other senseis to see if you can join their group temporarily to those missions. Also, we will act as backup to the C-rank missions of other Genin groups. Yamato explained the details of their upcoming duties. Naruto smiled. He couldn't wait to start his new life as a Genin, wondering what kind of new adventures awaited him. Being a ninja means you have to fight swiftly against all the odds to save the helpless against tyrants, have to eliminate bandits that terrorize defenseless villages, rescue princess from the clutches of evil, defend nation against oppressors. That is what a ninja's supposed to do, risk your life for the good of people. What the fuck is this shit? Naruto groaned as he tried to remember the missions he was doing for the past week. Painting fences, taking care of babies, doing groceries? And what about catching that damn cat Tora, which should be a high-level mission? I almost killed the cat if it wasn't for Yamato-sensei. After the last mission, they came to an agreement. For the boring, useless missions like these, if Naruto was doing them solo, he would send his shadow clones to do it. To him, It was a total waste of his time, and although Yamato didn't say it directly, but Naruto could see even he agreed to it. Got better things to do than these chores. I mean, who the fuck uses ninja to paint their house and watch their dogs? Of course I'm angry. What do you expect? Well, at least when I am doing these missions with other teams it feels better. Glad to see that I am not the only one suffering. Naruto smirked as he went through his wardrobe. It still had a lot of orange cloths, but now with varieties. Naruto grinned as he remembered what Yamato said about their team. It was known as the backup team. They were the backup for other teams, and they would also join any team that was taking C-rank mission for the first or second time. Well, so far they were only able to help with one group with their C-rank mission. It was a quick delivery of some important document. Their sensei asked for them for some extra hand as they had to deliver the document fast. Even though Naruto did his first C-rank mission and the first to do so from his batch, he still wasn't satisfied. Well, he had a good reason for it. Because Neji was there. The team was called Team 9. Although Naruto didn't like the Hyuga, but even then he had to admit that team knew how to pack a punch. But the problem was that except for the girl, everyone else was insane. The sensei, Naruto shivered as he remembered their sensei. He was the weirdest crazy guy he had even seen. His name was Guy, had really thick eyebrow, wears a bright green jumpsuit, and had a bowl haircut. And every now and then he would do this weird nice guy pose for no reason. Naruto clearly remembered that he saw the sun reflecting on his teeth. Naruto named him Bushy Brow Sensei. And his clone Bushy Brow, who was a miniature version of Guy, was as bad as him. I think his name is Lee. And both of them do this weird hugging thingy where this jinjutsu comes in that I swear is stronger than my harem jutsu. Just let these two do their jinjutsu on the battlefield, and I am sure most of the enemy will be out cold. And both of them keep on spouting flames of youth in every freaking line. What the fuck is flames of youth? But from what I heard, Lee can't use ninjutsu or jinjutsu, but is really good at taijutsu. I sparred with him a bit, only taijutsu, and I lost badly. Next match I used my practice swords, and it was a draw. He almost broke my swords. Damn, that was a tough match. Naruto spoke out loud as he took off his cloths and headed toward the bathroom. Tintin was composed and good with weapons. Naruto and she became friends fast when she saw him using kenjutsu against Lee. They sparred a bit using swords. Naruto was the winner, but she didn't make it easy for him. After her defeat, she pointed out that sword was still new to her. She was better with range weapons and bojutsu. Later they decided we would spar whenever they can using only weapons. She can use any while Naruto would stick with his swords. And the last was the pompous fate is my bitch, the one and only Neji. On their joint team time. He didn't say anything, but he made sure to show his dissatisfaction toward Naruto in any way he could. Naruto didn't like it, but he had to admit one thing, and that was he was lucky. If Neji was in his usual level, Naruto wasn't sure if he could have won the match. Not because of what others said, but because of what he saw. He was better than Lee in taijutsu. He was more agile than Tintin, and he definitely was the smartest in the group. He was good, and he knew it. But Naruto wouldn't back off. Naruto doubled his training after that mission, because he knew in the future he would have to go against him once again. But working with the new Genin teams is better than the old ones, just my opinion. Naruto said as he turned off the shower. He wiped himself with his towel and went out, stark naked. Although working with Team 10, how to say, is troublesome. The lazy-ass Shikamaru, the chubby Chuji, and the troublesome Ino, the Ino-Shikachuji combo. That's what my sensei told me. Their fathers were a legendary combo, so they also wanted to try this out with their children, I guess. Naruto sighed as he recalled working with them. Most of the times doing D-rank missions, Shikamaru would try to sleep while Ino would yell at him. It would always end with Naruto and Chuji doing most of the work. But the most confusing was Ino because Naruto clearly caught her giving him this weird look like she was sizing him up. As for their sensei, that guy's name is Asuma, son of the Sandaime. Still pissed at the old man for what happened before, you know. No, it's not about hate. It's just that I can't forgive him for that, not anytime soon. But from what I heard, this Asuma was a member of the 12 Guardian Ninja. Don't know what it is, but I will look it up later. Naruto stopped as he finished dressing up. Also, guess what? I found the most laziest sensei ever. And the prize goes to none other than Team 7 Sensei. I mean, that guy came after 3 hours of the appointed time, 3 fucking long hours. Hatake Kakashi, supposed to be an elite jonin my ass. All he does is to read that perverted book and nothing else. But he got really pissed when he found that he lost the book. Shouldn't have done that, but don't regret it. Well, no. I mean, I have a very good reason for stealing it. It's to show him that he can't let his guard down. What? No. I am not making this shit up. Also, this is to make my sexy jutsu sexier? I mean deadlier. Naruto scratched the back of his head in embarrassment. His whole face was red. He coughed as he continued. Well, anyway, as for the members, they have the mighty Sasuke. I wanted to fight him, to see how far I have come. But I will put it for later. He still acts like a lone wolf. Doesn't communicate much, but I can tell he is strong and getting stronger as well. He acts cool, as usual, but the problem is the other guy. I mean, what the fuck is that guy's problem? This kid, Sai, is one freaky pale-looking kid who wears a fake smile. I mean, even a child can see that his smile is fake. And guess what? Whenever he opens his mouth, I am just an inch away from shoving my blade up to his ass. He called me Dickless. I warned him and Kakashi-sensei that next time he calls me that I will cut his dick myself, and was this close to do it. After that he calls me by other names. Guess he was born to piss off people. But one thing I noticed when we were working together that he looks at me like he is observing me. Creepy, I tell ya. Naruto stopped. Because he didn't want to talk about the last person, Sakura. Everyone in his class knew that he had a crush on her. The problem was he wasn't so sure about it now. She used to wear bright-colored cloths. And with her hair, she drew attention to herself without knowing. She was smart and faithful, and that was what drew Naruto to her. He wanted to see how it felt like to be on the receiving end of such devotion. But now that he seldom saw her, he could feel his emotions fading. And one of the main reasons behind was Naruto's understanding of one fact. Sakura wouldn't recognize or like Naruto as long as he was being himself. Naruto shook his head and put these thoughts aside. He stretched his arms and started to pack up. Now where was I? Yes, the rookie teams. Well, the last team is Team 8. Now this team I like except for that mutt. Kiba the ass, he is brash and wants to be an alpha. Do you even know what an alpha is? I'll admit he and Akamaru can pack a punch. But their specialty lies in tracking. He keeps pestering me to a fight, but their sensei always stops us. What? I can beat him easy. Now for the next guy is the quiet Shino. He uses bugs to fight and to track down people. Cool, I know, right? And somehow we hit it off well. Naruto looked at his packed bags and the necessary weapons arranged neatly on his bed. He tapped his chin, trying to remember if he was forgetting anything. Their sensei? Well, she, how to put it, is a scary, beautiful woman. Her name is Kurenai, but she is better than most sensei that I met during my joint missions from what I can tell. She is not lazy or crazy, or put her attention to anywhere else except the team when we are doing missions. She also gives good and constructive advices. Naruto grinned when he thought about the last member, Hinata. He had friends, handful of them, but none were as close as Hinata, and he always had the best time hanging around with the clan heiress. She would listen to whatever Naruto would say and was always delighted to be with him. But recently she was getting everyone's attention, and for some reason it irked Naruto. The thing was now that she was a bit more confident, she was interacting with a lot of people, and because of that they started to notice her kindness and gentle behavior. Add that with being the Hyuga heiress, she was becoming as popular as Sasuke, the last Uchiha. Naruto did saw few annoying people trying to associate with Hinata, but he knew how to keep them away. He wasn't a famous prankster for nothing. Also, Naruto was glad that Kurenai-sensei and Shino was keeping an eye out for these kinds of annoying people. But what really confusing to Naruto was his own behavior around Hinata. When she would make cute faces, he would have a huge urge to hug her, like a full-body hug. He also wanted to hang around with her more, and he would find any kind of excuse he could use to accompany her. Naruto was sure he did triple the amount of missions with Team 8 than any other teams. And he really liked how she would genuinely smile or compliment him. Naruto sighed. He needed some advice. For a second, he thought maybe his good tenant would be able to shed some light on the matter. Thinking about it, he shook his head. Maybe Irika-sensei would be able to properly tell him about it. Well, as usual, she is awesome and doing great. Hinata-chan and I also do training together whenever we have free time, which is usually late afternoon to evening. I know, not as much time as we used to have before. Guess we just have to utilize it fully. I am helping her with her flexibility and stamina while she is giving me tips about tracking and chakra control. Also, guess what? She thinks I am super awesome since I beat Niji. Well, of course I told her that it was thanks to her. That stuck-up asshole ain't gonna admit that Hinata-chan was more than he thought her to be. Fine, I will tell her again. Naruto packed up everything and looked at the clock. It was almost 10 in the morning. But instead of carrying it, he put the bag down and sat down on the bed. Nah, I could kill a few more minutes. A pause. Of course not. You know how responsible I am. The pranks doesn't count. Okay, but listen to this. Sensei bought me 2 real chakra swords. Although I don't think it is of high quality, but who's complaining? Well, he did warn me about that. Yeah, he is an awesome sensei. He is helping me to do some advanced elemental training. He is also very good at teaching few of the hard theory stuffs. He said he is going to teach me a few new lightning moves after I complete the advanced elemental training. In his opinion, the elemental training will help me on my... Well, for now, my training mostly includes heavy physical and kenjutsu training. Also, listen to this. I took some tips from other senseis when I worked with them before. Well, only 2 sensei actually helped. Kakashi sensei and Asuma sensei was all about teamwork and how to be lazy. Didn't get any lessons from them. If I ask, they just give advices on how to work well with a team. Gai sensei and Kurenai sensei was amazing. Kurenai sensei gave me a few tips on how to dispel genjutsu and gave me a few books to study about genjutsu. Gai sensei was more practical. He gave me some physical training advices and some training body weight. He showed me how to utilize them in training as well. Yamato sensei told me I can wear the weights as long as I am doing normal D rank missions, but if I am going outside of Konoha walls, I have to take them out. Naruto jumped straight when he noticed it was past 10. Oh crap. He took the bag and looked around his apartment, and then furrowed his eyebrows. Hey, you were the one who was gone for a week and wanted to know what happened. And you even promised me that you were going to show me an actual storm release jutsu. You know, where all 3 elements are used. Wait, what? Now you are being stingy. What do you mean I have to master my lightning element more? Naruto groaned as he opened the door and went out. It's fine if I talk out loud. People already think that I am mental anyway. Naruto put the keys inside his pants after locking the door. Why did you bring Hinata-chan into this? Fine, I will talk to you telepathically. Bossy Wolf. A pause. I know you heard that. 2 weeks later. Outskirts of a rural village. Almost had it, damn. Naruto sighed while he slouched down on the soft grass. The next stage of the elemental training was quite hard to complete. Naruto had to charge up his normal kunai and to throw it at a tree. The task here was that the kunai had to go through the tree with high speed. Lightning element was well known for its speed and sharpness. Well, it was not as sharp as wind element, but it covered up with the speed attribute. So here he had to apply both of those 2 attributes in one go. He made one shadow clone who was timing his throws. So far, he could only make the kunai hit really deep into the tree with slightly faster speed than normal, but it had to be 2 times faster than normal kunai throw. Man, this is tiring. Naruto exclaimed tiredly. He had been doing this training nonstop since yesterday. If you want to control your bloodline, you have to master your lightning element as much as you can. You know that, right? Yamato said while looking at the field. He had been watching Naruto train since yesterday, and he was surprised by the progress. To him, Naruto was natural at lightning element, be it hardcore training or learning jutsus. Their joint mission was to deliver a valuable package to this village and increase the defense as there were chances of bandits attacking. So far, the bandit did attack the village once, but nothing they could not handle. The other team was resting now because one of the members got injured, so they were staying here for a while and keeping a lookout till the other team was good enough to go. Meanwhile, training Naruto didn't seem such a bad idea. Kid got talent for certain ninjutsus and kenjutsu. Wow, sensei, you sure know your stuffs. Where did you learn about my bloodline? Naruto inquired. Reiju said something similar before. Yamato thought for a while. He knew that he would be teaching Naruto for some time, and by the looks of it, he was kind of enjoying the blonde prankster's company. I know a bit about bloodline like yours, the advanced elemental bloodline. Yamato said while he moved to a bit more open area while doing some hand signs. Not much people knew of his ability, but telling his student didn't sound like a bad idea. 'Cause my ability is almost the same type. With that, he finished doing the hand signs and slammed his hand to the ground. A wooden wall came out. Naruto's jaw dropped when he saw the wooden wall. A wood element user. Wait, did it mean? Wow, a wood element. Does that mean you are related to Senju or Shodame? Naruto asked while he walked towards the wall and started inspecting the wood. It was sturdy. In a way, yes. But I don't want to go deep into that for now if you don't mind. Seeing Naruto nodded, Yamato smiled. He continued, do you remember what I told you about chakra and element? Yeah, like how we can transform and define our chakra into nature chakra. Naruto answered while he sat down. Good. For using elemental jutsus, you have to learn nature and shape transformation. Let's concentrate nature transformation for now. Is it okay? Naruto shook his head. Yamato started explaining again. For nature transformation, you have two options: to convert your chakra to raw element or use your chakra to control the element. Yamato said after he dispelled the wooden wall. Convert or control? Naruto whispered. The first option is for those that do not have good control over their element or can't reach higher level of nature manipulation, while they can use their primary or secondary elements, but this method drains chakra a lot, while the second one is for those that had good control over their elemental affinity, and this option also requires less chakra. Yamato continued explaining. People prefer first option cause it is easier, faster, and takes lesser training, however it is quite chakra consuming. The second one is for those that truly want to master their element. You have to work and train hard to advance your primary element's control. What average shinobis don't know is that the second way of using element can beat the first one, as you will have more control over your element. That's why you are making me do the advanced element control. Naruto was getting interested now. Yes. Also for the bloodlines like us, we have to control the first element and convert the second one. Naruto got surprised of what Yamato said. Sensei, then what about bloodlines that uses 3 elements? Naruto asked a bit hesitantly. Bloodlines that can use 3 elements? I don't know if there is any bloodline like that. Never heard of those, but in theory it doesn't sound impossible, but quite a hard feat to achieve if you ask me. It might be that one has to fully master the first element while being quite good with the other 2 to use something like that. Otherwise, you gotta spend huge amount of chakra to convert 2 elements at once. Fully master? Do you know anyone who actually fully mastered their element? Naruto asked while he started to process what Yamato told him. Well, the only ones I know of are Nidaime Hokage for water, Sandaime Raikage for lightning. Some even say the current Raikage is close to fully master his element. Yamato was having fun. Unlike in Umbu where things were a bit stiff, spending time with Naruto felt kind of fresh and free. He always wanted to know about new things. His curiosity had no limit, it seems. You mean to tell me the only element masters you know are Kages? Naruto's asked with wide eyes. Yamato just chuckled. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Naruto used the jutsu with a new determination voice. No time to slack around. Yamato smiled at Naruto. Whatever doubts he had about him was all gone on this mission. He was brash and hothead, all right, but he was also kind and mature when he wanted to be. Flashback. Naruto, you okay? Yamato asked at the tired boy. They just fought a bunch of bandits. There were not much of a problem, but his main concern was that Naruto took lives for the first time, his first kills. This was one of the hardest times for a shinobi, especially the young ones. Even though Naruto was a ninja, age-wise he was still a kid. Yeah, I am doing fine, sensei, just tired. Naruto replied. Fighting of the bandits and killing for first time took its toll on him. Do you want to talk about it? Your first kill. Naruto looked at his sensei when he heard this. In a part of his mind, he was still remorseful of what he did, even though it was a small part. He knew why he had to do it, and he also knew what would happen if he hesitated. I don't know, sensei. What I know that if I didn't kill them, they would have killed all those innocent people, and those bandits won't ever listen to reasoning. In a way, by killing them, I saved the innocent, but the fact remains that I took lives. Naruto answered dejectedly. Yamato smiled at him. Naruto answered his own problems without him knowing. Typical of you, Naruto. Yamato thought to himself. Naruto, can you look at those people? He pointed at some villagers. When Naruto looked at them, he saw that the said villagers were being embraced by their family. The tears of happiness were clear on their eyes. Those are the people that you saved, Naruto. As you said, by killing some bad guys, you saved some good innocent people. It is what most shinobi do, but you know what makes you different? Because you feel sad for the lives you took, which makes you an honorable shinobi. But remember the smiles of the people you saved. That will make you an accomplished one. Naruto smiled at the happy family. Come on, when we return back to Konoha, ramen will be on me. Yamato said. Really? Naruto shouted. Only 10. Yamato replied in a stern voice. He knew his ramen obsession. Better play safely. Naruto laughed. 10 free ramen didn't sound bad. Flashback ends. Yamato looked and saw Naruto was doing his training with 10 of his shadow clones. Naruto was one stamina freak, but the best thing was he sure knew how to utilize that. Few days later. At night. Naruto slumped down on his bed. These last few days training was tiring, but gave good results. He finished his elemental training. He was able to pierce a tree with a high-speed lightning-charged kunai. What he learned from Yamato that if he wanted to use storm release with 2 element, he had to be real good with lightning element and had to have a bit control over water. But if he wanted to use all 3 elements, he had to be close to master lightning manipulation while having more control over water as well as wind. Otherwise, he would have to spend shitload of chakra to use the jutsus. So, how am I doing, Reiju-san? Naruto asked his tenant. Every night after training, he spends a little time with the big guy for his opinion. Good kid. You have advanced faster than I expected. And let me guess, you want to learn that jutsu I told you about. Seeing Naruto nod his head sheepishly, Reiju sighed. Using 3 elements altogether is still too early for you, but seeing your progress, I will give you a test of my own. Pass it, and I will tell you about another storm release jutsu. Not the one you are thinking, but how to put it in your term. As much badass as that one. Reiju smirked. Naruto laughed. Reiju sure knew how to lure him into doing things his way. But he had to admit that the jutsus Reiju talked about were pretty epic. Guess he just had to wait. Suddenly Yamato came in with a grim look on his face. Naruto, pack your things fast and take a quick rest. Yamato said with a serious voice. What happened, Yamato-sensei? Naruto asked. It's quite rare to see his sensei like this. I just got a report that Team 7's first C-rank mission has taken a difficult turn with missing needs involving now. It might be a B or a rank mission, but for some reason they are continuing. We are to go and act as their reinforcement as we are closer to them. Yamato was replying while he himself was packing his things. So take a quick rest. We move out after few hours. Why the hell are they doing an A-rank mission? Naruto shouted. Yamato smiled, seeing the maturity of Naruto. Without us. Then he frowned. Guess he still had long way to go. Just pack your things and rest for a while. We are no good if we reach there without our full power. He just sighed. What were you thinking, Kakashi-senpai? Trying to do an A-rank mission with bunch of genin. Few hours later. Someplace else. What was I thinking? Trying to do an A-rank mission with bunch of genin. Kakashi scowled to himself. In front him was Zabuza, one of the mist swordsmen. This guy was an A-rank missing nin. He told his team to protect the client while he would take care of him. The fight was hard, even with his Sharingan. Guess he had to finish this fast, or he wouldn't have enough chakra to continue. He could win the fight. What was the worst thing that can happen? Few moments later. Getting caught by Zabuza's water prison. That's the worst thing that could happen. Fuck, Kakashi thought to himself, but when he saw his students standing their ground, even though he ordered them to retreat, he knew if he didn't find a way out soon, things were going to go very bad. Sasuke was not a team player, but when things became tough, he was willing to work together, but Sai was making things hard. Kakashi never wanted the pale kid, he wanted Naruto. When he heard that he was already taken as an apprentice, he was saddened. He asked if he could still take Naruto, but Sandaime told him that was not an option. He knew the kid from early age for his devious pranking skills. Naruto had a power that could pull everyone to him and help them get stronger along with him. He wanted Naruto to be the heart of his team, but this new kid Sai was only making the team more disarranged. He knew that the kid was not normal. The way he moved and acted during mission showed that he had Anbu training. He asked Hokage about this, but he said that the council wanted the kid to be put on Sasuke's team for his protection. Protection, my ass. He will be the reason Sasuke will have a shorter life. Kakashi thought. And Sakura, Seeing she was in the team with two hot boys, she was acting more like a fangirl than a ninja. She needed a rude wake-up call. Mizubunshin, Zabuza said. He made 3 clones, and by the looks of it, he was going to finish this fast. Okay, maybe not that kind of rude wake-up call, Kakashi thought. He was now fully hoping for miracle. Before the clones could charge, one of them got impaled by a kunai that came out of nowhere, but with really high speed. Another almost hit real Zabuza in the head, but he ducked to dodge it at the last moment. 2 figures drop right in front of Team 7. The backup team has arrived. Yamato-sensei, there is something wrong here, Naruto asked while he slowed down a bit. What's wrong, Naruto? Yamato slowed down as well. With their current speed, they would be able to catch up with Team 7 anytime soon. Something doesn't feel right. I don't know how to explain, but the atmosphere around here feels unnatural. Years of training with Umbu paid off for Yamato. He was able to hide his surprised state fast. He looked around and saw the air was moister than normal. Inside Naruto's mind, Reiju quirked an eyebrow. Then he smirked. Naruto, where do you feel the most disturbing? Yamato questioned his apprentice, not sure how he was able to sense it faster than him. From there, Naruto pointed to the direction. Let's go, Yamato told Naruto, hoping that it was not what his instincts were telling him. 10 minutes later. Seems like a fake mist, Naruto said to no one when he saw a bit of mist here and there. This kid is just full of wonders. How did he figure it out that the mist is not natural? We are not even close to the source yet, Yamato thought to himself. Naruto, I think Team 7 will need our help sooner than we thought. We have the element of surprise here. I want you to use it to come with something. Yamato ordered Naruto, because he knew when it came to do something surprising and unique, Naruto pulls it off more swiftly than an Umbu. Naruto nodded, and immediately he made 3 shadow clones and gave them 3 kunai. Alright guys, let's try our original Uzumaki style, piercing phantom arrow technique. The clones gave a wild smirk and ran off to different directions. Naruto looked back at Yamato, and seeing his face, he just told him to wait and see. Present time. 2 figures drop right in front of Team 7. The backup team has arrived. Don't worry, my fellow comrades, as your savior, the backup team has arrived, Naruto shouted while pointing his index finger and his imaginary pointy nose upwards. Everyone's sweat dropped. The killing mode was gone in less than a second. Naruto, get serious. This is Zabuza, a high A-class missing mean. Yamato grunted. It was embarrassing every time Naruto did that pose, and no matter what he said, he didn't stop. Team 7, guard your client. Naruto, back me up, Yamato ordered and took his fighting stance. Naruto moved a bit closer to Yamato. Sensei, outsider, killed 3rd clone, unknown location, he whispered. Yamato became alerted. It's true, Naruto sent out 3 clones with kunai, but only 2 was thrown. Someone was out there, and the fact that the said person was able to caught Naruto's clone off guard meant business. Yamato signaled Naruto and then rushed towards Zabuza. Distract Zabuza and keep an eye out for the partner. After getting the message, Naruto sighed. Even though he wanted to help his sensei, he couldn't get directly involved now that there was another hidden person out there. With Zabuza, things were tough with Sharingan no Kakashi, but after he was able to pull him to fight on top of the water, things went just like it was supposed to. True that Kakashi can copy jutsus, but he had to use more chakra than normal to power up the jutsu. Otherwise, it wouldn't be effective against Zabuza. And because of the implanted Sharingan, his chakra ran out faster, making him exhausted. He got him in his water prison and almost completed his objective, but then the reinforcement came. Worst part, there were more people out in the woods, because the 2 kunai was thrown at him from different directions. He knew he couldn't keep on fighting less than against 2 jonins. He had to cut down the number to half. With that, he brought his weapon up, but before he could take the swing to cut Kakashi in half, who was still trapped inside his water prison, the man that was rushing towards him suddenly ducked, and another electric kunai came at him. But to his surprise, instead of hitting him, it hit the water prison and gave him a light electric shock, but it was enough to disrupt the prison. Without wasting any time, Zabuza swung his sword down, hoping he was fast enough to kill Kakashi before he escaped. He cut down something, but to his frustration, it was a log. And immediately he dodged to avoid an earth spike, but the second unnoticed earth spike impaled his left shoulder, He rotated his body to the side before it could tear his shoulder apart. Kakashi was out, and the new Jonin was fresh. Zabuza was no fool to realize that his defeat was inevitable. He jumped back. Landing on the water, he started swinging his sword in the air, and on the last swing, he rotated his whole body while dipping 1/3 of his sword into the water. Secret sword art, tidal wave. And then he took the last swing towards the Konoha ninjas. A big wide wave came at them. It was as if the swing of the sword created that. Water release, tearing torrent. Yamato shouted, landing in front of the Genins. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. Kakashi yelled the moment he went beside Yamato. The water dragon was made with less water as Kakashi was running low on chakra, but with Yamato's jutsu the water beast had enough power to tear down the oncoming gigantic wave. But when the water calmed down, Zabuza was gone. Shouldn't we go after him? Sai suggested. No. Kakashi-senpai is tired and our job is to protect you guys. Pointing to Kakashi, who is breathing hard, then Yamato turned to Tazuna and asked, "How far is your house?" "Not far. Maybe it would take an hour or so to reach there." "Make it 15 minutes. Naruto, take the old man. I will carry Kakashi-senpai. Team 7, we are moving out." 20 minutes later. After reaching Tazuna's house, they were greeted by his daughter, Tsunami, who was a beautiful woman at her late 20s with long black hair and black eyes. "Father, you are back," she said in obvious relief. "Yes, thanks to these ninja," Tazuna replied with as much joy as her daughter. "Is there any place we can rest?" Yamato asked politely. As much as he would like to see the reunion of the family, he was still carrying an unconscious Kakashi. Tsunami blushed and led them inside. After few hours of relaxation, all the Genin met outside of the house as instructed. Team 7. As you know, Kakashi-san collapsed cause of chakra exhaustion, and it might take a while before he reached his fighting condition. So till he is fully recovered, I will be in charge. Yamato explained in a serious tone. He knew this team would be hard to handle, so he had to take precautions. And as you saw, Zabuza escaped, but he was hurt badly. So if I have to take a guess, I would say for a few days we won't be facing any problems from him, hopefully. For now, I will be training you before Zabuza comes back, and you can be sure that he will bring reinforcement. All of them were taken back when they heard that. Are you sure, Sensei? Sakura asked nervously. Zabuza alone almost took out their team. If he had reinforcements now, the battle might be not to their favor anymore. Zabuza has two options now. Either he will drop the mission as he can't take two Jonins alone, or he would ask for some backup to make sure he gets enough chance to complete his task. Yamato clarified the facts. They had to be ready for anything. This wasn't a simple C-rank mission anymore. This was an A-rank mission which had to be done with few Chunin squads. All right, let's leave the scary stuffs alone. Yamato tried to lighten up the mood. Kakashi-san asked me to teach you 3 about tree climbing exercise. Follow me. But before leaving, he made a shadow clone. Naruto, you keep on practicing that jutsu of yours. I will come to you after I am done with them. With that, he led Team 7 into different area. At Zabuza's hideout. Zabuza-sama, you should rest. Your shoulder is hurt pretty badly. You think, Haku? Zabuza deadpanned, looking at the said person. Haku, a 14-year-old girl with shoulder-length black hair and brown eyes, just smiled back sweetly and jabbed Zabuza with a nice senbon. Zabuza flinched at the contact of the frozen needle. If you weren't laid back, you could have finished the job faster, and let me remind you, Zabuza-sama, that I was against this from the very beginning. Also, if I hadn't interfered with the blonde, you might have been caught. Haku said with a sugary tone, which made Zabuza back down and sweat furiously. Damn, this girl is becoming feisty. And she is right. The blonde genin was good. He was able to take me by surprise 2 times, and if I wasn't lucky, I wouldn't have made it out. Zabuza thought to himself. Look, the demon got his ass whipped. Gato announced his presence when he entered the place with his bodyguards. Fat pig / waste of space. Haku / Zabuza thought, but kept it to themselves. Haku gave Gato a chilling cold glare. Seriously? Please go check Copycat Kakashi on the bingo book, and Zabuza-sama here beat him and almost got the job done if it wasn't for the reinforcement. Try to say something useful once in a while. Haku sighed. Zabuza-sama, I will go out and check for some herbs for your wound. With that she left. Something happened? Gato tried to regain his composure, but it's kind of hard when one almost pissed himself. Zabuza looked at the frozen pieces of an orange book and wept mentally. When moving him after the battle, she found the book which he was hiding from her for few months, and things went downhill from there. Never mind that, but as you heard, things got difficult, and I can't handle them alone. So you need more money? Is that it? Gato snorted. Zabuza made "Are you stupid" face and just shook his head. He always wondered how idiots like him could make tons of cash. What am I supposed to do with the money? Throw at them? I need backup, you useless fart. Try to get someone who can at least hold off an Ambu for some time till I can finish the bridge builder. Your thugs won't be helpful, that's for sure. Zabuza spat out. He lost the fight. He lost his book and Haku was pissed at him. He really needed to cleave some heads. Gato just grunted and went out of the place. With Yamato. Yamato told Team 7 about tree walking. He wasn't surprised when Sai finished first, but he didn't expect Sakura to finish fast as well. But if he were to take a guess, it was that her chakra reserve was really low. So he just told them to keep doing it until Sasuke managed as well. Kakashi and he believed that Sai might be a plant from Danzo to keep close tabs on Sasuke and Naruto as well, because he caught Sai sending his ink mouse toward Naruto when they separated. That solidified Hokage fear as well as their doubt. He destroyed the mouse and told Sai if that was to happen again, he would be charged for spying on fellow comrades. Hopefully that will stop him from doing further troubles, at least for now. Sensei, would you be teaching us any jutsu? Sakura asked while panting. Doing tree walking few times really took its toll on her chakra. Why? Yamato quirked an eyebrow hearing that. He saw the other two also was listening carefully. I mean, you are teaching Naruto a jutsu. Shouldn't you teach us as well? And that baka is not even practicing this exercise. And how will this even help? Sakura said, crossing her arms. Sakura. Now what he heard from Kakashi that she had potential, but she acted more of a girl than a kunoichi. With that kind of mentality in this world, she wouldn't last much unless she tried to change. Yamato just sighed. Not every jonin was as laid back as Kakashi, and it's high time she understood that. You are under Kakashi-san's command, not mine. Naruto is my student, so I can train him the way I see fit. About this exercise, he knows higher level of chakra exercise than this. And unlike you, those two aren't complaining and doing their work, aren't they? As for this exercise, it will help you control your chakra better. Also, I may not be as strict as some jonin, but be polite when you are talking with your superiors. Yamato pointed out heatedly. Sakura was beyond shocked. Usually Kakashi would just shrug things off or come with poor excuses when he didn't want to answer. So even when she yelled at him or rudely asked him something, he didn't mind. But this sensei was different. Sorry, sensei. She just muttered and went to rest. Sasuke just shook his head. If he knew more about the apprenticeship, he would have requested the Hokage to grant him one as well. As far he knew, only Chunin or elite genin could get it, not some freshly graduated genin. And by the looks of it, he wouldn't mind having this jonin as his sensei either. Kakashi was good, and after the fight with Zabuza, he knew Kakashi could help him with his Sharingan once he awakened it. But damn Kakashi and his laziness. From what he heard, Naruto was doing as much missions as them, and maybe more, but still he was getting tougher training. He just sighed and looked at the tree that he was supposed to climb. Maybe he could ask the dope for a match, but right now he was not so sure if he could beat him unless he had his Sharingan. With new determination, he started practicing again. With Naruto. Naruto was watching his clones trying to master his new taijutsu technique. He knows he was getting better at kenjutsu, but after hearing some points from Yamato, he wanted to have some moves on taijutsu as well. His kenjutsu style was deadly and most of the techniques were hit to kill, and that was why he couldn't use that against an unarmed comrade unless he was really pissed. Right now, one clone was acting as an enemy, while the others were trying to time it down to do the combo. He was observing them from a tree. A high place was always the best place for observation. So what will call this move of yours? Asked the Yamato clone. Being a shadow clone later, he could transfer the memories of the training regime. Uzumaki style, Mirage Takedown. But I can only use it against one guy, and it is kind of one-time thingy. Can't really use it twice in a same match. So I am hoping it packs enough power to knock the opponent down in one go. Naruto replied. By the looks of it, if the original you do the main hit, maybe you can. By the way, I didn't hear anything about your other technique. Yamato inquired. You mean Uzumaki style? Piercing phantom arrow. It's simple really. I send few shadow clones to different sides of the battlefield, and at the right moment they will throw lightning-charged kunai at the opponent, syncing with each other, after which they will dispel themselves immediately. If the opponents don't see me using shadow clones or sending them, then it will catch them by surprise, confusing them and putting them on edge, thinking there are other people in the area. Crafty work, don't you think so? Naruto smiled while giving a victory sign. Yamato laughed. Crafty little fox indeed. He thought to himself. Well, I agree with you. If you were able to throw that last kunai at the right time, maybe we would be able to get Zabuza a lot faster. Yamato pointed out. So what about the one where you use your bloodline and kenjutsu together? Ah, that one. Well, it works great, but it has a major side effect which is rather bad. I'm trying to find a way to go around it. Naruto sighed. After hearing the sound of clone dispelling, Naruto looked at the fighting place. Guess first phase of the move is done. I will need your help on the second phase, sensei. Naruto said while jumping down from the tree. Sure, but it is getting late today. Let's head out, and you can start early from tomorrow morning. Yamato suggested. Naruto nodded and dispelled the remaining clones. Few hours later. Everyone was tired after the long day. They were now having their dinner on Tezuna's place. Suddenly, a boy not older than 10 years came down from upstairs and looked at them with distrust and annoyance. Who are they? The said boy asked. They are the ninja we were talking about, Inari. Tezuna smiled at him. They should just leave. They are only going to die anyway. The boy snorted and took his food upstairs. He is one charming sunshine, isn't he? Naruto said blankly. Please forgive his behavior. He went through a lot. Tsunami implored. Naruto just shook his head and went to eating. He knew he had a long day tomorrow. He also noticed that all members of Team 7 was taking a glimpse of him every now and then. He glanced at Yamato, making "what the fuck is going on now" look. Yamato just sighed and gave him "I will tell about it tomorrow" face. Naruto just sighed to himself. Next day. So Naruto, let's take it easy, shall we? Today Kakashi-senpai will supervise his own team's training, so I am not needed there. Okay, so what do you need my help for? Yamato said. Well, that's great then. First, sensei, I need one of your wood clone to be the target of my technique, Mirage Takedown. Your wood clone is harder and sturdier than Shadow Clone, and it will help me a lot. And also, if my opponent doesn't get knocked down by that, I want to see what kind of other openings it will give me. Naruto summarized. Wow, you got it all sorted out. Nice one, Naruto. Anything else you have in your mind? Now this was why Yamato liked teaching Naruto. You only have to give the kid a seed, and he himself would try to grow the tree all by himself, and would ask for advice only when needed. Naruto scratched his head with embarrassment after hearing the praise. Thanks, sensei. But right now I just want to master this first. Then maybe we can move on to the new lightning jutsu you told about. Naruto answered. Sure, let's get started then. After a few hours later. Naruto was resting, but from afar it would seem he was fast asleep. Yamato went to check on Kakashi, and he said he would bring lunch for them. Naruto knew there was a risk of getting attacked, so he created few shadow clones and hinged them to hide them from normal eyes. Yo, Raiju-san, I found something interesting when I was checking the books, 5 Kages, and Bloodlines last night. Naruto said to his favorite tenant. So what is it, boy? From the looks of it, you seem pretty excited. Raiju asked the blonde. Well, what I learned first was that there is a similar bloodline also known as Storm Release, but like you said, it was written there that the user only combines 2 elements, lightning and water only, unlike mine. And also I was looking for an elemental bloodline that uses 3 elements for a long time, and I finally found it. Dust Release. Only current Tsuchikage seems to know how to use that. Also, guess what? From what I learned, Dust Release is known as Advanced Nature Kekkei Toda, an advanced version of Kekkei Genkai. So does that mean mine is also like that? I do use 3 elements to use my bloodline, and it is not like the normal Storm Release either. Naruto asked while barely containing his excitement. Raiju chuckled lightly. Correction, Naruto, you can't use all the 3 elements of your bloodline yet. He laughed when he saw Naruto pouted. But you are right. In human terms, maybe your bloodline is an Advanced Nature Kekkei Toda. But don't tell anyone yet. Wait till you fully master it. But can I change the name of my bloodline into a cool one when I can use all the 3 elements? I don't want people thinking it is the same as the other Storm release, because mine is special, right? Naruto said with a grin. Guess you were right on that also, but I want you to wait and think it out carefully, okay? Reiju pointed out carefully. Naruto wanted to say something, but Reiju stopped him. You have a visitor, Naruto. Outside world. When Haku saw Naruto, she was debating whether to not kill him or no. She approached him, but before she could do anything. You shouldn't try to sneak up on a ninja. It might get you killed. Naruto said with a grin while he still kept his eyes closed. Wow, that was badass of me. Naruto thought to himself. Reiju just snorted. Naruto stick his tongue out mentally. Naruto got up and looked at the girl in front of him. Now who might you be? With Zabuza. Now who the fuck is this guy? Zabuza asked Gato while looking at his temporary secondary partner. Maeda, the guy said with a grin. Maeda of the Kuriko clan. Now who might you be? Naruto questioned the girl in front of him. Isn't it rude to ask someone's name before saying your own first? Haku replied with a playful tone, trying to calm herself down and not to look too suspicious. Oh yeah, sorry about that. Naruto chuckled nervously, and then he did his favorite pose, pointing his index finger towards the sky while looking straight at Haku. Naruto Uzumaki, future Hokage of Konoha and the savior of the fellow Konoha comrades. Naruto shouted while trying to look badass. Haku giggled unintentionally. Well, Mr. Savior-san, what were you doing all the way out here? Training, of course. Got tired a bit, so was taking a break. Naruto replied while stretching himself. By the way, I still didn't get your name, and why are you all the way out here? Where's my manner? My name is Haku. Haku modestly answered, but she was thinking what to say next without revealing too much. My partner got injured recently, so I was looking for herbs to treat him. Let me help you then. Yo guys, come out. No sooner Naruto said that 4 shadow clones came out from 4 different directions. Seeing that Haku got nervous, she was praising herself for not attacking Naruto blindly. Here she thought he was at disadvantage, but it would seem he had the situation under control from the very beginning. Haku-san, show them what kind of herbs you need. Haku showed them a few herbs she had with her. All clones were trying to memorize the herbs. Naruto sighed. Just bring back anything that looks similar. The clones nodded sheepishly and dashed to the forest. Why are you helping me, Naruto-san? Haku asked genuinely. Do you need a reason to help people who are kind? Naruto replied offhandedly. Haku was stunned. In her whole life after that incident, she learned one harsh thing about life, which was that no one helps another without wanting something in return. Thank you, Haku sincerely said. But why are you training all the way out here? From what I can see, you seem to be quite strong already, so why train harder? Naruto looked up at the sky as if he was trying to find someone hidden in that vast space. To learn my past so that I can move towards the future, Naruto whispered, which contradicted greatly towards his earlier outbursts. Haku's face softened up, but sometimes it is better to not know about the past. Some pasts are too strong to just let go. Then you just have to become stronger. Naruto smirked. I mean, what kind of future you can create if you don't know your own past? Haku laughed softly while shaking her head. It had not been more than 5 minutes, and she could already say that Naruto was one of a kind. Guess you are right, Naruto-san. Right after that, the clones came with lots of leaves, herbs. Haku chuckled lightly while she took a few herbs from them. Thank you, Naruto-san. Take care. Haku bowed slightly while she started to head off towards her place. Yeah, see you soon, Haku-san. Naruto shouted. Let us hope that we don't, Naruto-san. Haku whispered to herself sadly. Zabuza's place. Haku was rubbing her forehead. Things always seemed to get complicated as long as she was involved. Flashback. Haku stopped when she saw the new face in Zabuza's room. The new person was a guy who seemed no more than 20 years old and had dark brown hair. He was wearing normal Jonin attire, but his IWA headband was scratched, meaning he was a missing nin from IWA. But the fact that his head was still attached told her to wait and listen to Zabuza's explanation. I knew Zabuza had a young girl following him, but never knew you will be such a hottie. The guy said with a smirk. Nice to meet you too. My name is Haku, by the way. Haku replied unfazed. Haku, this is Maeda of the Kuriko clan, and for the time being we will be working together for our current mission. Zabuza intervened. Sure, as long as we stay professional. Saying her part, Haku went to make the medicine from the herbs. Maeda was grinning lecherously at her the entire time, but suddenly he stopped when he felt chills running through his spines. He looked at Zabuza to see that he was sharpening his kubikurabocho, which was surely anywhere but near him, with a kunai. And the fact that he was looking at his lower part wasn't helping either. On pure men instinct, he put both his hands in front of his family jewels. Maeda, Haku is my tool, you know that, right? Seeing Maeda nodding, he continued. And you see, I want to keep my tool untouched and clean, and for some reason I think that one of your body part might make some problems to that, but rejoice that certain body part has nothing to do with this mission. So do you want me to remove it, or? He finished, leaving Maeda to figure out the rest. Maeda turned around so fast that seemed impossible to normal people. But he was not a normal people, but a guy who was going to do his best to protect his manhood. Haku-san, please forgive me for my rude behavior, and I hope we can finish the mission professionally and as fast as possible. With that, he jolted out of the room. Flashback ends. This is not going to end well. Haku sighed while she finished the medicines. Zabuza was still sharpening his sword. No boy is coming near my girl unless I have anything to say about it, he thought while laughing manically. Haku's sweat dropped, and somewhere one boy sneezed hard and felt his balls growing cold. He shivered, thinking who could be after his crown. Back to Naruto. So anything happened while I was gone? Yamato asked after they finished their lunch. Nah, the usual. Me helping the helpless. Naruto replied as a matter of fact. Yamato just chuckled. So what do you plan to do now? I think you got your Mirage takedown done. All you need is practice and do it against real opponents. Yeah, that's true. But sensei, I have a few badass sword techniques, but because of the side effect I can't exactly use it properly yet, and like you said before, sometimes I might not have my swords with me. So I came up with an alternative jutsu, but I think it might take a while to get it down completely. I need help with that, Naruto said seriously. So, can you give me a bit of details of what the jutsu might be like? Yamato inquired sincerely. After a while. Damn, if Naruto can pull this off, this technique is going to rival Chidori or even Rasengan, Yamato thought to himself. So, got any idea from where should I start, Yamato-sensei? Naruto asked nervously. Yamato was quiet the whole time during his explanation. Naruto flinched a bit. If I want to put it in your term, your jutsu will be one badass jutsu. Yamato smirked when he saw Naruto relaxed. Sometimes pranking the prankster was quite amusing. So, this is what I think you should do first. After a few hours later, everyone was eating, and after the long day that they just went through, the Genins knew that they needed every bit of energy to pass the week if it was going to be same like today. For Team 7, they did tree climbing all day, but for different purposes. For Sakura, it was to increase her chakra capacity. Sasuke just tried to complete the exercise, but he was really close. One day or more, and he would complete it. And for Sai, it was to keep an eye on him. After hearing from Yamato, Kakashi was sure that the boy was up to no good. He would have to report about it to Sandame. And as for our blonde knucklehead, after consulting with Yamato, his opinion about himself was strengthened. He was a badass genius. His new jutsu, which he came up all by himself, could be a high-ranked one if he could master it. He did have other strong jutsus on his arsenal, but most of them relied on his swords, and he couldn't use most of them on whim. His new original, on the other hand, was quite flexible. At least that was what he was hoping for. But his first step would be chakra control again. He already did tree climbing, water walking, and leaf balancing exercise, but even with Shadow Clone, he couldn't seem to advance any more cause of his unusual amount of chakra. So he had to cover it up with elemental chakra control. He already passed the third stage of lightning control, charging up kunai with electricity, but the next one seemed hard. He had to use his lightning element to light up a bulb and keep the light on for 10 minutes straight. If he tried to use too much power, the bulb would explode. Too less, and it wouldn't light up properly. This exercise was about balancing and maintaining lightning element for longer period. Well, That's what Yamato-sensei said. Naruto thought to himself, why do you all try so hard? In the end, Gato is going to kill you anyway. Inari's shouting stopped Naruto's thought. So? He is just a punk with money. We are Ninja Kid. We are supposed to take care of rich thugs like him. Naruto snorted. This kid was started to get on his nerve. What do you think you are? Heroes? All you can do is just talk when you don't know anything about pain. Inari screamed without knowing that he just stepped into a landmine. The temperature of the room dropped so much that even Tazuna and Tsunami felt it. Oh boy, the kid shouldn't have said that. Yamato thought and looked sadly at Naruto. We don't know pain. What a laugh, kid. From my point of view, you are the one who doesn't know pain. I know about your stepfather. He died trying to protect this country like a hero, and you are handsomely rewarding him by spitting on his grave, acting like a coward and a crybaby. You have your mother and grandfather who are trying their best to make sure you don't suffer. You wake up every day to see them smiling and reassuring you that everything will be all right. So where's the pain here? Me and the team over there. He pointed Sasuke with his thumb, who raised his eyebrow. Wakes up every day in an empty place. No one to console us on our bad days or to compliment us on our better days, and yet here we are, still striving to go on. Do you see us blaming others or trying to run away? Kid, if you don't have the courage to stand up, then don't pull down those that have courage to go on. Naruto took a few deep breaths to calm him down, and then he looked at Yamato. Sensei, I am not hungry. I will train for a while. With that he left. The pin-drop silence was broken by Inari's crying while he dashed to his room. Sasuke also stood up and left. Sorry about that. Guess they took his word a bit too hard. Kakashi tried to defuse the situation. Senpai, let me go and talk to the boy. Seeing Kakashi nodding, Yamato looked at Tsunami, and when she nodded as well, he went up to look for the boy. Sasuke was standing while looking down at a blonde from afar who seems to be resting. Dope. With Naruto. Same peaceful land, same roaring sky, same stormy scene. He wondered why this sight always seemed so perfect, even though the scenery of the unending stormy sky and the long quiet landscape contradicted each other. To most it might look chaotic, but to him it gave him a sense of serenity to his mind. Was it always like this? This feeling that appeased his loneliness. It was as if the sky was looking out for him. The thunder was screaming louder in anger while the wind was trying to soothe him. He thought it was only in his mindscape, but even though he was here sitting in his mindscape, he could still hear the thunder's cry as well as the wind's gentle touch from the real world. I messed up. Human tends to mess up. I am supposed to be stronger than this. Showing your weak side doesn't mean you don't have strength. Still doesn't justify me blowing my top like that to the kid. Compared to you, his suffering doesn't hold a candle. Why me? Why was I condemned like this? Patience, young one. You will have your answer. Naruto closed his eyes and let his fatigue finally caught up to him. Few days later. It had been more than a week. According to the Jonins, Zabuza might attack at any given day with reinforcements. So Team 7, after Kakashi recovered fully, stayed with Tazuna and watched the bridge while Yamato and Naruto looked after his family. As for Naruto, he and Yamato were in Tazuna's place looking after his family. Naruto was trying to finish the next part of lightning control exercise. He could keep the light going on for 5 minutes max. After that, it either started to wither or exploded, depending on his chakra behavior. First, he was a bit skeptic, but after thinking more deeply about his jutsu, he understood that he needed to keep the lightning chakra flowing. He also needed to start doing water element training as well. According to Yamato, his chakra ought to be mature enough to start his second elemental training. And for his new particular jutsu, he needed that. Suddenly, a loud explosion shook the ground. Naruto, is everything in place? Naruto nodded. Okay, let's move out fast. With that, both of them dashed out of the house. Two thugs slowly headed toward the house when they saw the ninjas leaving. A bit far away, Yamato reached the explosion site, a secluded part of the town far away from the bridge, just as he predicted. He was met with a young man, and by the looks of his headband, he seemed to be a missing Nin from IWA. Naruto, be careful. This one looks tough. Naruto jumped back, getting the hidden message. I am Maeda of the Kuriko clan. Pleasure to meet you. The man introduced himself. Yamato of Konohagakure, You made the explosion to draw me out, didn't you? Yamato stated. Yes, and before you Konoha scums ask, no, I am not going to bother to let you go. Now come and let us finish the battle fast. Maeda dashed as soon as he finished his sentence while thinking, the sooner I finish the fight, the fast I get away from Zabuza with my balls intact. Yamato and Maeda started off with taijutsu while Naruto was watching them intently waiting for Yamato's signal. Yamato came up with some codes between them because it helped Naruto to intervene accordingly while giving him a bit insight about the enemy. As a backup to other shinobi teams, it helps a lot. You are one talented guy out for blood, it seems. Too bad. Yamato told his opponent with a stern voice. Gotcha, Naruto thought to himself. The code was that when Yamato would talk to any guy about their skills, depending on the word it varied. Here the word talent meant this guy was a fresh jonin but had skills. The word blood meant color red, which meant he was an A-rank ninja, but here it seemed this guy was borderline A. And when Yamato said too bad, it meant this guy had a bloodline. Bloodlines were always bad news. At the bridge, Kakashi was cursing himself. He was stuck with Zabuza while Sasuke and Sai were fighting a masked nin, but the problem was the masked nin got Hayaten and looked more experienced than his students. He had to finish his fight with Zabuza fast cause for some reason he knew that his backup team would be arriving a bit late this time. As for Sasuke, he was pissed. No scratch that, he was livid. He and Sai just couldn't mix no matter what they do. The opponent they were fighting was an ice user, a very strong bloodline. The person was a boy wearing a green haori with white trimmings with a long scratched mask. His hair was gathered in a white bun holder, while 2 locks of his hair fell loose framing his face, bound with metal hair cuffs at the ends. His mask was blank with narrow eye holes and long diagonal scratch mark in the middle. Sai was strong, but both of their weakness was water and the opponent was using it quite well against them. Sai's ink beasts and Sasuke's fire attacks weren't doing anything. Move in. We take him down using taijutsu. Sasuke only hoped that it would work. After all, he couldn't keep eye on both of them on close range. Ice release. Demonic mirroring ice crystals. Oh fuck me. Back at Tazuna's place, Inari was staring down at the thugs that were holding his mom. Flashback. I am sorry, Naruto-san. Inari told Naruto. It was the next day of their little outburst. After hearing from his sensei, Inari understood his life is painful, but there are other people like him. Some had it worse. Nah, it's okay, Inari. I am sorry as well. Shouldn't have blown my tops like that. Naruto smiled at the kid. Seeing Inari relaxing his posture, he continued. But I have one advice to you, Inari. Don't run away from your fears. You still have your loving mother and courageous grandfather. Cherish them, protect them. Don't lose them. Saying his part, Naruto ruffled the boy's hair. Be strong. Flashback ends. Let my mom go, Inari shouted. He was shaking while holding the knife, but he would be damned if he would let another of his precious person die. Look what we have here, a little brat trying to be hero. One thug smugly said. Don't touch my son. Tsunami cried. She looked at Inari. Run, Inari. No, I am not going to lose you too, Mom. I am not backing down. The moment Inari finished that, one vase and one picture behind him transformed into 2 Naruto. One grabbed Inari, closing his eyes, and shouted at Tsunami, close your eyes. Tsunami, thinking what dreadful thing might happen, closed her eyes. The thugs readied themselves, but before they could use the hostage card, they were thrown off by huge bleeding nose. In front them is the other Naruto clone who just used the infamous sexy no jutsu. A technique so strong that was able to throw off even Hokage. What were these mere punks could do against that? He also learned it the hard way not to use the jutsu while in front of women, so he told Tsunami to close her eyes. Okay, Inari, take your mom and go somewhere safe, Naruto said while letting the Inari go. Inari's eyes opened to see his mother safe and thugs are down. He looked at Naruto and smiled. Thanks, Naruto and I. With backup team. Earth release, earth flow spears. Steel release, impervious armor. The hardened earth spikes shattered when they touched the gray metal armor. Shit, the steel users from IWA are always asking for trouble. Yamato thought to himself. He couldn't go close range and his strong long-range attacks weren't working unless. He looked at Naruto and immediately Naruto made a cross sign with his hand while nodding his head upside down. meaning no one was in the vicinity and they could go all out. Guess time to bring in the big guns. Yamato jumped back and lured Maeda into more secluded area. For some reason, Maeda was rushing the fight, and it was working on Yamato's favor. Steel release, metal spears. Maeda threw long spikes at him, which came out from his hand. Wood release, wood locking wall. The wood wall stopped the spikes, but it did its main purpose, which is to surprise Maeda. That few seconds was enough for Naruto. Maeda's instinct kicked in, and he ducked just in time to dodge and super-fast lightning-charged kunai, but he had to dash to the right to dodge another one. But before he could even land, another kunai came and struck his leg. He hissed. Even with his armor, the kunai impaled deeper than his liking. He saw the genin sitting in front of him grinning. He saw red. With pure rage, he charged at Naruto, but when he was close enough, he heard the kid saying boom. Maeda didn't have enough time to react. He got the full force of the blast, but his armor took most of the damage. He wasn't injured, but it left him dazed. "Take that, shadow clone, explosion version," said Naruto while coming out from the place where the last kunai was thrown from. Wood release, tree bind flourishing burial. Naruto just gave Yamato enough time to finish the battle. Strong dense wood came from the ground and bound Maeda. No point struggling. The wood is going to sap your chakra. You put more chakra, it is going to sap faster, Yamato said while trying to catch his breath. Naruto rushed to support his sensei. Didn't know the Konoha had another wood user, so what now? I don't think you two are fast enough to catch up with your other teammates. Maeda grinned, even though he knew he was done for. But if he played his cards right, the Konoha Nins would dash to save their comrades, leaving him alone. Well, who said I was here in the first place? Naruto grinned, then poof. Back with Team 7. Sasuke was panting hard, and Sai was down. He got hit by too many senbons. They were heavily outmatched, be it jutsu or tactics. On the good side, he just awakened his Sharingan, but he was having doubts if he was going to live through this. Suddenly a kunai came inside the dome between the mirror space and poof. Naruto Uzumaki, at your... Naruto looked around to see Sai was down, but alive, and Sasuke was barely up. Crap, I am late. Before anyone can retort, Naruto took out something from his pocket quickly. Guess I have to act fast. With that, he dropped whatever he had in his hand. Suddenly, whole dome was covered with thick smoke. Smoke bombs, the masked Nin thought. After a while, the smoke cleared, but there was no sign of Sai or Sasuke. What did you do? Magic. Naruto waved his fingers in a childlike manner. What Naruto really did was, as soon as he dropped the bombs, he created 4 shadow clones. 2 carried Sai and Sasuke to the end of the dome, while the other 2 hinged into kunai and was thrown outside of the dome through the space between mirrors. Getting out of the dome, the clones changed back and got close to the other side of the frozen wall and used Kawarimi with Sai and Sasuke. After that, they did the same way to get 2 more clones out, who took Sai and Sasuke near Sakura and Tazuna, away from the battlefield. You really care about those that are precious to you. Hearing that, Naruto just tilted his head. I am their backup, punk. It is my job to protect my comrades. Now come, let's fight. Naruto drew his swords fast enough to block the barrage of senbons, but few went past his guard and hit him. By the looks of it, he figured that his opponent was going to keep it like that. If it was a battle of stamina, any other time he would have won, but right now he knew he didn't have the time for that. He had to draw the Hayaten user out of his mirrors. Please, stop fighting. I don't want to kill unnecessarily. Stop bitching, will ya? Shadow Clone Jutsu. Creating 10 shadow clones, he commanded. Wall formation. Hearing that all the clones formed a wall around him, some stand on the shoulders of other to make sure even real Naruto's head was covered. The masked Nin was surprised as well, but suddenly saw there was light coming inside of clone wall. Whatever it is, it won't be good. With that, he bombarded the clones with senbons. But suddenly the clones made way for real Naruto. Eat this, twin moon storm style, crescent moon. A huge lightning-powered white energy wave came from Naruto's sword. A/N. Kind of like wide white-colored Getsuga Tenso. From where the masked Nin was, it really looked like a crescent moon with a bit lightning flare in it. The energy wave shattered the mirrors it hit. Not liking what he saw, he dashed towards Naruto with a kunai to finish the battle fast. Gotcha, Naruto said without even looking. To the ice user's surprise, lots of pebble and shuriken here, and they're transformed into Naruto. Before he could even land, two Naruto came back and tried to grab him from two different sides. One came low and one high. His open option was jumping, which he did, but no sooner he saw one clone bend down and another used him as a step tool to jump to catch up, and before he could do anything, to his surprise, the clone in front spewed water at him to catch him off guard, while real Naruto used the midair clone as another stepping tool to go higher than him. He flipped his body in front and shouted, "Uzumaki style, Mirage takedown." With that, the real Naruto brought his foot down directly at his head. The masked Nin didn't saw that coming at all. He was shot down, but before he could even touch the ground, two clones from different side shoulder tackled him, instantly taking him out, but also making sure that the masked Nin didn't break his neck by hitting the ground. Naruto safely landed and went beside the masked Nin to see if he was alive. After that, he looked at his swords. There were too many cracks. He hated this. His technique was good, and he could use few times, but his swords couldn't handle the power, causing them to crack on the first shot, making them useless. Soon the ice started breaking apart, indirectly declaring him the winner. But it was short-lived when he heard the explosion. Other part of the bridge. When Zabuza saw his accomplice got defeated and he got caught by Kakashi, he was sure it was over. But before Kakashi could pierce him with his Raikiri, both of them were blown off by an explosion nearby. "You missed, idiot," Gato hissed. "Sorry, boss. It is hard to aim with all the mist," one of his goon replied. "Gato," Zabuza spat. The explosion was too close, and it almost took both him and Kakashi out. "Sorry, Zabuza, but I didn't intend to pay you from the beginning. Too much hassle for my taste. Also, your bounty is kinda high, so it is more profitable for me to just dispose of you. Sick 'em, boys." But before any of the thugs did anything, Naruto jumped in front of them. "Stop, evildoers, for you shall be punished for your crimes," Naruto shouted while doing his favorite pose. "Naruto, it isn't time to act like this. Fall back," Kakashi ordered. He doesn't know if even he can hold off all of them with his current condition. "Look at the kid. Go run back to your mama, brat. All of you guys are outnumbered." One of the thugs laughed at him. "Outnumbered? Me? Preposterous." Naruto laughed manically, making everyone's sweat dropped. Multi-shadow clone jutsu. The whole area was filled with over hundreds of Naruto. "Krawao arch," Naruto roared. All the clones took out their kunai, shuriken, wooden stick, anything sharp they have, or they could find, and charged. Against a seasoned ninja, this clones wouldn't be much of a problem, as one hit could dispel them, but against thugs who didn't know much about hardcore battles, it was enough. The clones kept on pushing, but slowly they were being pushed back. Kakashi and Zabuza made a truce and were helping, but Naruto knew they couldn't keep it up. To kill a snake, one has to take out the head. He signaled his clones to make a way for him, and as soon as a clear way was made, Uzumaki style, piercing phantom arrow one-shot version, he channeled all his leftover chakra into the kunai and threw it with all his remaining might. Gato didn't even see what hit him. Before Naruto became unconscious, he heard Yamato's voice and villagers shout, "Another typical day of my life." Unknown place. Maeda couldn't believe his luck. After his bluff that Gato might come with all his men, there was an explosion which solidified his theory. The wood users left him thinking he wouldn't be able to get out of there anytime soon. "Damn, I had to use Iron Tower to get out. Now I have to lay low for a while." But before he could continue running, suddenly, he felt all his chakra leaving his body. He fell to the ground, but he couldn't stand up, as if the ground was restricting him. He heard someone behind him, but for some reason, he didn't want to look back. 3 down, 3 more to go. No one heard the lone screaming. Naruto woke up groaning. "Damn, I feel like just head-butted Kyubi," he thought to himself while rubbing his head. "Glad to see you're up," Yamato said while reading the book about Bloodline. "How long was I out?" Naruto asked as he got up to get ready. "1 day. Let's go, I will tell you what happened on the way," Yamato told his apprentice while he got up as well. When he got out of the room, Naruto noticed he was upstairs in Tezuna's house, but as soon as he came down, he was met with Inari by the infamous tackle hug. He made out only 3 words of Inari's exciting babbling: "Hero, save, and thank you." After settling down Inari, he figured out that the village was going to throw a celebration party the day after for their liberation, where most of the villagers were involved, and they were more than welcomed. Naruto and Yamato went to meet Kakashi, Zabuza, and his accomplice. What Naruto heard from Yamato that the metal guy escaped after Yamato left him, and he truly wasn't working for Zabuza, nor did the Demon Brothers. Only the guy he fought back at the bridge. He was also informed that Team 7 would be guarding the bridge and Tazuna, although there were no chances of Tazuna getting attacked, but they were not taking any risks. They were to meet with Zabuza cause after Gato's betrayal there was no reason for them to continue fighting, so they stopped their battle. Moreover, Zabuza also helped out to hold back the thugs. According to Kakashi, this meeting was just a mean to say their farewell. At the meeting place, Naruto and Yamato came to their meeting place to find Zabuza looking at Kakashi with sympathy, who was weeping at some frozen pieces of a book. Seeing them arriving, Zabuza shook his head. Finally, the brat is here. There, go ahead. Zabuza motioned the masked Nin. Naruto-san, nice to meet you again. I hope you don't hold a grudge about what happened before. Masked Nin asked in a deep voice. Nah, it's cool. So what are you guys going to do now? Naruto asked. Before that, can I ask you why you didn't kill me? Masked Nin inquired. Seeing Naruto's expression, he explained. When you used your taijutsu technique, I was heading for the ground head first. If I had hit like that, surely my neck would have broken, but one of your clone interfered by tackling me sideways. All that, because you didn't harm my comrades that bad. You were always giving me chances, and I am sure you went easy on them as well. So why kill you when I can just knock you out? Naruto answered as a matter of fact. Masked Nin was stunned at his response. He just said, thank you. Done? Now let's go. We wasted enough time as it is, and we don't have Rio. Not a single fucking Rio. Zabuza grumbled out. What do you mean? Naruto asked curiously. What I mean, brat, that after all the shit that we went through, I don't have any single Rio with me, and now I have to go find other jobs to raise funds. Zabuza barked. He was not having a good day. Why don't you loot Gato's hideout then? He looked like someone who would have tons of cash and shit in his hideout. Naruto simply stated. Everyone moved their heads and looked at Naruto with a blank face. Few hours later. So what are we doing here again? Naruto asked his sensei. Currently he, Yamato, Zabuza, and his partner were hiding in front of Gato's hideout. They, pointing towards Zabuza, and his accomplice Yamato started explaining. Want to rob the place, and we are here on an unofficial C-rank mission from Wave to find anything useful for them. They will mark it down, and later we'll send our payments. Naruto shook his head and just asked one thing. Do you want to do it the subtle way or the Naruto way? Let's see the Naruto way, Zabuza said with a smirk. Before Yamato could protest, Naruto grinned and charged, yelling his favorite jutsu. Multi-shadow clone jutsu. An hour later. This is great. Zabuza was having a field day. When they came, it was already chaotic here after the news of Gato's demise, but when the remaining thugs saw the sea of clones attack them with a laughing Zabuza, shit just got worse. They finished of the rest of the thugs. They were relieved when they saw Gato's main vault room was unharmed. Opening it wasn't that hard for them, but what they found there surprised them. Rio and expensive objects were there, true, as well as some documents of importance to their guests, but what shocked them was there were some ninja items as well, and from the look of it, they were quite rare ones too. One item caught Naruto's attention, which was a silver locket with Uzumaki symbol in it. He looked at Yamato for confirmation, and when he got it, he took it and shoved it in his pocket. Wow, this place is stacked. Guess it was worthwhile after all. Zabuza grinned. You know the deal, Zabuza. Some of it we are taking for the Wave. I am pretty sure they do belong to them. Yamato said sternly. Zabuza just waved him off. Even half of this place was more than he thought. Why don't you just take over the business as well? Naruto asked while he was inspecting a taijutsu scroll. He couldn't actually understand what it was, but by the looks of it, it looked like something certain someone could use. Zabuza slowly turned to him. What? Without looking at him, Naruto pressed on. I mean, Gato is dead, and last I heard, he was some kind of multi-millionaire pig or something and had a big business. Why not just take over the damn business? If you can't maintain it properly, just give it to any trustworthy people and share the profit or whatever. I am sure you will make better use of it than that puny bastard. He pocketed the scroll and turned around. If that pighead can do it, I am sure anyone can. Few moments later, Naruto's face was turning from blue to purple. Why? Because Zabuza got him in a headlock and was pulling hard on his side while Yamato got him by the leg pulling on the opposite side. Give me the boy. He will be the salvation of Kiri. Can't. Hell no. He is my student. I ain't giving you shit. Breath, air. Go fuck yourself, you tree-hugging monkey. Save. Suck on your sword, baby demon. Mommy, daddy. After a while, Zabuza was growling while pulling out the Cinnabons from his butt cheek. Zabuza-sama, you shouldn't try to get stuffs, looking at Naruto, or people like that. The masked nin chided. Zabuza waved him off. Meanwhile, Yamato was trying to bring Naruto back to the conscious land. What happened? I saw a white light, and two figures were calling me. Naruto said in a dazed expression. Nothing, Naruto, just a bad dream. Yamato answered quickly. Zabuza just smirked and looked at the documents. It was more than enough now. He knew he wasn't the type to do this kind of stuffs, but if it was that person, maintaining the millionaire business might be possible. And with all of these other plans would advance faster than they predicted. But he had to make the next move. He didn't want it to be like that last time. Remove the mask, Zabuza said to his accomplice, more like as an order. The Hayaten user was surprised, but removed the mask. Haku, Naruto asked surprised. With Team 7. The bridge was almost done. Even with all the cheering, Team 7 wasn't in very good mood. Sakura was sighing because she didn't contribute much in this mission. Sai was because he didn't get enough info on either Naruto or the missing nins. Sasuke because he realized even with the Sharingan he still had a long way to go. The crushing defeat put a bad taste on his mouth. Kakashi-sensei, why did you let Zabuza and his accomplice go? Sakura asked. You were not in the front line, Sakura. Zabuza helped keeping the thugs in bay with me and Naruto before the villagers came. So I just can't backstab him after that. Kakashi explained. We should have removed them. They are missing Nin and they might cause problems for Konoha later. Sai said as if he was reading an instruction. Pray tell me who told you that? Cause as far as I remember, neither I nor the academy teaches that way. Kakashi said in sing-sang voice, already knowing the answer. Sai shut up, knowing not to agitate his sensei any more than he already did. Back with Naruto. So you use Haku as to gather information on her normal self. While on combat, she dresses as a boy to either help you directly or act as a hunter nin to get you out of trouble. Yamato summarized the information then asked, but why are you telling us all that? For the past hour, Zabuza explained how did he and Haku met and how did they operate together. Haku was a girl with a kind nature, and for that Zabuza usually wouldn't order her to intervene with their missions directly. It was either by acting like a normal girl, she would gather information, or wearing hunter nin mask with same getup, she would save Zabuza from tight spots. But if things would go really bad, then she would fight directly using her other mask. So that you can take her with you, Zabuza said with a grim voice. What? All three shouted in unison, but before they could retort, he gestured them to stop and listen first. He looked at Haku. Haku, with all of these I have right now, I will meet with the main rebellion forces and things will start getting ugly for sure. Last time I lost too many of my friends and comrades when our assassination attempt on the Mizukage in the coup d'etat failed. As a shinobi, you don't know when you will die, but if you come with me, Haku, the risk is higher cause of your bloodline. I don't want to risk losing my daughter. Haku sobbed and ran to hug Zabuza, who returned her hug and started stroking her hair. But if she comes with us, you know, she would have to be a leaf shinobi. And there is her record of helping you. Yamato asked, not sure where this was going. Well, as far as I am concerned, a boy who is Hayaten helped me, not a girl who is good with water jutsu. Just keep her bloodline a secret for now, and tell those who you can truly trust. Zabuza said, but everyone understood the request he was implying. Hell yeah, we will take care of Hakone, and she can join our group Databeo. Naruto grinned. Everyone was looking at him like he grew a second head. I like this kid, Zabuza said with even bigger grin. Haku was stunned. Naruto just called her Hakone, and Zabuza declared her as his daughter. This day was getting better and better for her, except for Zabuza's leaving part. Naruto, things are not easy. I won't prank Umbu anymore. Zabuza, Don't worry, we will take care of Haku, and it will be good to have a level-headed shinobi in my team for once. Yamato said in a very, very sincere voice. Naruto snorted but didn't say anything. Take care of yourself, Haku. Zabuza stroked Haku's hair one last time and then motioned Naruto to come to him. In the village, Yamato and Naruto decided to tell Kakashi about Haku, and later they would tell Sandaime. For now, they were going with the guard bluff that Haku was a Genin-level ninja who unwillingly served and guarded Gato, and after hearing his death, she wanted a clean start. Sakura didn't have any thought about it. Sai assumed that it was a normal procedure, but Sasuke felt something wrong. When he was practicing to keep his Sharingan up for a long time, he saw Haku's chakra, and it felt similar to the masked Nin, but seeing no one was making any fuss, he decided to keep quiet for now. The Konoha shinobis decided that with everything completely done, and they should be heading back. You will be coming back, right, Inari-san? Inari sobbed. Of course, but you better be stronger, Inari. Naruto laughed while ruffling Inari's hair. Saying their goodbye, they started to head back. So what should we name our bridge now? Tazuna asked his villagers. Maybe the Great Super Tazuna Bridge. His reply was an awkward silence. Fine. How about naming after our hero? The Great Naruto Bridge. Hearing that, everyone shouted in approval. Hokage Tower. The way back to Konoha wasn't bad. Team 7 kept to themselves while Naruto was talking non-stop with Haku, and she seemed to enjoy that. And after reaching Konoha, they went straight to the Hokage office. Giving the normal brief, Kakashi dismissed his team and stayed back for the second briefing. So Haku here is an apprentice of Zabuza, an A-rank missing Nin, while holding Hayaten, a rare bloodline. And she wants asylum here in Konoha for safety cause Zabuza is going to make bigger problem now in Kiri, if I am not mistaken. Tell me if I got everything right. The old Hokage sighed while rubbing his forehead. Hokage-sama, Haku here is a talented person, and for the time being we decided it is better that her bloodline is hidden for now until we have everything solidified so that some unwanted people can't cause trouble. And it would be best if Haku joins our team. Yamato insisted. So what about you, Haku? Say if Kiri is in trouble, who would you choose? Konoha or Kiri? Hokage asked to test Haku's loyalty. Hokage-sama, I don't have any good memories or attachment in Kiri. And if Konoha can give me people that can become my precious ones, then I would die for Konoha. Hokage relaxed. But Hokage-sama, if I hear Zabuza-sama is in trouble, I would like to help him at any cost. Rest assured I would take any necessary punishment for doing so, and I would rather die than to sell any Konoha's secrets. Haku finished with a determined voice. Hiruzen started thinking what would be the best course of action. Naruto sighed. Guess he has to pull one of his trump cards. If you let Haku join my team, I won't prank Umbu for 4 months. Hokage jumped from his seat. Make it 6 months and you got yourself a deal. Naruto just waved his hand showing he was okay with it, but didn't show his usual jumpy attitude. Hiruzen was saddened but didn't show it on the outside. After that incident, he tried to crack a joke once in a while to see Naruto laugh, but never got the reaction he wanted. He really missed Naruto's smile and his hearty attitude. Alright, Jin and Haku will be joining the backup team under Yamato's command. Hokage started writing some document and gave it to Yamato. Yamato read it and looked at Haku. Welcome to the backup team. Thank you for letting Haku to stay with Naruto. Yamato said sincerely. They both seemed to view each other as a family. Besides, after all the hardships that kid went through, he deserves every bit of happiness he can get. Hiruzen said while smoking through his pipe. I just hope Naruto forgives this old man for his incompetence to do anymore. Though he whispered the last part only for himself. What about them? Yamato asked in a serious voice. Hiruzen put his pipe down and thought about it for a while before continuing. Do what Zabuza said. The girl knows Hayaton, so she must be good in water element. Teach her more in that particular area. The only person that may find out something about Haku is Danzo, because of Sai, which may cause problems if we don't handle it appropriately. So make sure Haku doesn't use anything that she used on the last battle, and if possible try to tell her not to use her senbons too much either. Her bloodline can't be kept secret forever, but it is better if that part is told sometime later when she is more prepared. Hiruzen explained. Sometimes he wondered if his elders were meant to hamper his work rather than to help him. Maybe he ought to find some replacement for them. Sooner the better. Thank you. I will tell Haku about it. Also, can we take a week off, Sandame-sama? Haku has to adjust with our team first, and it might take a while. Yamato pointed out. Sure, they need a break after a long A-rank mission. Hiruzen agreed. With Naruto. Naruto-kun, when was the last time you cleaned this place? Haku sighed. Everywhere it was the same for her. Even while traveling with Zabuza, he would leave everything to her except the killing and maiming part. Naruto laughed nervously while stroking his hair on the back. He was glad that Hokage let Haku to stay with him as he really needed some company at home. Sure, training with friends and sensei is fun, but at the end when he returned home it reminded him of what he was missing. Don't worry, Hakone. I will clean this up in a jiffy. Shadow Clone Jutsu. 3 clones popped into existence. Alright guys, go start cleaning the place. One of you go and get a futon, but be sure to henge yourself. Naruto ordered out. The clones made a mock salute gesture and ran to do their parts. I will help Naruto-kun. I am used to this, so don't worry. With that, Haku started helping the clones, but it was more her ordering the around the clones. By the way, Naruto-kun, what was all the pranking the Umbu about? Naruto scratched his head sheepishly. He really didn't know how Haku would take it. Well, me and my friend thought it would be good for my infiltration and sensing skills. Naruto replied, looking rather embarrassed. But seeing Haku's confused face, he knew that he had to elaborate further. It is nothing dangerous, and I don't go inside more restricted areas. All I do is just to get inside Umbu's bases without getting noticed and pranking them. It will mostly be something like coloring their cloths or switching the toilet signs. Harmless pranks, if I might add. It helps a lot for my stealth training, and the best part is that everyone knows it is me, but they don't have proof. Naruto finished while laughing, trying to sound like an evil mastermind. You wear orange, and your hair color is blonde, and you are telling me that Konoha's Umbu can't capture you? Haku deadpanned. Ah, that is a trade secret, my dear Hakone. Naruto replied, while waving his index finger. He chuckled inwardly, remembering how it all started. Flashback. So after painting the Hokage's faces, I was able to keep them off my ass for 2 whole hours until Irika-sensei caught me. Naruto explained his last grand prank enthusiastically. It does sound quite amusing, especially the fact that you were wearing all orange and still lasted that long. Reiju chuckled. Naruto beamed up. From time to time, both of them would just sit around and talk about themselves. Naruto really cherished these moments. So when are you going to strike next? Reiju asked, smirking. I wish I could, but now that I am Genin, it won't be a good idea. Naruto pouted. Reiju thought for a while. From what he learned after hearing Naruto's stories, that he was quite good at pranking and usually didn't get caught immediately, meaning he knew how to infiltrate and keep himself hidden for quite some time. Reiju grinned. The kid knew lots of good ninja skills, but used them only for pranking, and in real ninja missions he was like a brawler or more like a hot-headed fighter. Reiju looked at Naruto and thought for a minute if he could use this to train Naruto. Why not keep pranking but target higher? It was quite a show before, but now with the ninja skills and jutsu you have, your pranking will be more amusing. Reiju baited. Really? Naruto jumped up. He looked at Reiju with excited, expecting eyes. Yes, continue pranking, but don't do it often. Plan it out and target high, strong places like Jonin Lounge, Umbu Base. Especially Umbu Base. But, Reiju sternly said before Naruto could say anything. Change your attire fully. Use your jutsus wisely. Observe the place you are going to strike, and make sure you left no evidence to trace the prank back to you. Wouldn't it be more fun if everyone knows who is doing the pranks, but no way to catch him? Reiju explained. Naruto's determined eyes answered everything. Reiju chuckled openly. Flashback ends. After that, Naruto made a special getup and used it only when he pranked. It was a normal Umbu attire, but the flak jacket and metal arm guards were dark gray, and it also had a hoodie to cover his head to hide his hair. He also used face mask to cover his whiskers and dark sunglasses to hide his eyes. All in all, it was the perfect getup for him to infiltrate any place. No one was able to catch him, except Irika, when he used to wear the Kill Me orange jumpsuit. Who the hell was going to catch him now that he wore the Dark Knight suit of his? Naruto shook his head while chuckling. Anything I should know? Haku said, smiling. Nah, just remembered something funny. Naruto replied back. So, I am to guess you use some super awesome jutsu to prank the Umbu? Haku smiled while ordering the clones to clean. I could get used to this. She thought to herself. Yeah, you are the one that has super awesome ice jutsu, the mirror of doom. Naruto exaggerated. It is not that strong, Naruto-kun, Haku giggled. It is a B-rank ice release area type jutsu. But you beat mine with yours, didn't you? Haku pointed out. What was that anyway? Oh, that reminds me now that you will be on our team, so I guess I should tell you that. Naruto leaned in with serious face. Haku was taken aback by the gesture, but she got serious and leaned in as well. You are in a super awesome team filled with super epic members. Naruto jumped back cheering. Haku looked at him and then face-bombed. With the outside clone. The clone just bought a new futon and some other necessary stuff, except cloths, for Haku. After Naruto found out that just by using Hinge he can buy stuffs at a normal rate. He used it regularly even though it hurt a bit every time seeing how people viewed him. Suddenly, the clone was pulled back from his thought by a voice. Hello Naruto-kun. How was your last mission? Hinata asked in a gentle voice. The clone looked at Hinata and lightened up. Why not come and ask the boss? He would be pissed if he learns that I talked to you and you didn't come after that. The clone shivered a bit. A pissed of Naruto was someone no one should tread lightly if especially Hinata was involved. Prime example, Niji the arrogant, fate-whipped bitch. Sure, Naruto-kun. By the way, what are all those stuffs you are carrying? Hinata asked. Well you see. Sometime later. I wonder, do you even clean your place at all? Haku sighed when she put the last garbage bag out. Hey, for my defense, I always train, so usually don't have enough time. Naruto defended himself. What would you do if any girl would want to come at your place? Haku asked with a smirk. Before Naruto could reply, there was a knock on the door. I am getting that. Saying that, Haku went and opened the door to see Naruto's other clone with a girl. She had to admit to herself the girl was quite cute and beautiful, but for some reason, she looked a tad bit agitated. The clone went inside and dispelled himself. Moments later, Naruto came out and brightened up. From the clone's memory, he learned that Hinata knew about what happened back at Wave, at least the summarized version. Hey Hinata-chan, glad you came. I was going to introduce Hakune to my friends anyway. Looking at Haku, he continued. Hakune, this is Hinata-chan, a very close friend of mine. Hinata blushed after hearing Naruto's declaration, but she moved a bit closer to Naruto and took a hold of his jacket lightly, as if saying to Haku that Naruto belonged to her. Haku chuckled at the whole ordeal, but before she could talk to Hinata, Naruto beamed up. You want to hug me, Hinata-chan? Eep. Hinata squeaked when Naruto gave her a huge bear hug. Score. Naruto thought to himself while tightening his hug and stroking her hair with his cheek. But his happy moment didn't last long as he felt some stinging feeling in his hand. He took a look to see that some senbons hit his bicep. He growled at Haku and tightened his hug with Hinata. What the hell, Hakune? Haku didn't say anything but pointed at Hinata. Naruto picked her up a bit to look at her face to see she fainted while steams were coming out from her ears. Naruto just sighed. Why don't you put the poor girl down? Haku suggested, although she was enjoying the drama. Yeah, got it. Naruto picked Hinata up bridal style and cradled her body tighter while went around the house to put her in his bed. He could have just put her down in the sofa. It was closer. Haku just shook her head. Naruto-kun, go get some foods, please, and no clones. Haku suggested, but it sounded more like an order. Why? Naruto whined loudly. Because there is no decent food in here, and your friend there might be hungry, and I want to talk with her alone. Haku said firmly. Naruto just grunted and went out mumbling. Now as for you. Haku went to the kitchen and started looking for some smelling salt. After half an hour later, Naruto was seriously pissed. Chances like this didn't come often. He knew he just couldn't go and hugged Hinata anytime he wanted, but today he found an excuse to hug her, and Haku had to ruin it. She was so soft. Naruto giggled to himself. Damn, control man. Control. Well, at least he could spend the whole day with her today. He wanted to run there, but with all the food he was carrying, he just jogged for now. He could use Shadow Clone, but Yamato warned him not to use that too much on public places. He also got some cinnamon bun as an apology for Hinata. Maybe he could ask her to come and train with him and Haku. Oh, the possibilities. Unbeknownst to him, Sakura and Ino were talking in front of the same road. When Sakura saw Naruto, she just rolled her eyes and told Ino, "Here we go again. The baka is going to ask for another date." Ino just giggled a bit, but you have to admit he looks a bit cooler now. Sakura looked at Ino with a raised eyebrow. "Hey girls, how are you doing?" Naruto asked when he saw them, but before he could say any more, Sakura raised her hand. "No, Naruto, I am not going on a date with you. Even you buy sweet stuffs for me," Sakura said in an annoyed voice. Naruto narrowed his eyes. "Sorry, Sakura. I didn't come to ask you out, and this is not for you." "Sheesh." Naruto replied back with an annoyed voice as well, and just walked past them. The girls were dumbfounded at his response. "Did Naruto just shove you aside, Sakura?" Ino asked in a surprised tone. Sakura didn't know what to say. Naruto just kept grumbling all the way till he reached his apartment. He opened his door only to hear some giggling. Much to his confusion, he put the stuffs and went to the kitchen to see Hinata and Haku were talking animatedly and giggling to themselves as if they were best friends. Hearing the sound, both girls looked back to see the blonde staring at them. "Did you bring the food?" Haku asked. Naruto looked at her. "How long was I out?" "Next day." "Come on, don't tell me you were still grumpy about yesterday," Haku said with a fake apologetic tone. Naruto looked at her with narrowed eyes and just grumbled some incoherent words. Right now, they were at training ground 15, waiting for their sensei. But the reason Naruto was very pissed because yesterday after he reached home, Hinata just talked to him for a few moments and went back to her place. She did say that she would come to train with them today, but he knew something happened between her and Haku, but when he asked, all she said was that they had some girl talk, that's all. Haku smirked a bit. Yesterday, after waking Hinata up with the help of the smelling salt, they did have a girl-to-girl talk, but Naruto didn't need to know the subject of their discussion. Flashback. So, let me get this straight. You don't want to ask Naruto-kun out because you are afraid he might reject you because you think he likes this other girl named Sakura. Haku summarized what they talked about for the last 10 minutes. After they got the facts straight that Haku saw Naruto as a brother, they got on well together. "Haku-san, I liked him for a long time, but just recently he seemed to care for me as a really good friend, and I know it may cross the line sometime in the future, but I don't want to push it for now," Hinata replied dejectedly. "The way he was feeling you up told me otherwise." Haku thought to herself, "You know he cares for you a lot, right?" Seeing Hinata nodding her head slightly, Haku continued, "So why don't you make sure he is the one to ask you out first?" Haku grinned. Hinata snapped her head towards her. How? Haku laughed. "All you got to do is..." Flashback ends. They decided that Hinata would play hard to get with Naruto until he cracks, and knowing him, he would just flatly ask her out. Haku looked at Naruto, who was torturing a leaf with a kunai. "By the looks of it, I will be surprised if he can survive this till the end of the week," Haku thought to herself. After 5 minutes later, Yamato came, who just looked questionably at Naruto, then at Haku, who just shrugged. Yamato coughed to get Naruto's attention, which did. "Now once again, welcome to the backup team, Haku. Usually we as a Genin team tend to do D-rank missions and sometimes C-rank mission, but after the unfortunate mishap on our last C-rank mission," Haku blushed slightly. "Sandame-sama thought that we could use a break to take a rest as well as to work on our team formation." Hearing that, Naruto's mood brightened a bit. "So it is for the best if we should start early. But first of all, Haku, you need to follow some precautions for your own safety, if I must say." Haku was confused, but nodded her head anyway. "First, you can't use your bloodline for the time being like Zabuza said, at least not out in the open. Don't worry, it is not like in Kiri. Just some safety measures against some dangerous people." Haku released a breath of relief. "For now, you have to rely on your water release, which I will supervise to make it stronger, and unless it is an emergency situation, do not use your bloodline or your needles so that no one can trace them back to the masked Nin you used to be. If you want to train your ice release, tell me beforehand so we could go to more secluded place for that," Yamato explained. "Yeah, welcome to one of the most awesome team ever," Naruto said while feeling a bit better. Moping the floor around wouldn't do any good for him. He would just try to spend more time with her now that he had a break. Seeing Haku didn't take him seriously, he pouted. "Really, we are an awesome team. Yamato-sensei, can I tell her?" Yamato laughed a bit and nodded. "Hakane, Yamato-sensei got would release bloodline. You got ice release bloodline, and last, but not least, I got the best, the storm release. Haku's I became as wide as a dinner plate. Every one of her team had a bloodline, and all of those were rare elemental ones as well. That reminds me. Here, Naruto, your swords. I bought new ones because the old ones are beyond repairing. Please try to take care of these. Yamato rubbed his forehead. Hey, it is not my fault that my jutsu is awesome. Naruto snorted. Wait, when did your swords broke? Haku asked confusedly. Oh, that. It was when I used the jutsu to beat your horror mirror. Naruto said idly. What was that anyway? Haku remembered that jutsu too well, but she didn't quite get what the jutsu was. Simple actually. I combined my kenjutsu technique with storm release. I pump my swords with lightning chakra, and then at the last moment I use a kenjutsu technique and release a water wave, which while passing through my lightning charged swords combines with the lightning and creates a dense thunder-based energy beam. Cool, isn't it? Naruto explained gleefully. I would say it is a high A rank jutsu with lots of drawbacks. Yamato gave his opinion as well. Hey, not my fault. If the swords were high quality, I can just pump up lightning chakra fast instead of doing it slowly, so the swords don't explode in my face. And you know I can throw that jutsu few times within a short span of time. Naruto pouted. Yamato just waved him off. Wow, it really is an amazing jutsu. No wonder it beat my demonic mirror because it was only high B rank. Haku stated her opinion. Enough with the small talks for now, guys. We should start training fast. We got a break for 1 week, and each day of the week I will come and train you guys till noon or afternoon. What are you going to do after that is all up to you. But if you need my help after the timeline, feel free to ask me. Both of his genin nodded. He smiled at that. Okay, for now, Naruto, you know what you have to do. Yes, I learned that this lightning exercise is not about getting more experience. It is more about concentration, so I will do it myself rather than using the clones. Yamato smirked hearing that. But I will make some clones so that they can do the first level of water release exercise. Yamato nodded. Okay, I will make one shadow clone that will go with you. You need to be in a quiet place to concentrate on your exercise. Rest of your clones will follow me and Haku. Both of us will be training near the waterfall. Moreover, I need to tell Haku about our codes and team tactics. And also, looking at Haku, he continued, I will need to evaluate your skills myself to see where you stand. Hi, Sensei. Haku replied with a serious tone as well. Zabuza gave her another chance, and she wouldn't let him down. All right, let's begin. Later that day, the time to keep the light going increased by 2 minutes. So now for full 7 minutes Naruto can balance his lightning chakra perfectly. He smirked seeing his own accomplishment and went back to meet his other teammates with Yamato's clone. His smirk widened when he saw Hinata was there, and by the looks of it, she just arrived. Hey Hinata-chan, how are you doing? Naruto practically flew through the training ground and came close to Hinata. Hinata blushed seeing Naruto's eagerness to meet her. Hello Naruto-kun, I am doing fine. You look tired. A bulb just lit above Naruto's head. Yo, I kinda am. So wanna come and grab lunch together? Don't worry about that. Haku came smirking. When she saw both of them, she asked Yamato if they could take a break for now. I made lunch for today. We can all share, right Yamato-sensei? Yamato, not getting what was going on, replied back. You sure we all can have lunch here? Naruto hit the ground face first. Seeing that Haku's smirk widened and Hinata giggled inwardly. Yamato just looked at all of them confusedly. Did I miss something? With Haku. Haku moved the curtains to let the morning light in. She looked out to see the streets of Konoha. It was so different from her birthplace. She remembered living on the streets, trying to survive any way she could. The only reason she didn't meet her tragic end was because she took his hand. Even though he told her that all he wanted was an obedient weapon, she knew better. It wasn't hard to see because of the way he treated her. Shaking her head, she opened the window and looked back to see Naruto snoring. Even though the light was directly on his face, it didn't bother him at all, although he was moving around too much. When she turned her head, her gaze fell onto her new headband. She really liked her new super awesome team, which was known as the backup team. She looked back at Naruto and wondered where he got all his energy from. She briefly wondered if that was how it felt to have an energetic younger brother. It didn't take long for Haku to get along well with Naruto and Yamato. Her sensei even showed her his bloodline, and she didn't know why, but for some reason it made her to bond well with them. Yamato did warn her, though, about not revealing her bloodline as it may complicate things. It was just fine like that, because she felt that she was being too dependent on her ice release. She wanted to start fresh, and her sensei was more than willing to help her on that. She was glad that Yamato took a break for their team. It was for her to get used to her new life, and also for her to get acquainted with civilians and shinobi of Konoha. The training was also a huge plus on her book. The last few days of the break, Naruto and Haku constantly trained from morning till afternoon, sometimes stretching the time to evening. Hinata with them most of the time at late noon. Haku looked at Naruto, who was groaning on his bed, and sighed. She just wished they would start dating already so the atmosphere would calm down. Admittedly, it was her fault for telling Hinata to play hard to get, but at least now Naruto was getting serious. At least she hoped he was. In the past week, Naruto introduced Haku to his other friends and his classmates. Most of them seemed to be good people. The thing was, staying with Zabuza made her to pick up few things onto how to categorize people. It may sound horrible to others, but they were shinobi. It was for everyone's sake. She learned it through experience. Ino and Sakura were more like fangirls than kunoichi. They should act more like Tenten and Hinata, who would always take their profession quite seriously. Lee was the energetic brawler type, like Naruto. Shino, Shikamaru, and Chuji were good, but they lacked spirit. Also, just meeting few times with Shikamaru made Haku to understand that he was the strategic type of guy. Kiba was the strong tracker type, but he was the type that was easy to provoke, and Haku could see he had a problem focusing around girls. Sai, Niji, and Sasuke were the problematic types. Haku knew they were strong. Two she faced herself, and the other she saw when he was sparring with his teammates. But their view on life and how they approach others was what worried Haku. She met a lot of shinobi like that on Kiri, and all of them met a tragic end. She wished they would see the fault on their lifestyle for their own sake. Haku looked at the clock and sighed. She went to Naruto, and without warning threw him from the bed. To Naruto's credit, he landed on his feet, but he had this crazy look on his face. Ramen? Hinata? Fight. We have training after half an hour. Haku rubbed her forehead. She felt sorry for Hinata. At least the first in Naruto's dream wasn't a person. Blink. Pause. You suck, Hakone. Later that night, Naruto stretched his body and he looked at the stormy sky. For some reason, the scenery in his mindscape felt better than the real place. To him, somehow it looked more fulfilling. He sighed again for the umpteenth time. You really need to sort this out, brat. Reiju chuckled lightly. Naruto grinned weakly. I know, but a little advice could help. I don't think that any advice I could give would be relevant to your current predicament. Reiju smiled and shook his head. Naruto mimicked him. He talked to Iruka about his irregular behavior around Hinata, who later told him that he was falling for the Hyuga heiress. But it confused him more, because if he was falling for Hinata, that what about his feeling Sakura? Iruka patiently explained to him the difference between them. After that, Naruto understood. He wanted Sakura's attention. He wanted her to treat him like how she treated Sasuke. He was starving for attention and wanted someone to notice him. At the end, it could have been anyone. But for Hinata, it was different. He already had her attention, but it wasn't enough. He wanted more. He wanted to get closer, much more closer to her. He couldn't describe these feelings well. And now that she wasn't giving him as much attention as before, it was irritating him. Iruka told him that was what it felt like to truly like someone. If it was before, he would have rushed to her and asked her out on a date, but this time it was different. Because he was scared. He was scared as there was a possibility that this may cost him the irreplaceable bond he already created with her. After all, he didn't know what she thought of him. Yes, she was kind to him, but that was her nature. He couldn't take it for granted. Naruto looked up at the moon. It resembled her so much that, so close yet so far. Honestly, I know what I should, but I am scared. Scared to take the next step. What if I mess up? Man up, Naruto. You are not someone who would back down. Where is the boy who wore the mask of the Thunder God to save one person? Where is the boy who didn't cower even when he was in front of Lord Raijin? Even when he was in front of me? Reiju bellowed in a thunderous voice. Naruto was taken aback. He dumbly looked at Reiju. Honestly, he was shaken to his core because of the sheer power of Reiju's voice. So you're gonna sit here and twiddle your fingers just because of what ifs? Reiju narrowed his eyes. Naruto stood straight. Hell no. Are you going to give up if she rejects you? Reiju smirked. Of course not. I will keep on trying till she bends. I will penetrate her defenses no matter how strong it is. Because this time I am not taking no for an answer, believe it. Naruto replied back with equal vigor. Reiju stopped and looked at Naruto with a blank face. What? Naruto also felt that something was wrong. Nothing. A pause. Naruto. Yep. You need to expand your vocabulary. Next day, Naruto stopped doing his lightning element training for a few days. With his troubled mind, it was hard to concentrate his lightning chakra. So for now, he was fully concentrating on his water elemental training, and so far it was going good, but rather slowly. Right now, he and Haku were doing light spar, even though Haku had more experience, but as usual, Naruto was cornering her with his bottomless stamina. Stop, that's enough. Yamato ordered his students. Every once in a while, he re-evaluated his students to make sure they know their weakness and strength and train accordingly. Haku, you need to build up your stamina. You are fast and precise, but the longer the fight goes on, your performance diminishes faster than I thought. For now, keep on training on physical exercises to fight longer. Your water release is better than I thought, so stick to taijutsu training. Yamato suggested, seeing Haku acknowledging that he moved to Naruto. Now as for you, Naruto, I don't know what is wrong, but you are not your usual self. If something is bothering you, I am willing to listen. Yamato offered. Something was definitely wrong, but the question was what? Nah, don't worry, sensei. I will take care of it myself. Naruto said with a cheeky grin, but his nervous eyes didn't fool Yamato. But knowing the kid, he knew it was better to let him solve his troubles by himself. Okay, if that's the case, I will hold on to your training report for now and tell you when you are feeling better. Guess this is the end for today's training. See you all. With that, Yamato left via Shunshin. Now all I have to do is to wait. Naruto thought to himself. Every day Hinata would come to train with them after doing missions, or rather chores with her team. And good thing her sensei was okay with that for now. Naruto sighed and sat down leaning on a tree. Few hours later, Hinata and Haku were training together on their taijutsu. For Hinata, she was using gentle fist, but more flexible way, and she wasn't using her chakra, just simple taijutsu to increase the power of the strikes, as well as to increase her battle stamina. And the same could be said for Haku. Naruto told them that he was fine training alone, but in truth, he was just waiting for Hinata to finish her training. And seeing that she was done, he rushed to her. Yo, Hinata-chan, you did great. Naruto smiled forcefully. He was never been so nervous in his life. Thank you, Naruto-kun. Hinata smiled brightly, but her eyes showed concern for him. He knew he can't hide against those all-seeing beautiful eyes. Hey, are you free tomorrow, Hinata-chan? Naruto cursed himself for his blunder. Hinata looked at her crush confusedly. He was probably going to ask her to train as usual, but why was he nervous? Yes, I am Naruto-kun. Is it about training? And no, not training. I was wondering if you would like to. I mean, if you are free, we can hang out together. Naruto almost bit his tongue. Hinata just tilted her head cutely. Haku was seeing all these from a bit far away, and she was having hard time to contain her laughter. How ironic it was that the confident boy was now a stuttering mess and asking the girl for a date while the shy girl was being oblivious to it. Yup, too damn funny. Like usual, right, Naruto-kun? Hinata implored. She had no clue what was going on. How could she? Every time Naruto would ask the same way to train with her or just to grab lunch. I mean, will he out with me? Naruto spoke so fast that he bit his tongue. Huh? Hinata asked. Haku thought it was best if she interfered, otherwise the conversation would go nowhere. Hinata-chan, Naruto-kun was asking if he could take you out on a date. Isn't that right, Naruto-kun? Haku said sweetly, but her smirk was obvious. Naruto just glared at her, but looked at Hinata and nodded. Sure, Naruto-kun. Hinata said smiling, but with her eyes closed. Oh yes. Tomorrow at 9. Meet you at Ichiraku's. With that, Naruto bolted. He had lots of planning to do. Haku laughed a bit and mentally praised herself. Naruto didn't last the week just like she thought. Well, guess the hard-to-get plan was successful. See, Hinata-chan. I told you he would be the first one to come at you if you follow the strategy. So girl, what is your plan? Haku asked Hinata cheerfully, but didn't receive any reply. She looked at Hinata to see she was still standing and smiling while making no motion of moving at all. Hinata-chan. Haku went close to see what was wrong. Hinata, what's wrong? Why OHSHIT? Hinata. She isn't breathing. Next morning. It was 7 in the morning. Naruto checked, double-checked, triple-checked the list of what he needed to do to make sure he didn't mess up the chance he finally got. Last night, he went to bed early. Well, he had to make a shadow clone to knock himself out cause he couldn't sleep being so nervous. But before that he made few shadow clones, and for some time, they read few great dating books, Dating Guide for Noobs, How to Woo Your Girlfriend, Ika Ika series, Gotta Catch 'Em All, and Ika Ika series, Capturing a Young Maiden's Heart. Now packed with all the wonderful and dirty. Asterisk useful knowledge, he knew what he had to do, but despite that he couldn't help but be nervous. Suddenly few clones came in and mock saluted him. Alright, place for date. Check. Gifts. Check. Flowers. Check. And self-dress up, looks at himself. Check, I guess. Okay guys, you know what you have to do, and do it fast and appropriately. He ordered his clones. Ready or not, here I come. My Tsukihime. For the first date, go to the meeting place an hour early. So taking the advice from the books, he reached Ichiraka's place at 8 sharp. He was nervous to boot, and why wouldn't he be? He asked the Princess of Konoha to a date, and he knew no matter how much he screwed up, Hinata wouldn't get mad. What if? Naruto's thought process stopped when he saw Hinata coming, and he didn't even have to wait more than 10 minutes. Hinata was wearing a short-sleeve amethyst shirt, and the top part was open enough to show her gifts from her mother, but only the idea of them, but not enough to broadcast them. She was wearing a medium-length white skirt that stopped at her knees with blue flowers decorating the skirt. The skirt itself was also slid on 2 sides of her legs all the way up to just before hitting her thighs, showing her thin pair of light blue shorts, which she wore underneath. The skirts revealed some of her legs while highlighting her curves, showing she had the figure that most girls would die for to have. Naruto was stunned. He knew he had to greet and compliment her, but his brain took the perfect time to shut down itself. Hinata giggled seeing Naruto's expression as his face said it all of what he was thinking about her. She blushed prettily when she saw that with a wide mouth and a crimson face, Naruto was checking her out rather openly. But she got to admit Naruto was looking quite good himself as he was wearing a long-sleeve red shirt with hat the ends of each sleeve, and at the bottom of the shirt was black flames. The shirt itself was buttoned up, but few were unbuttoned from the top down, showing Naruto's net shirt and revealing his firm chest with lean muscle. His pants were black with red flames at the top of the pants and at the bottoms of each pants leg. Both his pants and shirt were light enough and thin enough to not be skin-tight, but also to allow mobility. Good morning, Naruto-kun. You are looking great today, Hinata said meekly. Ah, Naruto shouted in his mind. Brain. Work. You looking hot too, and good morning. Fuck. Naruto wanted to bang his head, meanwhile Hinata was doing her best not to laugh. To her it was so cute of Naruto. To see that she could do so much to ever so confident Naruto was a boost to her self-confidence. Even Haku sent a letter in the early morning saying what Naruto did last night. She didn't say anything about the plan itself, only his nervous breakdown. I can still manage to save this date. Naruto panicky thought. Compliment the girl's looks. Messed up, moving on. Naruto snapped his finger, and suddenly Hinata found herself surrounded by Naruto's shadow clones, but the amazing part was all of them were kneeling while holding up various kinds of flowers, from lavender lisianthus to lavender roses. She even spotted some beautiful red hibiscus as well. From bystanders' point of view, that was one of the best romantic scenes they had seen, some even awed at them forgetting who was doing the deed. Hinata blushed fiercely. Thank you, Naruto-kun. They are beautiful. Naruto took one lavender rose and put it in Hinata's hair. In his mind, he was trying to remember what that particular flower symbolized, but nothing came out. Damn, what to do? Maybe that part from Ika Ika series, Gotta Catch 'Em All, will work. Don't worry, Hinata, they don't even hold a candle against your beauty, Naruto said cheekily while winking at her. Hinata had to do her best not to faint, but her blush increased fiercely, and she had to look down to avoid Naruto's intensive gaze. Give her flowers of her liking and be passionate about it. Pulled out perfectly. For the place of the date, it was quite hard to find a decent one as most of the restaurants would be harsh to him at least, which would most likely ruin the date. That's where Ika series, Capture a Young Maiden's Heart, helped him out by telling him that sometimes having an outside picnic for a date could replace the most exquisite restaurants if one knew where to have the picnic. And luckily for him, he knew the perfect place. Their previous academy had a private training ground, a beautiful field with waterfall, and it was the best place for taking Hinata there. Because from what she told him before that she really liked the place when she was a student, what he didn't know was that she liked the place because Naruto used to train there most of the time. But the problem was once in every few weeks one class would go and train there, being supervised by a teacher, and ominously for him, their date collided. But Lady Luck smiled at him, as this time the supervising teacher was Irika, although Irika didn't want to give him the field without a good reason, so he had to resort to make a deal with the devil, who gladly took care of the problem. Now he had the beautiful training field all to himself. Open your eyes, Hinata-chan. Hinata opened her eyes only to get shocked to see the amazing place. The training ground was filled with different kinds of purple to blue flowers, and in the middle there was a wooden table with bench, which was also nicely decorated. Beside it stood another Naruto who wore a pure white shirt with loose sleeves, closed on the right shoulder, with a fastener running down the right part of the chest, matching pants, with a black apron tied around his waist, and black shinobi sandals. Niji's outfit from Shippuden. Hinata pinched herself to see if she was dreaming or not because the place looks exactly like one of her dreams. Come on, Hinata-chan, let's enjoy ourselves. For eating, take her to a beautiful place. Mission accomplished. For Hinata, it was one of the best moments in her life. Naruto was treating her with utmost care and respect. Although it was quite funny to watch him try to act poetic one moment, and next he would act very passionate. But the best parts were the times when he was making mistakes. Even if it was a small one, he was acting as if it was the end of Konoha. Especially when the waiter Naruto would stumble with words as he was trying his best to mimic the high-class restaurant's waiters. The real Naruto would glare daggers at him. Cute. All these moments helped her to make up her mind. If Naruto asks her to be his girlfriend at the end of the date, she would gladly accept, if she didn't faint first. She was well aware of her newfound status in the village and all the proposals she was getting, but she could care less about any of those. My life, my choice, she thought with determination. After the wonderful lunch, they went around Konoha to relax and have fun. Hinata let Naruto take her wherever he wanted after seeing his determined look. They went to a dancing hall to dance there only to find out that Hinata was dancing almost like a professional dancer, while Naruto was dancing like he had a cockroach under his shirt. Take her to dancing and show how good you are, fucked up. After that, Naruto took Hinata to his favorite place, top of the Hokage monument. She enjoyed it very much, at least that's what her expression felt like to Naruto. Hinata-chan, can you close your eyes? Hinata smiled and did as told. She felt something was being put around her neck. Open them. Hinata opened to see a gorgeous and expensive-looking sliver-colored necklace with Uzumaki's symbol on it. It was round and was quite well crafted, and it looked like it was one of a kind. Also, there were some symbols behind it, but it was very faint. Naruto-kun, what is this? Hinata asked in a very surprised voice. I got it in my last mission. After I researched a bit, I found out that it belonged to the Uzumaki clan. I didn't find much, but I found something interesting. The back symbol indicates protection, so I want you to have it. Naruto replied sincerely. Hinata smiled genuinely and mustered up all her courage to do one thing she thought she could never do so easily. She kissed Naruto on the cheek. Naruto's brain gloriously shut down once again. Take her to a nice place and give her a beautiful gift. Score. Last on the list was to walk her home. He checked it, making sure Hinata didn't see that, and started walking with her, but unbeknownst to him, Hinata activated her Byakugan at one point and had hard time holding in her giggle when she saw what Naruto had with him. A checklist to have a perfect date. So cute, Hinata giggled to herself. But the last nerve-wracking hardest part was coming. This is it, do or die. Naruto was shaking his head while chanting it out aloud without knowing. Hinata smiled softly hearing his chanting. who knew Naruto would be more nervous than her. "Hinata-chan, I hope you enjoyed the date." Naruto asked hopefully. "Yes, I did. It was one of the best days of my life." Hinata smiled warmly while directly looking at her crush's eyes. Today was really a great day for boosting her self-confidence. "Go for it, spill it." "Hinata-chan, I am not good with beating around the subject. We both know I am not that smart. So I will ask you directly." Naruto sharply took a long breath. "Will you be my girlfriend?" "Yes, yes I will." Hinata answered while small tears were forming in her eyes. I understand that you don't want to. So can we SD? Wait, what? Naruto was speaking in a dejected voice until Hinata's word finally registered into his mind. "You want to be my girlfriend?" Hinata nodded happily. "As in like couple, lover, that kind of girlfriend." Hinata blushed heavily, but she still smiled and nodded once again. 1 second. 2 second. 3 second. 4 second. 5 second. Naruto jumped around and started dancing like a drunken monkey. He stopped only to hug Hinata and started spinning her around. Hinata's laughter could be heard from far away. Best day ever. Both of them thought happily to themselves. "Omake, first time. Deal with the devil." "Damn it, Iruka-sensei, why couldn't you give me the damn field just for tomorrow? I need it more than those pesky brats." "Gah, don't blame me for this, sensei. You are the one who bought this upon yourself." Naruto grumbled out while standing behind the door. No going back. Stealing his resolve, he knocked the door. The door opened after a while. "Well, well. Look who we have here, the one and only king of prankster. So what are you doing here, brat? I need your help and I know you will like it." With that, Naruto sealed the deal with the demon. After an hour, Iruka came out from the shower, but a subtle noise warned him that he was not alone. He took out a hidden kunai under the carpet and went to his bedroom to see an Umbu was doing something in his bed. But he couldn't see what he was doing nor his mask as his back was facing him. "Who are you? And what are you doing here?" Before Iruka could do or say anything anymore, the person went poof, revealing that he was nothing but a shadow clone. But something in his bed caught his eye. A scroll? He went to check it, but the moment he picked it up it transformed, and to his horror, it was a pink panty. "Ho ho ho, caught red-handed. Iruka-chan." A cheerful voice called him out from behind. Iruka mechanically looked back slowly to see a very, very happy Anko standing there. "All these times you were rejecting my advances, and here you are now stealing my panties. I wonder why? I hope you are prepared for a little punishment." Anko said, licking her lips while eyeing Iruka hungrily. Iruka started to think faster than Inara could. He was in his bedroom with wearing only a towel while holding Anko's panty, and the said girl was giving off a very bad predatory kind of vibe. After analyzing the situation, in less than a minute he came up with hundreds of ways to get out from this mess. Although none of them could reassure his safety, heck, he would be lucky if he could pull even one of them properly. He started to back down slowly. "Anko-san, please listen to me. This isn't what it looks like. I was framed. There was... Why are you undressing? Listen, damn it. Wait. Put that back on. Stop pulling my towel. Bad Anko. Bad Anko. Wait. Eep." A bit far away from the suspected crime scene, our hero was standing with a sad face. "I am sorry, Iruka-sensei. I will never forget your heroic sacrifice, but know this. When I become the Hokage, I will put your name on the hero's memorial stone. You shall not be forgotten." "Ah, who am I kidding? He is going to thank me later anyway." Hayaton, Frozen Needles of Death. Dense Shadow Clone Jutsu. 2 shadow clones appeared in front of the 100 charging frozen needles just in time for Naruto to escape Haku's range. Damn, almost had her in the close-range fight. She is getting better at ice style, and here she said she does not want to train on ice style that much. Naruto thought while he jumped back further. If Naruto-kun wants to finish this fight, he has to come closer, and that's when I will beat him. Haku thought while readying more needles. "Time to go all out," Naruto shouted. Multi-shadow clone jutsu. Hundreds of clone came out in the clearing and all charged towards Haku. Seeing the waves of clones coming at her, she started making the hand signs while jumping back. She waited a bit and smiled. All in place. Pumping up her chakra, she smirked. "Hayaton, certain kill ice spears." Suddenly lots of giant ice spikes came from underneath and destroyed a good amount of clones. Haku released a breath of relief, but it was short-lived when she heard Uzumaki-style, flash clone step. To her shock, Naruto was now holding his blade to her neck. Crafty move, isn't it, Hakane? Not crafty enough. The moment she said that, the part of the blade that was touching her skin froze, and before he could do anything, Haku moved closer and exploded into snow parts, which fell fully on Naruto, half freezing him. Is TT this? Naruto said with chattering teeth. Hayaton, ice clone, and Hayaton, showering snow. The last one, me and Yamato-sensei, came up together to capture a weakened enemy by freezing them, albeit not completely. Haku replied calmly while coming out from behind a tree. She moved in closer to Naruto, but that sealed her fate. Storm release, laser circus. One energy beam came and struck in front of Haku. Seeing the after effect of the attack, Yamato came and shouted, "Stop, it's over. Naruto wins." Haku just shook her head. If that attack hit her, she would be on her way to hospital. And as usual, Naruto started cheering for his own victory. Yahoo, that makes 2 wins and 1 loss. Could have won if I knew you mastered that move. Haku pouted. Yeah, but you said you were not going to train on ice release that much, but all I can see, you are using new ice release jutsu every time. Naruto said accusingly. Yamato was pleased to see their progress. After last week's break, they started their usual D-rank mission, but they did them solo. After that, they would do their training, although sometimes they had all-out sparring. In every spar, each of them would come up with different tactics to outdo other. Naruto knew from his first win that if he could bring Haku into close range, the fight was his, but because he let the first one got to his head, he lost the second one, but the third one was the most interesting. He brought Haku into a close-range fight, but when things started looking bad for Haku, she used Frozen Needle Jutsu to put some distance between them, ice version of her water needle. Moving into safe place, Naruto used Shadow Clone Army, but was wiped out by the same move that beat him last time. But interesting thing was, Naruto's clone acted as a line from his place to Haku, and he used Kawarimi on them simultaneously to move closer to Haku really fast, and in a zigzag way. Although this time Haku caught him off guard with 2 of her new Hayaton moves, but the one she caught was a shadow clone. Even Yamato didn't see when Naruto switched with the clone. Nice fight, you guys. The way you fight and think ahead makes me believe that you are already on Chunin level, but only in combat. There is more you need to learn. Yamato lightened the mood, and then he asked Naruto, "When did you switch with the clone, Naruto?" "Even I didn't see that." Naruto smiled brightly. "I didn't switch because from the beginning, I wasn't the one who went in with clone step. It was another dense clone." Yamato just laughed. Most unpredictable ninja indeed. "What is a dense clone, Naruto-kun?" Haku asked. "It is one of my own original moves, an improvised version of Shadow Clone. I pump up Shadow Clone with lots of chakra. If I stabilize the chakra, it is a dense version that can withstand a few good solid hits, but will dispel automatically after some uncertain amount of time. And if I don't stabilize the chakra, it will become an explosion version, which will do you know what." Naruto laughed. "Well, guess you guys are ready for another C-rank mission." Yamato smiled, knowing they had enough team training. The reaction was a cheering Naruto and a smiling Haku. Next day, Hokage Tower. "So you think they are ready for another joint C-rank mission?" Hiruzen inquired. "Yes, their teamwork and performance were more than satisfactory." Yamato eagerly replied back. "Okay, we have one rookie team that will do a C-rank mission. They were already briefed, but I will give you the mission parameter. Check with their team. I think they said they will go to the barbecue place to meet with the client." Hiruzen eyed Naruto. He wondered if he would be able to see him smile in front of him again. "Will do. All right, team, move out," Yamato ordered. Barbecue place. "Hello, Kurenai-san." Yamato politely greeted their partner team. "Hell yeah." Naruto jumped with joy inwardly, but didn't show anything outside except grinning wildly. "Guess you guys will be our partner in this mission. Nice knowing we have a good backup." Kurenai laughed. The declaration had different reaction from the Genins. Naruto's face-splitting grin told everything. Haku was glad that her first official C-rank mission with someone she knew. Kiba looked pissed for some reason. Hinata was ecstatic that her second C-rank mission would be with her boyfriend, and Shino was being Shino. So, where's the client? Yamato asked. He should be here any minute. Ah, there he is. Kurenai pointed at an old man. Everyone looked to see an old man came there walking with a cane. He was wearing a silver shirt, with a light black colored robe over the top of it covering slightly below from his knee to just over his left shoulder. The robe concealed his left side of the upper body, but from the outline anyone can see he was missing his left hand. Hello everyone. I am guessing you are my treasure retrieval team. The old man joked. Treasure was the only thought that went around all the Genin's heads. Everyone meet Karashur. He is the client for this mission, and as he just said, we are to retrieve his belonging, which was recently stolen by bandits. Kurenai informed everyone. So, Sensei, we are going to look for some treasure? Kiba asked enthusiastically. I said my treasure, so I am not sure that the object would hold same value to you guys. But it is very important to me. Karashur corrected Kiba. Like Karashur said, it is an important object to him, so we have to track down the bandits and make sure that he gets his treasure back to him safely. Kurenai summarized their mission. Okay guys, for now go and pack your stuffs. We will be leaving early in the morning. Yamato ordered everyone. Yo Hinata, want to? Before Kiba could even finish, out of nowhere a cat came and hissed at Akamaru, after which it bolted, leaving the dog hot on its tail, giving Kiba no other choice but to follow after them. Now with the nuisance being taken care of, Hina-chan, let me walk you to your house. Naruto asked his girlfriend politely. Hinata blushed hotly. She requested Naruto to keep their relationship secret for now because she was afraid that if her clan found out they might cause troubles for Naruto. Although Naruto reluctantly agreed, his behavior showed otherwise. He would openly try to flirt with her, which she found cute, would give her flowers and presents occasionally that showed his sweet side, and would lash out at anyone who would try to approach at her romantically, which worried her. Well, I guess that's what makes him very special. Hinata squeaked inwardly. Only 4 people knows of their relationship, 3 being told by them, Haku, Yamato, and Kurenai, while the last one cause of his observant eyes, Hayashi. For Hayashi, he knew of his daughter's crush, and so few months back, when they started training together, he had a feeling that things might escalate in near future, but he didn't want it to be this soon. For now, he would tolerate their relationship as this was having a huge positive impact on Hinata's life, both physically and mentally. That boy has to have a man-to-man talk with me sometime soon. That was the only thought that went through Hayashi's head when he learned about their relationship. With Naruto. Hinata-chan, how is your Gentle Fist project going? Naruto asked Hinata, remembering her wish to create her own style. Not that good. I combined some of the snake-style movements to make mine more flexible, but I feel like it is not enough. Hinata said dejectedly. Anko did show her some of the basic snake styles, but she couldn't combine everything with Gentle Fist, because both style being so different from one another. Yeah, about that, Hinata-chan. Here, take this. Naruto gave her a scroll. I found it at Wave as well. First I thought it was a taijutsu scroll after taking a peek, but it is not. It is for some kind of dance moves, I think, fan or cloth dance or something like that. I thought it might help you. Naruto explained sheepishly. Thank you, Naruto-kun. Hinata smiled. Taking the scroll, she opened it to take a look. She might not be a professional dancer, though she was taught basic dancing. But she really enjoyed dancing, and she could tell from looking at some moves that this was not a normal regular kind of dancing. The dance moves needed perfect balance, while for the successive execution, one had to be far too flexible. She knew that this was what she needed. Looking around to see if the coast was clear, then to express her thanks, she kissed Naruto on the cheek. Naruto went rigid for a while, then start dancing like a monkey. Score. Cute. Next day, in the morning, Naruto was on cloud 9. Why? He and Hinata decided to come early to have some alone time together. After Hinata kissed him on the cheeks and hugged him for some time to show that how much she appreciated his latest present, she told him that that scroll had what she needed to improve her Gentle Fist further. The scroll was about an exotic kind of dancing that was deemed to be lost, Dance of the Mermaids. Normally people would ask how some dancing moves could be useful to an assault fighting style. Well, Naruto did ask Hinata. She explained that those dancing moves required one to be perfectly flexible and also gave some training tips of how to increase one's flexibility. Higher level of the dancing moves even needed some chakra control to have proper balance between speed and flexibility. She already formed some moves combining gentle fist, water manipulation, snake style, and dance of the mermaid. All that was left was to create and master them. And the best part was that it had been only one day since she got the scroll, and she already got so many ideas. She just couldn't wait to start on them. So it was perfectly sensible for her to show Naruto just how much she cherished it. Well, she did her best considering her shyness, but by the looks of it, Naruto enjoyed it very much. Note to self, bring in more ninja scrolls as a present. Naruto mentally made a note about it. After a while, Haku and Yamato came first and was followed by the rest of the group. So guys, here are the picture of the object. Yamato handed pictures to all the genins. It is a silver-colored metal box with a star symbol engraved on the top. As far we know, the bandits that raided the place was last seen around Kinzen Town. So our first stop is that place, and from there we have to track down the bandits and retrieve the item. Clear? Kurenai summarized their mission. Everyone nodded. Well then, let's move out, Yamato ordered. Kinzen Town. Luckily for them, no problems occurred on their journey to the town, so they reached there after a few hours. All right, guys, everyone will be split into groups and will be given assignments, Yamato told the teams. Shino and Kiba will go and recon the area for any bandits, but do not engage them if you find any. Haku and I will go talk to the chief of this town, and Yamato will be looking for a hotel, while Naruto and Hinata will be gathering information from inside the village. We will be meeting here in the town center. Kurenai laid out the formation. The reactions were the same as expected, but before any could cheer or voice their opinion, Yamato butted in. No time to disagree, guys. You heard the lady. Move out, and by the way, I will be leaving a shadow clone here, so if you need anything, ask the clone. Now go, Yamato said, leaving no room for any arguments. With Hinata and Naruto. So we have to gather information inside the village? Naruto asked while grinning mischievously, which was never a good sign. Hinata nodded, but she knew something was coming. You know, Hinata-chan, we can rest and chill for a while before we start, Naruto said cheekily, making Hinata blush. Naruto-kun, we are on a mission. Concentrate, Hinata chided. Who said we are gonna slack off? Naruto's grin increased while he made his favorite sigh. Shadow clone jutsu. 10 clones popped in front of them. Spy formation. Immediately, the clones hinged themselves into normal civilian of different ages. Scatter. Naruto howled, making all the clones dashing off inside the village. Hinata was stunned seeing this. They will do the investigation for a while. Naruto started to scratch the back of his head while his cheeks sported a soft blush. You know, I don't think you thanked me enough for the present I gave you this morning. With Kurenai and Haku. Are you sure about this? Kurenai asked while rubbing her head. Yes, but to their defense, they didn't know about this. Haku replied back. Why can't I get a simple C rank mission? Kurenai sighed. Go look for Yamato first, and then regroup with Naruto and Hinata fast. I will go look for the other two. Hopefully those two won't get into any trouble. Meet me with everyone else at the square. Hi, Kurenai-sensei. With that, Haku dashed off. Damn, hope things don't get too complicated. Kurenai only wished. With Kiba and Shino. Shit, this is bad. Kiba yelled. This wouldn't have happened if you acted as you were told, Shino said with an edgy voice. Hey, how come this is my fault? Kiba barked. Let's have a look back then. We were ordered to scout the area only. In case we find any enemy, we were not supposed to engage them, but you acted illogically yet again, deciding you can take on the enemy, Shino said while he narrowly dodged a shuriken. Come on, aren't you supposed to back me up? We are here for bandits, not ninjas. You can't blame me, Kiba replied while he ducked just in time to save his head. Logically, as a comrade, I ought to stand by your side in tough times to watch your back, Shino said while breathing hard. Running while dodging was taking its toll on the newly genins. Before Kiba could reply, but right now I doubt I will live long if I act logically. So for now, let us use our energy in running instead of bickering, Shino suggested. Before Kiba could reply, he dashed to the side after hearing the warning from Akamaru just in time to dodge an arrow. Both of them looked back to see the attacker. Oh shit. With Naruto and Hinata. Naruto was having a great time. Hinata was giving him a lap pillow while with one hand she was scratching his whiskers, and with other she was stroking his hair gently. He really liked her touches. It was not for perverted reason. Well, maybe a bit, but mostly because he was not used to gentle physical touches. He envied other kids for this when he was little. But now that Hinata was his girlfriend, she allowed him to touch her as much as he wanted, not sexually though. Those were still high-level stuffs for our young couple. Hinata blushed cutely when Naruto started rubbing his cheeks against her thighs. She learned one new thing about Naruto, that he liked to cuddle a lot. She knew the reason why, and for that she would let him have his fill. She would blush a lot, but was thankful that Naruto, till now, never touched her inappropriately in any way. Normally, she would faint with the excessive physical contacts, but when she would see Naruto's happy and content face, her embarrassment would be replaced with happiness. But their private moment was interrupted by a huge explosion that came further away from the village. They got up hurriedly. Fixing themselves, they ran towards the explosion site. But before going, Naruto made few shadow clones and told them to find others. Battle site. Moments before the large explosion. Kiba and Shino had to admit they were lucky. They went out to scout the area as instructed, but while scouting they found a few bandits in a small camp. Despite Shino's acute protesting, Kiba engaged them and beat them. But to their surprise, more bandits started showing up, and before they could do anything, they were attacked with jutsu, showing them that some enemy ninjas were in the premise. They made a hasty retreat with the enemy hot on their tail. From the attack and precision, Shino deduced that the enemy ninja was at least Chunin level or higher. They were cornered, and when all hope seemed lost. Lightning ball. Wood release. Wood locking wall. An intense lightning sphere hit directly at the wooden shield, which at the last minute protected the two fresh genin. Yamato landed directly in front of Kiba and Shino, while a few enemies landed opposite of them. But the one that took everyone's attention was a guy who wore a dark brown sleeveless vest falling to his knees where the inside was purple, a light brown belt, a light gray pants, and he had bandages covering most of his body, his neck down to his chest, including his arms and his tibias. Raiga Kurisuki, the thunder of the hidden mist. Yamato grunted. He cursed his luck bitterly. From the look of it, only Raiga looked an experienced fighter, while others looked mostly low to elite genin level. I didn't know that Konoha had another wood user. Raiga smirked. Boys, leave this one to me and get the others. Before any of the bandits could move, needles started to fly towards them, and few unlucky ones got hit dead on at the vital points. Seeing that every bandit took cover except Raiga. Guess you got to see your skill as well. And number 5, take care of the hidden pest. Raiga talked as if there was another person there. Haku got a bad feeling hearing that. Suddenly, all of her instincts told her to get away from there fast, and like she was taught, she followed her instincts just in time to dodge an arrow. Someone is out there. Haku started scanning the area, but she kept moving randomly. That girl is good. This ought to be interesting. An unknown figure smirked. Shit, what was that? Yamato panicked a bit. An unknown factor in a shinobi world was always a dangerous thing. Are you sure you can concentrate on other people, would user? Raiga smirked and readied his swords. Fangs of lightning. He shouted. Seeing the danger, Yamato once again used his wooden defense, but the wooden dome was badly damaged, indicating that it could not go against that attack. Kiba, Shino, leave the area and go find Kurenai. Now, Yamato shouted. If the battle dragged, they would get into the crossfire. Kiba and Shino didn't wait any second longer before they dashed towards the village. After them, Raiga yelled, but immediately needles came and hid in front of the would-be pursuers, showing that the hidden ally was still there. Raiga grunted. Guess it is just you and me, wood user. With that, Raiga charged at Yamato, who started to analyze the situation instantly. Raiga was a lightning user with one of the mist sword, Kiba, whereas he had wood element, which was an advanced natural element based on earth. Not a good choice, but I can't back out now, Yamato thought to himself. He threw some shuriken at him to get some distance. After landing a bit far away from Raiga, he pulled out a tanto. He used it to practice with Naruto. But he knew he had to avoid getting into a sword fight at any cost. They were not known as the best kenjutsu users for nothing. What's wrong? Is running away all you can do? Raiga snickered. His attacks are straightforward and packs power. Well, lucky enough my student is the same. Let's see if this works or not. With that thought, Yamato rushed forward. Raiga smirked and steadied himself, but what he didn't expect for Yamato to throw a smoke bomb at him. Seriously? A smoke bomb? Do you? Before Raiga could finish. Water release. Water bowl. He got hit by a jet of water point blank, throwing him off his feet. He crashed at a tree hard. Yamato, seeing the chance, didn't waste any time. He threw some shuriken and charged at him. To Raiga's credit, he was able to dodge the shurikens, but got some cuts and bruises when Yamato attacked him on close range. He took a kick on the stomach, and using the force, he jumped back to put distance between them. Nice one. And let me guess, you soaked me thinking that if I use lightning jutsus now I will electrocute myself? You are not the first one to try that. He smirked when he saw Yamato narrowed his eyes. Take this for size, bastard. Lightning Dragon Tornado. Shit. Current situation. Thanks, Haku. You just saved me from getting fried. Yamato chuckled. Moments before Raiga's lightning dragon hit Yamato, Haku came and used her ice mirror to pull Yamato away from the dragon's path. So when the lightning dragon hit the frozen mirrors, it caused a huge explosion. No worries, Sensei, but I think he can still use the attack. His body is emitting strong lightning chakra. I don't think he is going to fall for the same trick twice. Haku said nervously while still not moving her eyes from Raiga. An ice user, wow. You got some nice bloodlines there. Don't shoot. We will take the girl, Raiga stopped in time and dodged an incoming lightning kunai while blocking the other two with his swords. You ain't taking shit, asshole. Naruto came and landed in front of everyone while Hinata landed close to Yamato to check his injuries. A Hyuga, and from the looks of it a seal-less one. Lucky break for me. Raiga laughed. Naruto growled loudly. He pulled out his swords and took his stance. Checkmate. Raiga smirked. Lightning Dragon Tornado. But unlike last time where he had to collect the lightning in his body and spin to use the jutsu, this time it was fast and direct, which caught off guard everyone, and Naruto was right in its path. But Naruto knew if he were to move, everyone else would get caught in the attack as they were directly behind him. Determined, he stood his ground. Naruto-kun, no. Hinata yelled and rushed, but was caught by Yamato. To everyone's horror, Naruto took the attack full force. His scream could be heard throughout the forest. His scream could be heard throughout the forest. The whirling vortex of wind and electricity hit Naruto with full power and was tearing him apart. At least that was what everyone thought. Most of the metals in Naruto's body, including his blade, were crumbled to dust, but Naruto still stood his ground. Seeing that, Raiga's smirk turned to frown. That brat should have been turned to ashes by now. Naruto opened his eyes to show that they were pure blue now. No pupil, nothing. Nothing, just pure raging deep blue. Even with all the pressure from the attack, he held out his hands towards Raiga and the bandits. The vortex dragon that was attacking suddenly acted weirdly, as if it was being absorbed. Slowly, to everyone's shock, the whole dragon, or rather the lightning part of it, was absorbed by Naruto. With a semi-conscious state, he shouted, Maelstrom release, Hydra's rampage. A halo of bright energy started spreading around Naruto's hands while bright light started covering his hand from wrist up. Slowly the light started spreading and reached the halo, forming a gigantic sphere on Naruto's hand. Suddenly wind violently started to gather around the sphere, and there was a severe screeching noise. To everyone's surprise, pure energy beam forming as a snake with a long horn started coming out from the sphere, and there were total 9 of them. To the enemy's horror, they started attacking. It was nothing but a carnage. The energy snakes started to tear down all the bandits as if they were made of paper when impaled them with horns or incinerated them to nothingness with a touch of their body. The snakes continued their rampage randomly for some time, and then slowly they faded. Raiga was holding his ground with sheer determination and pride. He destroyed 2 of the snakes, but he knew without the Kiba, he would have had the same fate like the bandits. He didn't waste any time and whistled. Suddenly, he was covered by smoke, and when it was cleared, he was long gone. All this time, the Konohanins were holding their breath. The first one to break out from the stupor was Hinata, who immediately dashed towards Naruto when she saw Raiga fled. She didn't dare to look back at the battle site, fearing to see the aftermath of her boyfriend's attack. Yamato came right after her and checked Naruto's vital. He is okay for now, but we have to move him fast. Yamato reassured Hinata, who was sobbing lightly. The coast seems clear, sensei. Let's hurry up before they come back with reinforcements. Haku hurried Yamato, who nodded, and picked up Naruto and headed back to the village. Few hours later. Back at the village. So how is he? Yamato asked. There was a slight desperation in his tone. He is out of danger, but he needs time to heal fully. He is having severe chakra exhaustion and his hands from wrist up are burned badly. Hinata has taken care of the burn. Her herbal cream has sped up the process of the healing. She is taking rest with him now. What the hell happened? It felt like there was a storm going on in your direction. I would have come earlier if I didn't meet Kiba and Shino on the way. They were badly beaten and exhausted, so I had to bring them back here first. Kurenai explained her part. You have no idea, but first can you explain fully why our mission parameter has changed? Haku found me and just told me that both of you found out that ninjas are involved now. So we had to gather again for the mission update. I need details. Normal ninja is one thing, but facing another Miss Swordsman is not something to be taken lightly. Yamato sighed. This was not how things were supposed to be. Which one of the swordsmen we have to deal with? Kurenai asked with a surprising tone. Raiga Kurisuke, the thunder of the hidden mist, wielder of Kiba. Hearing that, Kurenai frowned. Guess things had gone from bad to worse. Well, from what we learned is that someone started to gather some rogue low-level ninjas and bandits. The reason is unclear, but what we do know is the bandit group we are looking for joined them, making things much harder. The villagers are quite scared of this unified group, so no one raised any voice of objection. Scowling, Kurenai said, So what would be the best course of action? Yamato sighed while rubbing his forehead. What else can we do? I will request for some backup and hope they can reach on time. Other than that, we have to stay and fight, because we can't retreat with Naruto like that, and we don't know their full number. There was another skill fighter with them, and I am sure that person wasn't injured. So moving around in the dark with an injured ally is not an option. Naruto took out a lot of their men. I am guessing now they are low on number. What was the technique Naruto used? Hinata doesn't even want to talk about it. Kurenai was interested. I don't know myself, but I can tell it is a high S-class jutsu. You know Naruto's bloodline, right? For the advanced natural bloodline, sometimes the bearer uses new jutsu unknowingly in life-threatening situations. Even I came up with some of the jutsu like that. Yamato replied back in a tired voice. Hearing the tiredness in his voice, Kurenai softened up. Hey, at least we have an ace in our group as well. They didn't fight me, so we can use that to gain the upper hand. But for now, let us rest. Something tells me we will be needing that quite soon. Yamato nodded in agreement. With Naruto's mindscape. Ouch. Even in my mindscape, I am hurting all over. Naruto sighed while stretching his body. What were you expecting, brat? Just because you were blessed by Lord Raijin, no lightning attack would affect you at all. Reiju grunted. It was calm in his mindscape. No raging wind or thundering clouds indicating that his mind was also got affected by the brutal attack and vicious counterattack. Well, I kinda half expected that. But come on, did you really thought I was going to move out of the way when my friends and Hinata-chan was behind me? Naruto grunted. No, I guess not, Reiju chuckled softly. Well, that's what makes you who you are. Suddenly, he got serious. Your plan was good but flawed. Yes, in some extent you can absorb or reduce the damage of lightning attack for now, but against something of that caliber it was nothing but a suicidal act. Good thing you used a powerful counterattack to avoid getting seriously injured. Now that piqued Naruto's interest. What was that, Reiju-san? I don't remember clearly, but I think I used laser circus jutsu, right? Reiju laughed softly. Better if I show you what you did. With that, Reiju showed the memories of his devastating jutsu and its aftermath. Awesome. What the hell was that? Naruto started yelling with overexcitement. That, my boy, was your very first pure storm release jutsu. Well, it seems like you also came up with a nice name for your bloodline. Maelstrom. Is it? Fits you. Reiju smiled. Seeing that Naruto looked at him with wide puppy eyes, he chuckled. So, I am guessing you need some explanation of the jutsu, right? Naruto nodded shyly. But first I must warn not to use that jutsu until you are ready. Naruto pouted. Oh, come on. I did well there. Naruto, you used the lightning of that S-class attack. and then you used your own chakra till the last drop to use this technique. Do you really think you can handle this? Naruto lowered his head with a bit sadness. That's why I was against you learning pure storm attacks so early. They are too strong for you, Naruto. Neither you can control them, nor you have power to properly execute them. So give me your word that you won't use it unless it is a life and death situation. Naruto nodded. Don't feel so bad. Give it some time, and then you will be able to use jutsu like those properly. Now as for how it works, let's just say it is a huge upgraded version of Laser Circus. In Laser Circus, you store medium amount of lightning and water chakra and combine them to shoot beam at your targets. Here you store more, a lot of more. And when an appropriate amount of them is stored in your hand, you move to wind element, which started gathering around you. More specifically around the stored area, and then you can use your jutsu. In this jutsu, water merges with lightning to give it a thick form so that the lightning can move around with more flexibly, and in some parts wind merges instead of water. It reduces the forking and turbulence of the lightning while enhances the core and gives it a very high level of cutting edge which can cut through even normal lightning. Also, the wind and lightning makes a screeching noise to disorient the enemies. Naruto's jaw hit the floor. He didn't fully comprehend the theory behind the jutsu, but he did learn that it was a dangerous wild card. Understanding the risk, he knew what to do. Guess I have to train more if I want to use Maelstrom Jutsu. Are all of the real storm release jutsu going to be the epitome of awesomeness, while being a pain in the ass to pull it off? Reiju grinned, seeing that his words went through Naruto. Yes, they will, but right now rest. You will need that. Somewhere else. Raiga was sitting in the bed while observing his hands, which were numb from the last battle, mainly the last blow. That was one devastating attack, now wasn't it? Raiga looked in front to see a guy entering the place. He was 5.5 feet tall with black hair, wearing an open jacket, which was dark brown with dark green spot everywhere. Inside, he was wearing a mesh cloth. Arms in his jacket was folded till his elbow, revealing his bandage-covered arms. His pants matched his jacket. He was holding a medium-sized scroll. In his cheek, there was a tattoo, number 5. Yeah, nothing I couldn't handle, number 5. Raiga scoffed. Correct me if I am mistaken, but that attack tore through your lightning attacks, right? The guy named number 5 grinned slightly. Raiga narrowed his eyes, but didn't say anything as he was right. When he saw the attack, he used his fangs of lightning, but the beasts tear through that. The only reason he was able to destroy 2 snakes out of 9 was because of his swords. When he hit an energy snake with Kiba, it absorbed some of the lightning element from there and dispersed the rest, effectively destroying it. But even with Kiba, he could still feel the backlash of the attack, as if he touched raw lightning. That attack took out most of his men. Now he had to approach this differently. He may be strong, but from the looks of it, he will be out for a few days. I will reach my full fighting level soon, just need some rest. We will have to take them out. Some of them has quite the rare bloodline we could use. Get ready. This fight, I will take you and Ranmaru as well. Raiga said tiredly and laid down on the bed. Whatever you say, boss. Number 5 smirked. Next day, back at the village. Everyone was getting ready for the upcoming attack. They knew that they would be attacked, but what they didn't know was when. Kiba and Shino were having light spar, while Kurenai and Haku were patrolling around the village to look out for any suspicious behavior. Yamato told them that he had something to do, so he would be gone for a while, and Hinata was still beside Naruto, taking care of him. From the looks of it, he started to recover, but was still unconscious. Suddenly, there was an explosion just outside the village gate. Hearing that, the villagers hurried inside to their home. Kurenai looked at Haku, who nodded, getting the message. She bolted to their place to get everyone. Kurenai remembered what Yamato told her before he headed out. Flashback. Are you sure about this, Yamato-san? Kurenai asked. She could already see the incoming headache. Yes, Raiga will attack as soon as he recovers fully, and I am afraid Naruto will still be out considering his health, so that's why I am suggesting to be prepared. If they attack before Naruto recovers, keep Shino guarding him, and we all will move out. Yamato told Kurenai, who knew it was better to listen to him in this kind of situations. She might be more experienced as a jonin, but he was more experienced in the battlefield than her. Don't you think Hinata would be better? Kurenai asked, knowing that she wouldn't be happy to hear that. As much as I would like to have her or Haku guard Naruto, We will need some power to beat whatever Raiga will try to throw at us, and also to locate their archer. Kiba is brash, so I don't want him guarding Naruto. Shino acts logically and thinks ahead, so he is perfect for this. Before we go out to confront Raiga and his team, we have to secretly move Naruto to a much safer place, just as a precaution. I will go out just for a while to test out something. If it works, I can fight head-on with Raiga. Yamato explained briefly about his plan. Kurenai nodded in acknowledgement. Flashback ends. Kurenai didn't wait long before Yamato came. He looked a bit rusty, indicating that he was training of some sorts. Before she could ask, everyone else came. Hinata was there, but anyone could tell she was reluctant to go. Kurenai just went to her and patted her shoulder while smiling, making Hinata to feel better. All right, everyone. Let's move out, and remember, follow our commands. These are powerful shinobi we are going to fight, so do not act brashly, Yamato said with steel voice while he narrowed his eyes at Kiba at one point. Kiba gulped, knowing full well that this time mistakes meant death. With that, they all moved out to confront their enemies. Outside the village. So we meet again, wood user. Raiga smirked. They were out in a small, open field. Behind Yamato, there was the end of the forest from which they came from. A bit to the side, there was a hill. But the main problem for our ally was only Raiga was standing in the clearing while there were no sign of any other. Yamato was glad that he told Hinata and Kurenai to position themselves at the edge of the forest so that they were not visible and yet not far away from them in case if they needed backup. Kiba and Haku were a bit behind Yamato and were waiting for their order. Raiga and Yamato were having a stare down, waiting to see who would initiate first. Suddenly, Raiga pointed his swords upwards. Bingo! Yamato smirked. Wood style, wood clone jutsu. 2 wooden clones came and stood beside Yamato, who threw them some objects while he shouted at the duo behind him. Get back and have a lookout for the other one. With that, he took out his own sword, but it was slightly different. Take this. Fangs of lightning. The twin lightning strike rushed toward their target, but before they could hit, one of the wood clone came in front of it and held out the object. To everyone's surprise, it withstood full damage, albeit looking a bit damaged. What just happened? Raiga was confused, but he didn't have time to ponder over it as Yamato charged at him grinning. His little project worked. He used wood clone as a medium to absorb the lightning and passed it down to the ground, effectively nullifying the attack, and the clones were holding 2 metal rods to attract the lightning itself. The clones would take damage depending on the attack, but he upgraded his clone jutsu. Now his wood clones could replenish themselves by taking minerals from the ground if the damage was not too extensive. So it was the best option to go around Raiga's most of the lightning attacks. He also upgraded his sword. He put a bit of enhanced wood parts in the handle and one side of his sword so that it could withstand Raiga's own. Swords clashed with each other. Raiga was the better swordsman among them, and both knew that, but Yamato's goal was to deceive Raiga. While he was showing that he was getting aggressive, all he was doing was trying to nerve Raiga into using more of his lightning attacks. Got you. Lightning ball, Raiga shouted. But before his attack could hit Yamato, he substituted himself with his wooden clone, who once again took the attack, nullifying it. But he saw a small red flash before substituting, which he disregarded. Before Raiga could destroy the clone, Yamato smirked. Would release, smothering binding technique. Thick wooden branch started encircling around Raiga, and then suddenly started to bind him. While restricting him, the branch thickened more, making him completely immobilized. Checkmate, Raiga. Yamato smirked, but it vanished when he saw Raiga chuckling. He snapped from his thought by Hinata's yelling, Yamato-sensei, look out. Yamato didn't know what was going to happen, but he jumped back and shouted, Would release, would locking wall. Before the wall could even form properly, it was hit by a vortex dragon which crushed it and headed towards him, but one of his wood clones jumped in front of him to take the damage for him. But that caused a great explosion to occur. The clone gave enough time for Yamato to back off, but the force of the explosion was strong enough to make Yamato flew towards Kiba and Haku. Haku caught Yamato in the midair but cried out when an arrow grazed her shoulder, cutting it deeply. She looked around to see Kiba got hit by arrows as well, one in the leg and one he was able to dodge in time, but it still cut his arm badly. Few more arrows started to fly towards them, but they were stopped by shuriken, courtesy of Kurenai. Kurenai landed on the clearing and shouted, Demonic illusion, haunted mirror. Suddenly, the area seemed to distort a bit, and to everyone's surprise, Raiga was standing where Yamato's substituted wood clone was, and the same wood clone was now restricted by wooden branch. Everyone suddenly snapped their head to a screaming voice. A bit further, a young boy clutched his head and fell down. He had chin-length purple hair which parted in the middle. He also had light red-colored eyes. He wore a light purple shirt with black stripes on each side, a sash around his waist, a pair of dark-colored pants and sandals. "Ranmaru," Raiga shouted, and jumped to see if the kid was okay. "I am okay, Raiga-san. That woman was able to reverse my genjutsu. It took a lot out of me." With that, the boy called Ranmaru lost consciousness. "What happened?" Yamato grumbled out. "Genjutsu, one so strong that even Byakugan couldn't catch it on time." Kurenai explained, which caused Yamato to raise an eyebrow and made a face of "explain please." "This is only a hypothesis, but I think that boy there started to use an area-based genjutsu sometime between the fight. It was showing all of us that there were no disturbance in the nature, so when Raiga started to gather more than normal lightning to use his devastation attack, you couldn't react faster. And for the swap part, one think he used another genjutsu on you to catch you off guard. That kid is something else." Kurenai clarified. Yamato grunted and tried to get up. "So how did Hinata figure it out?" Yamato asked while he motioned something at Haku. "She was using her Byakugan from the start to have a lookout for the archer. So when Raiga was preparing his lethal attack, the environment started changing rapidly. I guess she sensed something was wrong when her vision showed that there was a huge difference in nature from our area to further ones as she was able to see further. Guess the kid's genjutsu had a limited range. Right now, Hinata went after the archer. She got his location. It would be better if you can send someone to back her up," Kurenai said while taking a fighting stance. "Haku," Yamato called her. "The arrow cut my shoulder badly. I was able to stop the bleeding, but I can't use my right arm properly now. Kiba-san here got hit on the leg and his arm. He also took some nasty hit from the blast. I could help Hinata a little bit, but Kiba can't fight." Haku summarized their situation. "Take Kiba out of here and come back to help me. Kurenai-san, you should go help Hinata," Yamato said while he took his sword. "Are you sure? You took quite a bit of hits." Kurenai was concerned. She wanted to help Hinata, true, but Yamato looked quite beaten up. "Yes, I am sure. I might take some nasty hits cause of the explosion, but Raiga is low on chakra. He might have been able to catch me off guard, but he did waste a lot of chakra." Yamato replied back in a assuring voice. Kurenai mouthed, "Thank you," then ran after her student. "Come, Raiga, let's finish this. This is dragging way too long for comfort." Wouldn't have said any better myself. With Hinata. Hinata knew something was wrong when the battle started to get intense. With her Byakugan, she was able to see that the sky further away from them was acting as if it was gather on their spot, but the sky there wasn't that stormy. Suddenly she saw the pattern on the sky away from them. It was the same when Raiga used his lightning dragon. She then knew that all of them were trapped in some kind of jutsu. She yelled to warn Yamato. It did save his life, but he still took some damage. Then she saw the archer coming to her vision range. She informed Kurenai, who told her to go after the archer. She reached the top to see the guy with a weird-looking bow. At the middle section of the bow, there was two sticks pointing inwards which looked some kind of handle, and the string of it was made of chakra. Leave it to a Hyuga to spot the target. But all this actually worked in my favor. So shall we dance, little princess? Number 5 smirked. Back at the village. An explosion rocked the village. Just like Yamato predicted, a good number of bandits came to their place, but what they didn't know was that Naruto was moved to another place, and their previous one was rigged with explosives. So, when Shino saw the chance, he triggered the explosion, killing all the bandits. "What was that?" Naruto said while he steered up. "Naruto-san, it is good to see that you are okay." Shino greeted Naruto. "Where is everyone else?" Naruto said in a panicked voice. He jumped up, but was stopped by Shino. "They are out there fighting, but it will be unwise to join them in your condition." Shino stated, much to his own hesitation. Naruto wanted to shout him, but working with him before, he knew that he had to be calm with him rather than being edgy. "Look, Shino, you saw how strong the opponent was. You are fully capable, and I might be able to help even if it is a little bit. You and I both know that they will need all the extra hands that they can get," Naruto said with a rigid voice. Shino thought for a while. He knew Naruto was right. He sighed and just shook his head. Your gears are there, Naruto-san. Let us make haste, but do not strain yourself. Shino gave in. Naruto smiled. With Hinata. Hinata was panting. She didn't expected this. The moment she came here, she charged towards her enemy, who called himself number 5. But to her surprise, the bow he was using suddenly snapped into two, and he took a hold of them by the sticks. It became a fully different weapon. A tonfa. And he was not a novice with that. So they engaged in a fierce close-range combat. Hinata was more flexible and accurate with her strikes, but her opponent had longer reach and packed power. Sometimes he would rotate the tonfa to increase the range or to change the direction of the attack. Hinata knew she couldn't fall back, because the moment she would fall back, he would switch back to his bow, and winning would be harder. Hinata! Kurenai yelled. Hearing that, Hinata released a breath of relief. I think playtime is over. Time to do my real mission. With that, number 5 formed a ram seal and shouted. Katsu. The side of the hill that was facing the battlefield exploded. Everyone was horrified to see a huge landslide fell over all of them who were down on the ground. Even Kurenai, who was on her way there, fell down cause of the landslide. Everyone. Hinata panicked. Do you have time to look at other? Number 5 taunted. Hinata moved just in time to dodge a lethal arrow. She cursed herself for the blunder. Now that he increased the distance, he was once again using his bow. Why did you do that? Even your own comrades were down there. Hinata was angry, something she wasn't quite familiar with. They were not my comrades. I needed something from them, more specifically from Raiga. Didn't have the chance before, as the guy never let his guard down, but you guys just gave me the perfect opportunity. He grinned. The mist sword. Hinata was surprised. Yup, but I think an unmarked Byakugan will be profitable as well. Number 5 steadied his bow. Hinata shivered, but resolved herself quickly and took her stance. With Naruto. While moving to the battle site, they saw the lightning dragon all the way from there. Naruto increased his pace, ignoring Shino's protest. But when they heard series of explosion and felt the ground shaking, Naruto moved so fast that Shino fell behind. Everyone, Hinata. Please be all right. Back with Hinata. Hinata was battered and exhausted. She couldn't keep up with the guy. If she got closer, he would use his tonfa, which was lethal against her unarmed taijutsu. True gentle fist was strong, but her chakra-enhanced attacks were no match against his chakra-enhanced weapon attacks. He was dragging the battle to tire her down, and despite knowing that she was unable to do anything. Number 5 smirked and shot a fast arrow. Hinata dodged, but she was horrified when she saw him, saying, "Checkmate." The arrow exploded and everything went white, a flash arrow. Hinata, with her Byakugan activated, took the hit hard even though she dodged. She stressed her eyes to open, just in time to see. Naruto landed on the hill just in time to see. Hinata got hit by an arrow right in her heart. The force of the arrow was so strong that it threw Hinata back. She fell from the hill, but Shino arrived just in time to catch her. Oops, was she your girlfriend? Number 5 laughed, but stopped when he felt the murderous aura. It was pure, it was malicious, it was so strong that he started breathing hard. Red bubbles started to appear from Naruto's body, and slowly it started to make a form. His whiskers became more defined, his teeth grew, he opened his eyes, and it was crimson red with glowing white slit in the middle. Red lightning started to emit from his body as well. Slowly the chaotic chakra made a full form. Form of a fox with one tail, with red lighting flickering around the chakra cloak. Naruto looked at number 5, who found it was even difficult to stand. Naruto tilted his head and smirked viciously. I want to see your insides. I'll make. How it began. Anko was celebrating her promotion to Tokubetsu Jonin. It was her, Kurenai, and Yugao. They were having fun, although from time to time Anko could hear the whispers. She just disregarded them. After a while, few other Jonins started to come. Seeing Asuma, Kurenai went to talk for a while, and Yugao was having a conversation with Hate. Suddenly a guy came and sat beside her. He was of average height and build, and he had dark brown hair tied onto a ponytail. He had a scar that ran across the bridge of his nose, which Anko found a bit sexy. Congratulations on the promotion. The man said. You are congratulating me? So you are not one of those guys that think me as a snake whore? Anko asked in a tipsy voice. The man just raised an eyebrow and chuckled a bit. What's so funny? Most of the people are thinking why someone like me promoted to Tokubetsu Jonin. I bet the third had to go through lots of hassle for me. Anko said with an edgy voice. Do you believe them? The man said with a soft smile. Excuse me. Anko was now giving full attention to the guy. Do you believe all the whispers? All the bad things people say? You got promoted to Tokubetsu Jonin with your own effort, and I am sure the shinobi populace is happy to have another tough fighter among us. The man chuckled. Just remember what your friends think about this. And from what can I see, they are truly happy for you. Doesn't all that matter? Anko sighed. Now she got what the man wanted. There were mostly two types of men she had seen, one that avoided her for different reasons and one that tried to get into her pant. She guessed that he was after the latter because no one would say something so nice to her out of the blue without wanting something in return. So handsome. Want to go celebrate somewhere private? Anko said with a suggestive tone to see what he would do. She expected the guy to jump at the chance or to try to play a bit hard to get game. Maybe he would start flirting. What she didn't expect was that for him to spew his drink while going full tomato red. He looked at her horrified and was trying to form a sentence. Anko was so surprised at the behavior that when Kurenai came and nudged her, she jumped. Don't scare me like that, Kurei-chan, Anko said while trying to come down. Hearing the commotion, Yugao came as well. What's wrong? You were talking to someone? She asked as she saw her talking with someone. Yeah, I was. She looked back to see that the guy was gone. He ran. She started chuckling. Slowly it turned to full-blown laughter. This will be interesting. Irika was running full force. He went to the bar to relax as he had a hard day. Catching Naruto was no easy task like everyone else thought it to be. The little devil knew how to avoid his pursuers. At first he viewed Naruto exactly like the villagers, but not so strongly. But slowly that kid started to take a soft spot on him. He learned that he was like him, lonely, thirsting for attention. Now Irika would willingly admit that he liked the blonde prankster. He decided that from then he would follow his own judgment instead of listening to others. So when he came to the pub and saw some girls celebrating for something about promotion, he asked around. He didn't get any good response, so he chose to judge her by himself. At first he understood her pain. She was similar like Naruto. So he responded to her with kindness, but her last statement caught him completely off guard. She was sexy and hot. He would admit that, but one thing he knew from his shinobi career that the sexier the kunoichi was, the more dangerous she would be. So he did the most logical thing when he saw her distracted. He bolted. But for some reason, he couldn't shake of the chill that went down his spine. The 9 Biju were created from the dreadful Jubi. Even though at first their hearts were in the right place, their chakra was not. And to balance that out from the nature 12 creatures, known as zodiac beasts, were born. Reiju found it was unfair how the Bijus fell victim to the darkness of the mankind, while the zodiac beasts received the kindness from the humans. After all this year, most of the Bijus' hearts became as tainted as their chakra. Now Reiju was facing Kurama, one of the strongest of them, who was laughing, not menacingly, but more like he just figured out a joke. I know what you did, Reiju. You created another mindscape over mine to act as a barrier to make sure the brat doesn't come here. Maybe you were afraid that he might be tainted or his blessed power might merge with mine. But look, even with all these precautions he drew out my chakra, and so much of it, but the best part is he did it all by himself. Kurama said when his laughter slowed down. He looked at Reiju and smirked. No matter what you will do, Reiju, nothing will work. I saw the darkness in mankind. Just because one person is good and pure doesn't mean he won't be tainted. It is the other way around. Take it like this. The better a person is in heart and in soul, the higher he flies, but when his wings snaps, and trust me, they always do, they fall to the ground hardest. And after tasting despair and pain, they are the ones that get twisted beyond saving. Kurama chuckled when he saw Reiju flinched for a second. This kid will also fall. Maybe not today or tomorrow, but someday his wings will broke as well. But I have to admit, I am surprised to see him combining my chakra with his own blessed power. Reiju looked down for a moment as if he was in deep thought. Then suddenly he started chuckling softly. You may be right in some cases, Kurama, but I think you are wrong about Naruto. His wings are strong enough not only to carry himself, but also his loved ones, and in return his loved ones will make sure to protect his wings. Yes, in this world anything can happen, but for once I will bet on a human. He is different. You and I both know it. Like you said, there is darkness in everyone, but I know he will overcome his own. Reiju met Kurama's grin with his own. Then let us see how it all plays out. Kurama just shook his head. With Naruto. When Naruto heard the series of explosions and trembling of the ground that came after that, he dashed. He panicked, but for some reason he could feel all of his friends. They were alive, but injured. Not critically, but Hinata was in a different place than others. His heart started to feel heavy. He ran as fast as legs could. Hinata, be safe, be safe. That was all he thought. When he was able to pinpoint her location, he landed there only to see her get shot to the heart by an arrow. She fell down the cliff, but Shino caught her before she hit the ground. He saw from all the way up there that blood started coming out from her mouth. Rage. Pure rage. That's all he was feeling. He looked at the guy that had the galls to hurt his Hinata. He wanted to crush his bone one by one. Leisurely, so he could hear the sound of his bone breaking. He wanted to tear the guy limb by limb. Slowly, so he could hear him scream. He wanted to cut him open to pull out his organs painfully. While he was still alive and conscious, he would scream at him, would beg to kill him. But he wouldn't let him die, not so quickly. All these thoughts ignited a new power inside of him. He felt it, and without a second thought he embraced it. But it was not enough. He started to push pure raw lightning chakra while getting covered by that wicked one. His body hurt, but he gave no mind to that, although it gave him a sick pleasure when he saw the fear in his victim's eyes. He grinned. I want to see your insides. Number 5 dashed back and started shooting arrows hastily. He knew what Naruto was, a Jinchuriki. There was no way to go around it. His mission was to get Raiga's sword. All till now looked like it was going well until he pissed of a Jinchuriki. He would have to get the sword later. Now his main objective was to get the hell out of there alive, at any cost, if he can. When he saw his arrows couldn't penetrate his chakra cloak, he threw flash arrows and waited for them to go off. The moment it did, he ran the other side of where Naruto was. Then he heard some swooshing sound, and he took a hard turn to dodge an incoming hand. It was a chakra hand. It landed on a huge stone and grinded it to dust, as if it was nothing. He looked back to see. Naruto was just a few meters away from, same distance like before, but he wasn't moving, just staying there, grinning at him, taunting him. It was like a predator playing with his prey. Number 5 paled. He wasn't so sure if he could come back alive. He needed a distraction. The ground beneath him cracked. He looked down to a chakra hand came out and grabbed his ankle so tightly that he felt his bones started cracking. He looked at Naruto in horror to see one of his hand was pointing downwards and a thick chakra pierced the ground. Before he could do anything, Naruto pulled his hand. The arm that was holding his ankle forced him to come towards him. Number 5 was trying to find a way, any way to get out of this alive, but he knew that he couldn't. He felt the arm holding his ankle tighten the grip, breaking the bones there. And some chakra was also being injected inside him. Not the malice chakra, the lightning one which was making his body go numb. It was even hard to mold his chakra now. Naruto smacked him into the ground. Number 5 looked at him helplessly as Naruto put both of his hand up from where chakra arm came out and formed as a hammer. And then he started smashing him. 1 time. 2 time. He would smash him hard and then wait to see if he was conscious, then would smash him again. He didn't know how long the hellish beating continued, but it stopped after a while, which felt like eternity to him. Naruto looked at him with calculated eyes. Yes, he broke his bones. All of them maybe, just like he wanted to. Now to tear him from limb to limb, one at a time. Naruto-kun. The sweet voice that he fought for called out to him. He looked back to see Hinata was there standing, looking at him with worried eyes. Yamato was coming towards her shouting and telling her to get back. He snarled at him, and in an instant he was right in front of Hinata. Hinata was surprised at his sudden outburst of speed, but she smiled at him afterwards, seeing Naruto grumbling. She made slow shushing sound and opened her jacket. Although it was really embarrassing for her, but the situation was dire. She pointed at her heart. See, Naruto-kun, I was not injured. You saved me. She held out the Uzumaki locket, which was a bit dented. She was hit by the arrow right in the heart area, but the arrow was blunt. It was meant for her to get knocked out without injuring her, although it would have done some extensive damage, but luck was on her side as it hit the necklace, which took most of the damage. Surprisingly, it got dented a bit only, but the force still pushed her back, and she received some damage from that. Hinata's face lit up like Christmas light when Naruto started sniffing her left breast. She held out her hand to touch Naruto, but Naruto moved his head back wearily and looked at her cautiously. Seeing that, Hinata shook of her embarrassment and started humming a gentle tune, which seemed to calm him down a bit. She once again held out her hand, but this time he didn't back out. She was ready for the pain that would come when she would touch the chakra cloak, but to her surprise, the moment she was inches away from that, the chakra cloak vanished from there. It was still covering his arm and legs. Also, the chakra tail and ears were still visible, but on other areas of Naruto's body, the chakra cloak seemed to be dwindled, as if the chakra itself didn't want to hurt her. She took the chance and started scratching his darkened whiskers. He started purring, indicating that he liked that. "It's okay, Naruto-kun. I am here. You beat up all the bad guys. Rest now," she said gently and slowly, trying to reassure him that it was over. Hinata sat down and slowly pulled Naruto's head onto her lap. With one hand, she was scratching his whiskers, and with another, she was rubbing his head while humming the tune. Slowly, the cloak vanished, leaving a normal but battered Naruto in Hinata's lap. She smiled and gently kissed him on the cheek. Naruto purred a bit and rubbed his head against her thighs, making her blush fiercely. With Yamato. When the explosion occurred, Yamato quickly created his wood-locking wall with all his remaining chakra, not to increase the size of the wall, but to harden it. Good thing that no one else was there for him to cover. After the landslide passed, he came out exhausted to see Kurenai was nursing Haku, who seemed to be in a catching duty on this mission. Minutes later, they felt that, the dreadful Kyuubi's aura. They saw Shino was holding Hinata, who was coughing cause of the hit she received. Yamato immediately got the idea of what occurred, but before he could even say anything, Hinata shook Shino off and ran towards the chakra. Yamato told Kurenai to stay there, and to keep an eye on the genin and Raiga, whose whereabouts was still unknown. Because of all the fights, he was not as fast as his normal self. So when he reached, he saw Hinata was calling out to Naruto, and he was in chakra cloak mode. Way too much. Kyuubi's chakra slipped out of the seal. He shouted at Hinata to get back, but that seemed to rile up Naruto, who, in an instant, was beside Hinata. He stopped dead on his track. One wrong move, and he might hurt Hinata. He started wrecking through his brain to come up with something. Anything to avoid the tragedy that he was sure to come. Wasn't he supposed to protect him from this? Wasn't that one of the reasons he started looking after this boy? All of his thoughts prevented him to see what Hinata was doing until he heard her humming. After what transpired from there, was engraved in his memory, and he knew he would forever remember this. Hinata calmed down a pissed-off, powered-up Jinchuriki with just a tune and some simple touches. No fucking with jutsus or Sharingan, nothing. The tension was too much. He fell on his butt and started laughing. With Raiga. The landslide was coming towards them. He could have dodged it, but Ranmaru was there. He had to protect him. He used his second lightning dragon tornado on the landslide to make a way for him to go to Ranmaru. When he reached him, it was too late. The landslide was already upon them. So he charged as much lightning as he could and used his favorite jutsu, Fangs of Lightning, and hold it for as long as he could. When it was over, he looked back to see if Ranmaru was all right or not, and to his relief, he was. But sadly, he took too much damage from the rubbles, and his chakra was almost zero. He knew he wouldn't live for long. Ranmaru woke up to see Raiga all battered up, and he couldn't feel his chakra. He moved in to re-energize him with his own chakra. "Don't, Ranmaru. You don't have enough chakra, and even you give me all, this injuries will kill me anyway." Hearing Ranmaru's cries, he softened up. "Live on, Ranmaru. Go with the Konoha shinobi. They will take care of you. But before that, could you come here? I want one last favor from you." Ranmaru moved to hear his foster father's last wish. Kurenai came to check if Raiga was alive or not. After Yamato left, she heard a loud, thundering noise coming from a bit far. She came to see Raiga was looking at Ranmaru softly and shushing the kid who was crying. It broke her heart, even though they were her enemies. From taking on look at Raiga, she could see his time was up. Seeing Kurenai, Raiga looked at her pleadingly. "I know I am not in any position to ask for any favor, but tell the wood user that I respected him as an excellent shinobi. And if he felt anything similar to me at all, Please ask him to look after Ranmaru. Take Ranmaru to him, and he will tell the rest." With the last part, he closed his eyes. Ranmaru started crying harder. Kurenai led him. The child needed to release his pain. She waited until Ranmaru fell asleep crying. Then she picked him up and came back to the rendezvous point to see Yamato was holding Naruto while Hinata was on his side. She released a breath of relief. Let's go back. Back at the village. After one day, Yamato was staring at Ranmaru, who was fidgeting and for some reason was close to Naruto, who had no idea what was happening. I respected Raiga. I will admit that he was a great fighter, and if I can, I would like to honor his wish, but could you start from the beginning? Yamato said softly, so he didn't scare the kid. In response, the kid just looked at Naruto and said, Nisan, could you hold out your hand? Ranmaru said politely, which all the girls found cute. Heck, even Naruto was feeling all high and mighty cause someone called him Nisan. He did, and Ranmaru took the kiba, swords from his bag, and before anyone could do anything, he shoved the swords into Naruto's hand. Suddenly, lightning started coming out the swords and formed the shape of Raiga. Everyone's eyes almost popped out. Seeing that, Raiga chuckled a bit. Now this is a scene I think I will enjoy in my afterlife. But as much as I wished to talk and discuss, I wasn't able to put too much chakra. In short, I put my remaining chakra here to do one last thing. You boy, pointing at Naruto, what's your name? Naruto, Uzumaki. Naruto replied, but he was sweating a lot. This guy was a mist swordsman, meaning he knew how to kick his ass, and now his ghost came to haunt him. This is one of the tradition for those who wielded kiba. The owner can pass it down to the last person who impressed him in case he or she dies untimely. And to me, you did that. You are the first person who was able to withstand one of the kiba's strongest attacks. So I will pass kiba to you in return. All I ask is that give me your word that you will take care of Ranmaru. Treat him like your family. That is my only request, as one swordsman to other. Naruto nodded violently. I promise I will take care of him like my own brother, and I never back down on my promise. Seeing his determination in his eyes, Raiga chuckled. Looking at Ranmaru, his face saddened a bit. Find the life I couldn't give you, my son. With that, the lightning vanished, and Naruto shook for a second. He looked at his hand to see a bit blood came out, and it fell on kiba, which glowed when it got his blood, and absorbed it, after which it glowed for a second time and calmed down. Nobody knew what to say after the bizarre situation. It was a ghost, wasn't it? Naruto asked after that. His eyes rolled to the back of his head, and he was once again to his dreamland. Few hours later, Naruto woke up to see Hinata was beside him chatting with Haku, and Ranmaru was close to them while listening raptly. His groan told them about him being conscious again. Naruto-kun, you okay? Hinata asked while Haku giggled a bit. Don't worry, Hinata-chan. He is fine. He thought he was possessed by a ghost. Naruto narrowed his eyes, but didn't have a comeback for that. He looked at Ranmaru, who was looking as if he was out of place. Yo, little guy, how are you feeling? He lost his father figure, and now he is on to his way to a new village which he has no idea about. But I think he is fine. Haku playfully answered for Ranmaru, who blushed, and Naruto looked pissed. Alright guys, break it up. Yamato came into the room. Ranmaru here helped us to finish our original mission. He gave me the whereabouts of the place where bandits kept their lootings, and luckily, we found our requested item. Kurenai and the rest also entered the room. It is broken, so we can take a peek at it, right? Kiba asked curiously. Well, it was damaged and I happened to see what was inside accidentally, but here you go. All the young ones came and took a look inside the box, which was put into a table by Yamato. There was a picture and a worn-out wristband made of marbles. What the heck, this is it? Why did the old guy tell this was a treasure? Damn, we almost died for these junks. Kiba got pissed and left. Almost everyone left feeling a bit disappointed except Naruto, who was looking at the picture intently. The picture was of a guy who looked younger version of Karasher, who was laughing while hugging a woman tightly, and the said woman was kissing his cheek. For some reason, he felt something as if the picture was giving him a déjà vu. He had no idea which part, but it scared him. He went back to his friends and tried to forget about it. Alright guys, we will be going back to the village after we have a decent meal and rest, so pack up your gears. Kurenai ordered out. Hokage's office. There were no problems in their way back. Naruto carried Ranmaru and they reached their home a bit faster than their expected time. Now they are in front of Hokage, who was rubbing his head. Kurenai, Yamato, Naruto, and Ranmaru stay, others can leave. Hearing that the rest of the Genins left hesitatingly. Yamato, I don't know, should I keep sending you and Naruto to see rank missions to bring more beneficial factors to the village, or should stop you from doing any, in order to save the ones you are supposed to back up? Yamato and Naruto blushed a bit hearing that. So, let me get the facts straight. You faced another missed swordsman who died being betrayed by his fellow comrade, who was pulverized by a Kyuubi-empowered Naruto, and who it seemed was stopped by Hinata singing lullaby to him. Oh yes, let's not forget Raiga, who was on the verge of dying, used the honor code of shinobi to make sure you take care of Ranmaru, and at the end, he gave Naruto the ownership of Kiba, one of the legendary missed swords which now cannot be accessed by any other person. Sandaime looked at the Jonin to confirm all of those. Hokage-sama, why not let Ranmaru join our team? I mean, we already have 2 members, and with him we will have 3, a proper functioning team. What do you say? Naruto asked with a hopeful voice. Naruto-kun, it is not that easy. There are things you have to follow, and by the look of it, although Ranmaru wants to be a Konoha shinobi, he has very little training on shinobi skills unlike Haku, and so it is better if he starts from academy. And not to mention the paperwork that will come with it, if I just put him directly in your team without any proper reasoning. Hiruzen sighed. Even though it would have been better that way, it would cause too many problems and suspicions. Let's make a deal. You assign Ranmaru in our team, and I and Haku would do our best to shape him up faster than any academy can. Naruto insisted. He had a trump card, but he didn't want to use it so soon. Naruto, I cannot do that. There will be 2. Hiruzen replied firmly, but was stopped when Naruto brought out his trump card. I will tell you the secret to beat the paperwork. In a few seconds, Yamato was holding some papers confirming that Ranmaru was now officially on his team. Kurenai and Ranmaru was watching the whole scene played out, and truthfully, it was funny as hell. Hiruzen looked at Naruto with eyes that was screaming for the secret. Naruto sighed and made the sign for shadow clone. Hiruzen looked at him puzzled, but then it all clicked. The god of shinobi, feared by the evil, respected by his enemies, sensei of the legendary Sanins, started banging his head on his table while weeping. Why? Everyone's sweat dropped except for Naruto, who was grinning madly. Sometime later, Karasher was leaving. He got his treasure back. Now it was time for him to hit the road again. But he stopped when he saw the blonde kid ahead of him. I thought you were going to celebrate with your friends about the tough mission. Sorry about that, kid. I didn't know. He was stopped when Naruto softly asked, who was she? The woman on the picture. Karashi's face saddened, but he replied, my late fiancée. Why? What happened? Naruto asked again. Karashi's face hardened. Why do you want to know, brat? Naruto looked at him sadly. In the picture, your eyes are full of life and hope. They were reflecting all of yourself, and now here you are wearing a mask. When I saw the picture, I knew there was something similar, but at first I didn't know what. It is your smile. They are same like mine. You smile now like how I used to. Before I found out about Hinata-chan and Irika-sensei. Long story, brat. Let's take a seat first. They moved at one side of the road and sat on a bench. Now where do I begin, huh? Let's start from the beginning. I was an orphan in Takigakure, a small shinobi village. As an orphan, I didn't receive much attention, so I wanted to be the best to prove that I can be someone other than a nobody. I worked hard till I dropped, and it all started paying off. My first friend who became my fiancée. She was also an orphan who supported me all the way. I became a respected jonin and a well-known figure throughout the shinobi side, as well as the civilian side. Karasher paused as he looked to the sky sadly. But one day, we were attacked by some strong enemies. They were after someone in our village. I had a bad feeling about that attack. I wanted to stay in the village to protect my fiancée as she was pregnant, but she reassured me everything was going to be fine. So I left to confront the enemy with some other strong shinobis as well as with our Kage. It was a bloodbath. There were 2 of them, but they were strong. At the end we won. One of them died, other retreated. We lost some good man, and I lost my arm in order to protect the Kage. But when I came back, Karasher paused again. He closed his eyes, but Naruto could see the tears leaking. Everything was gone. My fiancé was killed along with some other people by one of the enemy's technique. I didn't know the detail of the technique, but didn't care. Everyone said it was going to be okay. They even nominated me to take a seat in the council, one of the things I dreamed of, but it didn't matter. The person I wanted in my life more than my dream was gone. What's the point? All the acknowledgments, honor, and medals wouldn't bring back my true treasure. She was gone, and so was my soul and my will. After that I left the village. I just wander around. All that left of her is the memories and a few stuffs like this. With that, he took out the picture and the wristband and looked at those yearningly. Well, that is my life story, kid. In this world, you don't know when you are going to die, or worse, when your precious one will. So make sure to find and hold on to your real treasure. With that, he stood up and started heading towards the village gate, without even looking back. Why don't you blame anyone, the villagers or those guys? Naruto yelled at the retreating back. I am not a coward, kid. The only thing I blamed, and still blame, is my hesitation for not following my intuition, my weakness for not being strong enough, and my blindness for not seeing my actual dream, a life with her. Karashir gave Naruto a smile, a true sad smile, one that portrayed all of his feelings then. Naruto waited till Karashi's figure vanished. With Hinata and the rest of the members that did the C-rank mission had a small celebration for surviving the mission, which turned into an A rank. Naruto left saying that he needed to do something. After an hour or two, they were done and Hinata was returning home when she saw her boyfriend on a tree a bit far away from her compound. Naruto-kun. Hinata called him out, but stopped when she saw his pained look. Before she could ask, he jumped and landed behind Hinata. He wrapped his arm around her waist while burying his nose into her neck. Hinata would have turned crimson if she didn't feel him shaking slightly. She knew even if she would ask what happened, Naruto wouldn't tell her, not now. So she just stood there and was patting his hand. I am not like you, Karashijiji. I will be stronger, more than now. He whispered and buried his nose deeper. I will protect my true treasure. Omake. Falling for a teacher. So what's wrong, Anko? Lately you seem to be up to something. Kurenai asked in an accusing tone. Anko and Yugao were having a girls' night out. Well, I found this one interesting guy. Anko replied back absent-mindedly. What? Both Kurenai and Yugao shouted. You are falling for a man? Yugao asked. Anko. Hearing the seriousness in her voice, Anko looked at Kurenai. Is he a good person? Flashback. Anko was following Irika, who just caught the prankster. She was a specialist in T&I department. Getting information was a piece of cake for her. She found out the mysterious kind person just in one day. She saw how Irika was dealing with Naruto, the Jinchuriki. He got mad when he saw Naruto did wrong. Oh, how sexy he looked when he was mad. She got a bit turned on seeing his angry face. It didn't contain any malice or evil, just anger for the brat, for his well-being. After the Jinchuriki quieted down and mumbled an apology, he smiled warmly and took him to a ramen stand. Flashback ends. Well, if he liked the Jinchuriki who everyone hated and he did it because he cared while giving no considerations towards those who thought what he was doing was wrong. So he was definitely a good person. Scratch that. He was a great person. I think so. Like hell she would admit that strongly. Better not to give too much information to Kurenai and Yugao. Well, if he is a good person then, that's great. Kurenai smiled warmly. Well, is he good looking? Yugao asked. Flashback. It was one of those days when Naruto pranked one of the Umbu hideouts. She would thank the kid later. He swapped the signboards of the bathhouses. Anko came there because Yugao dragged her. When she and few other female members entered the bathhouse, they saw the males, but her eyes were glued to scarred Chunin. He had a semi-build tanned body, but with his hair wet and down, he was looking like a rough warrior, and all the scars in his body was enhancing that look. She almost jumped him. But the screaming and shouting stopped her from getting any more good view, but she did stole a peek at his ass. Later she learned why he was there. One of the Umbu invited Irika because he looked after his kid. Flashback ends. Damn right he is good looking, one of the sexiest ass I have ever seen. But she just shrugged. Well, guess you should go for him. Kurenai asked. Anko just gaped at her when she heard that. What? I don't like him that much. I just found him interesting. She denied too quickly. Anko, when we asked was he a good person, you had this very soft and admiring look on your face. and when we asked about his looks, you were openly drooling." Yugao chuckled. "Damn." Anko cursed her girlfriends for being so observant. "So who is he?" Kurenai asked. "He is a teacher." Hiruzen was relaxing in his study room. Feeling the presence of the person he was waiting for, he called out, "Enter." The door opened to reveal Yamato in his casual dress. "Thank you for coming, Yamato." Yamato bowed. It was right after the small dinner party they had. When everyone left to their own house, Yamato had a different destination. While briefing earlier about the mission, Hiruzen gave small subtle signs about meeting later, and he knew why. Well, he couldn't blame the old man for this, but he sure was surprised when he figured that he would had to meet him in his home, which in some cases might be considered more private than the Hokage's office. "I am pretty sure you know why I called you here late this night. It might take a while, so why not relax yourself, Yamato?" Hiruzen pointed at the chair in front of him. Yamato accepted the offer and sat there. "So where should I start from, Sandaime-sama?" Yamato asked politely. "Why not start from Naruto? I got worried when you said he pulled out a huge amount of Kyuubi's chakra. Just how much did he pull?" Hiruzen asked. "Chakra cloak." Hearing that, Hiruzen paled. "I don't know how, but he shouldn't be able to pull that much chakra, and yet he did. I even asked our sealing team to have a checkup on him, and they said everything seemed to be in perfect condition." Hiruzen rubbed his temple. This was getting out of hand. He thought that maybe he ought to call Jiraiya to come back sooner. "That is too much. You got any theory behind it?" Hiruzen asked while he took out his smoke. "As far as I know, there are only a few ways that a Jinchuriki can call out the beast's power despite the sealing. First would be death-like situations. When they feel like they might going to die despite the sealing, the tailed beasts seem to push out their chakra to the Jinchuriki. I don't know the exact reason, but it is not like the tailed beasts can die anyway. Second reason would be hate or rage that ignites the chakra, and the Jinchurikis tend to pull out the chakra subconsciously." Yamato explained his thought. "So we can say Naruto is following the second route unknowingly?" Hiruzen sighed. "It is much more than that, I think," Yamato said, making the Sandaime concerned. "How so?" "When Naruto is angry, his bloodline seemed to respond to his rage as well. His storm attacks get more devastating, and he doesn't act like a normal angry person." Hiruzen raised an eyebrow hearing this. "What do you mean by that?" "When people gets angry, they tend to lash out at their opponents, not thinking about themselves while becoming unaware about their surroundings with only one thing in mind: destroy the target at all cost. But with all due respect, Sandaime-sama, you know that there is one more way people tends to act when they are angry." Hiruzen turned white hearing that. He almost dropped his pipe. "You don't mean?" His voice was low as if he was afraid to hear the answer. "Yes, the one that you dubbed as the silent angered." Hearing that, Hiruzen leaned on his chair and groaned, like father, like son. Everyone had their angry side, their dark side. The mighty fourth was no exception. Hiruzen was able to witness his anger only once, and when he did, he was glad that Minato was a composed ninja. It was during the last war when a group of highly trained IWA shinobi headed towards one of the Suna camp. Kushina and her team intercepted them, but unexpectedly, there was an S-class shinobi there. Even though Kushina was a strong shinobi, but at that time she was a high A class. Most of her teammates were killed while others were able to retreat, except her. She held them at bay, but from what Hiruzen heard, the S-ranked IWA shinobi was toying with her, but before anything could happen, Minato reached there. Seeing Kushina's condition, he snapped. He never learned what happened after that, but when he reached there, he was horrified to see the state all the IWA shinobi were. Death would have been a better option. They were mangled beyond healing, but were kept alive. What scared him the most was the expression on Minato's face. There was a lingering smile on his lips while his face was calm and content, something he was glad that he didn't see twice. "How many times did Naruto became like that?" Hiruzen asked tiredly. "2 times. One was his fight with Niji, and the second time was on the last mission when he went into chakra cloak mode." Hiruzen wanted to smack his head. The silent anger, as he dubbed, was different than normal raging. Unlike the normal state of angry mind, this one acts differently. When they get really angry, they became calm and collected rather than blind and raging. Instead of killing their target, they tend to toy with them and put fear and desperation in their mind while fighting with a calm mind. "Do you have any idea why?" Although he knew the answer, he just wanted to be sure. Hinata. The reply confirmed his belief. Let's wait till Jiraiya comes. Also, speaking of Hinata, what exactly happened? In the report, it was said that she calmed down Naruto when he was in chakra cloak mode. Do you have any ideas? Nope, not a single clue. Hiruzen's sweat dropped hearing the answer. Then what about the person named number 5? When I found him, he was beyond saving. Most of his bones were crushed, and he was suffering heavily from internal bleeding. The only thing I could do was to end his misery, although I took his weapons. He gave a scroll to Hiruzen. It is sealed there. I do not trust it with the investigation department because Danzo might get his hand on this. What Hinata said that the guy was working as an undercover to get Raiga's swords. Also, I had a hunch for which village he was working for, and it was solidified when I asked Ramuro. Yamato looked a bit uncomfortable before answering. It was Lightning Country. Before joining Raiga's group, number 5 said he was a missing nin from Kyumo. He even wanted to capture Hinata alive when he saw she was a main branch member. Those damn Kyumo nins. For now, keep the weapon here. I will see what I can do about it. And also, did you test Ramuru's bloodline? Hokage took the weapon scroll and brought out the weapons. From the test, what I can say is that his bloodline gives him the ability to see through walls, cast irresistible genjutsu, which can even counter Byakugan. What he said to me that he can see the physical life force inside a human's body to check their status of being alive or dead. Also, being able to see a person's life form, he can predict a series of attacks that an opponent uses against him. Yamato explained. Are you thinking what I am thinking about his bloodline? Hiruzen groaned. Although we cannot be sure at this point, but yes, I think so too. I also made sure the test results and everything else is hidden well, and here is the only original copies. Yamato said, while giving Hiruzen some notes. Things just seem to get tougher when it comes to Naruto. Next morning, Naruto was remodeling his room with the help of Haku and Ramuru. The third Hokage decided it would be better if Ramuru also lived with them. Because of that, they also rented the room next to them. They broke down the wall and combined the 2 rooms into one. Now they are remodeling the whole place. Sometime later, Hinata came, as their team had the day off, and started helping them. He wanted to use Shadow Clone, but the girls decided against it, saying it was better as they wanted to enjoy the group work. Guess you guys are working well together, Yamato said as he came through the broken door. You guys are remodeling the whole apartment, it seems. Yeah, we are all making separate rooms for everyone. Naruto replied back, while he was concentrating how to paint the wall without messing it up. Well, there is something you guys should know. Yamato's words took everyone's attention. As you know, you were made into a team, but it is not official yet. In order to do that, every team had to go through some kind of test, which I am going to follow as well. But this test will be unlike any other test, so I will give the full team 1 week training time. You can use the training ground 15 if you want, but I won't be helping any of you. You are on your own. I will come and pick all of you up at the start of the next week at 7:00. With that, he left. Wow, a team test. Did you had it too, Hinaheim? Naruto asked Hinata. Why, yes, Naruto-kun. It was right after our team was selected. We had to give a T-test in order to be an actual genin. It was hard, but if it is you guys, I know you will pass. Hinata replied with a smile. Did your Jonin instructor give time to prepare? Haku asked. Yes, Kurenai-sensei gave us a day to prepare. Hinata told Haku. A day? And Yamato-sensei is giving us a week. This sounds troubling. Haku said thoughtfully. Nah, we will be fine, because we rock. Naruto said while bumping fist in the air. Maybe because Naruto and Ai-san and Hakone-chan is already strong, so he wants me to have enough time to be prepared. Ramuru gave his opinion. Everyone looked at him. I guess we should start training as soon as we can. Haku pointed out while she went to get her gears. Hey, Hinaheim, would you mind if you come with us? I will let my clones do all the work here. Naruto asked Hinata with puppy dog eyes. Hinata smiled and replied that she would love to and that she would have gone anyway. Training ground. This doesn't feel right. From what Hinata-chan told me, the Jonin instructors take the exam mainly to see the teamwork and the students' capabilities. Why does Yamato-sensei want us to go through the test now? Is it just for Ramuru or there is something more? Haku was thinking deeply while looking at Naruto, who was teaching Ramuru about the body flicker jutsu. She talked a bit more about the test with Hinata, and that got her thinking. "Hinata-chan, is it okay if you help Ranmaru with something?" Haku asked Hinata, who was going through some taijutsu scrolls. "Sure, Haku-chan. How can I help?" Hinata asked without looking away from the scroll. "Something doesn't feel right about this test, so I want Ranmaru to be ready for anything. I will ask Naruto to teach him the basic jutsu while you teach him enough taijutsu to defend himself. I will work on his chakra and powers." Haku explained her plan for the test. "Only if you would spar with me sometimes like you do with Naruto." Hearing that, Haku raised her eyebrow, but Hinata just giggled softly. "All right, I also wanted to go against your taijutsu." Haku grinned. Few days later. For few days they had been training Ranmaru to the fullest, but from time to time Naruto and Haku would spar with each other to sharpen their skills as well. First, it was Naruto who had been teaching Ranmaru the basic jutsu Kawarimi, Shunshin, and Clone Jutsu. He even took him to Iruka's place one day to give Ranmaru a better idea of the jutsu, but for some reason, he looked tired a bit. Iruka was pleased to have a student who for once was listening to him intently and was asking decent questions. It didn't take much long for Ranmaru to learn the 3 basic jutsu. Although they were easy, but the time he needed to master the jutsu was incredible. According to Iruka, he was complete opposite of Naruto. Ranmaru had less chakra, but more control and focus, much like a Hyuga. So for him, learning any jutsu that required small amount of chakra was easy for him. After learning those, Naruto wanted him to learn more jutsu, but Haku told him to keep on training him on that area, as he needed experience with the jutsu. After that, it was Haku's turn, who helped Ranmaru on the chakra control with the help of Hinata. Surprisingly, he managed to complete the tree climbing exercise in 2 days, but he was stuck with the water walking one. Haku also trained him with his abilities. She was not sure if it was bloodline or not, because even Hinata never heard of any kind of bloodline like that. His Jinjutsu was unique, but unfortunately not everyone was good with Jinjutsu, and the only person who could teach him was busy with her own team. Ranmaru's second ability was a bit like Sharingan, but instead of seeing the chakra to predict an opponent's attack, he saw life force. And also there was the fact that Ranmaru himself didn't know the full capabilities of his own powers. So after the chakra exercise, what Haku did was to make Ranmaru go through all the things that he learned from Raiga. Lastly, it was Hinata, but she didn't have too much time on her hand as she was busy with her own team and clan. Even though with all of these complications, she came and taught Ranmaru about taijutsu from time to time. But from what she saw was that Ranmaru was more like a strategist than frontliner. He was not good with taijutsu, heck, he was not good in physical prowess. Seeing that, Hinata just gave him some light exercise for him to perform regularly so that his body could be more durable, and taught him some basics of a simple taijutsu form, the crane style. They just had 2 more days left for their test. Haku went to have a spar match against Hinata, while Naruto and Ranmaru went to see Iruka, only to find the reason behind Iruka's tiredness. That was something Naruto and Ranmaru would never forget. After that, they went back to the training ground to have some simple spars. But Naruto had to admit, Ranmaru's Jinjutsu was one pain in the ass. He was glad that Ranmaru was on his team. Day of the test. Naruto, Haku, and Ranmaru landed on an unknown training ground led by Yamato, who came early at the morning to pick them up. But the whole way he didn't say anything. After reaching their destination, they met an Umbu in the clearing who was wearing a cloak to hide his mask and hair. Finally, Yamato broke the silence. "Well, I know you are all nervous, but try to be at ease. Every team before forming had a test to prove if they are capable enough. Even though I know you all are more than capable, I still want all of you to go through this. The test is simple. I will give you an item, and this Umbu, who will go by Alpha, will try to track you down and retrieve it. Your job is to have the item in your position till sunset. You will have only 10 minutes head start. Any questions?" "What will happen if we lose?" Haku asked. "Then instead of forming as a real team, we will still be going as the backup team. By the way, you are allowed to go all out, but you cannot exit this training ground. No need to worry, as this is one huge training ground, so don't panic and follow your intuitions. Good luck." With that, Yamato jumped back, indicating that the test is about to start. The mysterious Umbu threw a scroll at them. Naruto took the scroll and was carefully watching the Umbu. The atmosphere was tense, and it became more so when the Umbu raised his arm. Then he snapped his fingers. 5 minutes later. One of Naruto's clones was carrying Ranmaru on his back, as all of them were dashing to go deeper into the woods. Yamato-sensei is right. This is one huge training ground. Didn't thought there would be small forest here. Naruto asked while he was checking out the area. Everyone, stop. Haku said while she stopped running. What's wrong, Hakone? Ranmaru asked. Guys, I think the main objective is different than what Yamato-sensei told us. Haku told everyone. What do you mean by that? We got the scroll, and we don't have time until that Umbu catches us. Naruto argued. Exactly. Remember what Yamato-sensei told us. Follow our intuition. I think the main objective is not to protect the scroll, but what measures we take to protect it. Yamato-sensei said we can go full power, meaning that the Umbu who is following us is quite strong. So we have to decide what we should do. Haku explained. So you are telling us whether we stand and fight with all we got, or put every technique from our arsenal to avoid him at all cost. Naruto summarized Haku's explanation. But this is an Umbu we are talking about, and maybe an elite one. Ranmaru pointed out. Exactly. So that is why I am saying not to take half measures. Either we hide, or we fight. So what do you guys think? Haku looked at her teammates. Naruto and Ranmaru looked at each other, and then back at Haku. 10 minutes later. Alpha was tracking his targets. Their traces led him to a somewhat an open field in the forest. When he arrived in the field, he was immediately attacked by 3 Naruto. So they are going for a frontal attack. Alpha intercepted them with taijutsu. He ducked and rushed to headbutt one Naruto who received the full attack and went poof. The other 2 surrounded him, and one went for his chest, and the other went for his leg. Alpha jumped to dodge the lower attack, while he kicked the other Naruto on the head to counter his flying attack. But while he was on the air, he heard a slight screeching sound, and all his senses went on high alert. He swapped with the Naruto he kicked and saw him getting pierced by an lightning-charged kunai. He jumped to dodge another one, but when he landed, the last Naruto held his legs, and the third kunai came right at his face. He ducked with immense speed, but his cloak got torn apart by that, revealing his mask and hair. He took out his kunai and cut the last clone. Nice strategy, one must say. Charging with clones while you guys attack me from far. Alpha praised their effort. So I guess instead of running, all of you decided to face me head-on? Well, running around while removing all our traces till sunset sounded boring, so why not just face the problem directly? Besides, even if we lose the test in the end, we will all be in the same team. Whether it is on an actual team or the backup team, doesn't matter to us. Naruto pointed out after coming out from the forest. Haku and Ranmaru came after him and stood beside him. Besides, it seems we took the right choice, Kakashi-sensei. There was no way we could have outsmarted you regarding on tracking. Haku grinned. Wait, how? Kakashi stumbled on his words. I wasn't traveling with Zabuza-sama, just for show you know. While it was true I usually avoided direct fights, I was taught to look underneath the underneath. The fact that Yamato-sensei told us to go all out means me and Ranmaru can use our bloodlines, which we are supposed to hide. Only a handful of people knows about that. Haku explained. Wow, nicely done. Guess. Before Kakashi could finish. Also, the fact that no one else has gravity-defying silver hair also solidified my theory. Hearing that, Kakashi slumped his shoulders. The hair gave me away, didn't it? Kakashi asked in a dejected tone. All 3 nodded. Well, guess I won't need this mask anymore. With that, Kakashi removed his mask and looked directly at them. He was wearing a blank headband which was covering his Sharingan eye like usual. So let's start, shall we? No sooner had he said, Naruto made 5 shadow clone, and all of them charged at him, and seeing that, Kakashi jumped back to get some distance. Yamato told him not to hold back, and knowing these kids, he knew Yamato was right. Kakashi knew who to target first. But when he looked at their team, he was surprised and pleased at the same time. Naruto was in front, who already had drawn Kiba, while Haku and Ranmaru kept their distance from Naruto. Ranmaru was weak, he knew it, but with Haku beside him, things got harder. Even though he knew in taijutsu he could easily overcome Haku, but wouldn't risk it, as she was good with senbons and ninjutsu. Also, he was not sure if he could pass Naruto without using his Sharingan. Guess I have to go serious as well. With that, Kakashi strengthened his stance. Kirigakure no jutsu. Kakashi made his move. Slowly the area was filled with thick mist. He knew shaking off Haku would be hard, but one-on-one he would easily win. Even though he said he was going all out, he was still a jonin, so he had to hold back a bit. With that in mind, he made one shadow clone who went to one side, but made some small noise on purpose. All the clones heard that and followed him. Seeing the chance, he shunshined close to where Haku and Ranmaru was and dashed towards Ranmaru. But when he was close, his eyes widened when he heard both Haku and Ranmaru grinned and shouted together, "Hayaton," showering snow. Kakashi took the hit full on. It was as if even his bones were shivering, but before he could take any measure, he felt two of the shadow clone coming at him. Seeing that one dived to get his leg, he jumped and saw the other clone jumped as well. But before Naruto could use that clone to jump higher and use his attack, Kakashi threw Shrunken to dispel it. Damn, Naruto cursed, seeing he missed a good chance to get a strong hit on Kakashi. Kakashi landed a bit far away from them. He could still feel his body shaking. Suddenly it hit him. He checked the surrounding to be sure. The mist was getting thicker, and one could feel the water in the air. He knew who and why increased the moist in the air, but before he could use anything to countermeasure it, he heard Naruto yelling, "Storm release! Laser circus!" Naruto didn't use full power on the attack, as it was meant to charge up the entire place to trap Kakashi, who felt the whole area getting electrified because of the heavy moisture. He didn't waste any time and started making the hand seals. Ox, rabbit, monkey, dragon, rat, bird, ox, snake, dog, tiger, monkey. Chidori. He used his signature move to draw the lightning to his jutsu rather than his body, which worked, but the lightning was strong. It started spreading from his hand. He charged up his attack with surrounding lightning and smashed it to the ground. The area shook because of the impact. The mist started to clear up. He had to move away, but he felt his body was feeling heavy. Weird. He looked at his body, and to his surprise, there were many needles sticking out. Guess this was your plan from the beginning, huh? Kakashi asked Naruto, who was now standing few meters ahead of him with his kiba out. Yup. While you were busy trying to get to Ranmaru or fighting me off, real Hakane was hitting you with needles, and because of the mist, you couldn't pinpoint her location without Sharingan, and the frost attack that hit you numbed your body, so you didn't feel the needles hitting you. And now that you are all worn out, I am pretty sure you don't want to go head-on with me on Kenjutsu. Naruto cheekily replied. What he didn't tell him was that Ranmaru was pinpointing Kakashi's location to Haku through the thick mist. Don't count me out yet. I am not a jonin for nothing. Saying his part, Kakashi toughened his stance. Naruto took his stance as well, but to his surprise, Kakashi loosened up. Well, guess this means all of you passed the test, Kakashi said with a smile. Huh, what do you mean? Naruto said, surprised. Well, from here your sensei will take over, and I am pretty sure he will be here soon. True to his words, in less than a minute Yamato came there. Seeing Yamato, Haku and Ranmaru came out from the forest. You guys did really well. You don't know, but this forest is actually for observing duels between Chunin for the promotion to Elite Chunin. So the whole battle I was able to observe, and I must say, I am really impressed the way all of you used your strong points while covering each other's weaknesses. And your hunch was right. I gave this test to see what measures you would take to complete a tough mission without me, Yamato said with a proud voice. Everyone beamed up hearing that. Guess all I can say now is that. Welcome to Team 5. Omake. The aftermath. Best night ever. Anko grinned, but Irika only grumbled. After all this time last night, she was finally able to bag Irika, although with underhanded methods. Come on, baby. We both enjoyed it, so don't be grumpy. Rather, you should be proud of taking the virginity of one of the most sexist kunoichi. Anko laughed. Or are you telling me that you will leave this poor girl right after ravaging her, you monster? Anko sniffed, but she knew she wasn't fooling anyone. I ravaged you? Then please tell me why I am here in bed groaning while you are practically glowing and enjoying yourself. Irika finally replied. Were the snakes necessary? He asked in a tired tone. Duh. You won't go down quietly, I mean, come on. I was practically naked and pinned you down, but know you and your moral. I know you like me, so what kept you? Anko's jolly voice was replaced by a concerned one. Doubts started to fuel her minds. What if she messed up big time? Anko, yes, I was attracted to you. I mean, you are powerful as well as a beautiful kunoichi, and anyone would be lucky to have you. I didn't want you to be rash since I thought that the crush you had for me would pass away eventually, because if you wanted, you could have found a better man. I am just a regular average Chunin. I was sure someone like you. He couldn't finish because Anko pounced on him. That's it. We are going for another session. Anko said huskily. Wait, didn't you hear what I said? Irika flipped so Anko was under him, but before she could comment about their position, he jumped out of the bed, but wobbled when landed. Well, it was understandable when their first night was so long and rough. Irika-kun, you won me over for your kindness and honesty, something that is rare in our world. So just like you think that I can get better men, I fear the same. So let us put our fear and doubts aside because knowing you I can sincerely say that I am the lucky one. Anko said all this in sincere voice, but sighed when she saw Irika was backing down slowly. Fine, have it that way, summoning jutsu. Anko grinned evilly. No, not the snakes again. Irika tried to run away, but his legs were caught by Anko's snakes. Stop your whining. I don't see you complaining when we are actually doing it. Heck, you act total 180-degree opposite. Now be a good boy and put your mouth to a better use. Will I even survive the first day? Let me say it again. Congratulations on making it to the new team. Yamato smiled softly. It was next day after the test. Yamato treated them to a nice restaurant for doing so wonderful in the test. Now they were on training ground 15 for their first official meeting as Team 5. Excitement was written on everyone's faces. Before starting our today's main discussion, I want to give you guys some warnings. Hearing that everyone became more focused, for Haku and Ranmaru, you had to follow the same codes like before. Haku, no ice jutsu unless tough calls, and same for Ranmaru. We still don't know full power of Ranmaru's abilities, and we never heard of any bloodlines like that. So you have to be extra careful. You can use your Jinjutsu Ranmaru, but be more discreet about it. Haku and Ranmaru nodded. For Naruto, you can use everything else except Kiba. What? What? Naruto protested with a frown. Because Kiba is a valuable asset in Kiri. If anyone learns that you have one of the mist swords, you will become a target of many dangerous people. So unless the situation is dire, do not use Kiba. I know it is not fair, but until you are strong enough to fully utilize Kiba, you have to follow this Naruto. Yamato explained to Naruto, who was clearly depressed. Now with that out of the way, there is one more thing I want to ask you guys. You guys know about Chunin exam, right? Well, guess what? This year it will be held here in Konoha. So do you guys want to participate in it? Yamato asked, even though he knew the answer. Of course, Yamato-sensei. I think it will give us a great experience. If Naruto and I and Hakane goes, so will I. Well, I knew all of you would say yes, but still wanted to confirm. Now the exam will be held at the end of the next month, meaning you guys have less than 2 months to prepare yourself. I would suggest no more mission, only strict training. With that comes our today's discussion. I will be direct. Being a Chunin means you got to have experience, strength, and the ability to lead. Experience means you got to have mission experience as well as different kinds of battle experience, so if any time a mission goes south you know what to do. Strength is something you need because when you become a Chunin you will be doing high-level missions. Sometimes you might have to go with Jonin to help them out as well. You cannot do any of these unless you don't have power to back you up in the battle. And the last one, the ability to lead means you got to have skills to lead a team when one is assigned to you, and also you need to be quick-witted and crafty for that. You guys still with me? Yamato asked. Seeing everyone nodding back with vigor, he continued. Now as for you guys, Ranmaru, I will be direct. You are the weakest link in the team, for now. You don't have enough experience on the field, and as for strength you have high potential, but you have to train hard to sharpen them. Also you are too young and green for leading. Naruto, I can say you are quite experienced as a genin. And in the strength department, you might be one of the toughest genin I have come around. But you still lack on the leadership area. You have a tendency to charge at the battle without properly evaluating the situation. And Haku, truthfully, I would say you already have all the 3 areas covered. You are experienced, smart, and strong Kuniochi. But there is always room for improvement. Yamato explained. He continued. So what I want you guys to do now is to discuss with one another about your own strengths and weaknesses and what can you do to contribute in the team. Also decide which area you want to improve and how you plan to do that for the upcoming exam. Take your time. I will meet you after lunch. With that he left. So, ramen anyone? After lunch. After their lunch at Ichiraku's, they went back to the training ground all the while discussing about the given topic. They didn't have to wait long for Yamato. So, did you discuss among yourselves about what I told you? Seeing them all smiling and nodding, he grinned. Then let's start with Naruto. What are your weaknesses, strengths, and how do you want to become stronger? Let's not forget your contribution towards your team. Naruto rubbed the back of head. For my awesome sides, I am strong at lightning jutsus and kenjutsu. Also, I can use shadow clones in lots of ways. I can even use them in information gathering. Also, my bloodline storm release packs quite a punch, but I am still working on it. As for weaknesses, I am not good at countering strong genjutsu. Also not good in hardcore strategic battles, I suppose. As for the team, I can be the heavy damage dealer and the frontliner. To get stronger, I want to focus on kenjutsu and on my bloodline techniques. Guess that's all for me. Nicely said, Naruto. So who wants to go next? Yamato questioned the other two. Ranmaru stepped up and seeing that Yamato motioned him to go on. Well, for starters, I am not experienced in shinobi battles as much as Naruto and Ai and Hakane, but my strength lies in my unique abilities. I can cast some strong genjutsu, and I am working on tracking. My main weakness is my inexperience and also the lack of knowledge on shinobi arts. I want to be the genjutsu expert and tracker on our team. Ranmaru said with determined voice, which relived Yamato as he thought that his earlier speech might have diminished Ranmaru's spirit. He was glad that it didn't. Yes, Ranmaru, you need time and experience, and with that I am sure you can be as good as your other teammates. So, Haku, it is your turn. Yamato said to Haku, who smiled back. Let's see, for my strong points. I am good with water jutsu, senbons, and I am quite well versed with my bloodline abilities. I also have some decent experience in medical field and information gathering. For tracking, my knowledge is limited, but I don't want to pursue more on that particular field. As for my weaknesses, I am not good with long stamina-consuming battles. Also, I am kind of weak in close-range battles. As for the strategic types of battles, I am not sure of it. For our team, I want to be the secondary fighter and medic. Also, she looked at her other teammates, both of them just grinned at her, seeing that she just sighed. I will be the team leader, Haku said unhappily. So you got outvoted? Yamato chuckled. Haku replied by nodding. Oh, and for getting stronger, I would like to focus on improving my water jutsu and getting better at close combat. As I am forced to be the leader, I also want to focus on team formation and strategies. Haku finished her part with a smile. Wow, honestly speaking, I am very surprised and pleased. You really analyzed your abilities as a single shinobi and team player. Well, the main reason I asked all of you to do this is that, like I said before, we are not going for any more missions till the Chunin exam is finished. This is no joke. People dies in the exam, and I will be damned if I sent any of you there unprepared. So for the next 1.5 months, I will be training every one of you. And hearing how you want to get stronger gave me some ideas as well. If I can, I will try to ask some of my colleagues to come and help you as well, but don't hold on to it. Because of the Chunin exam, the higher-ranked shinobis got their hands full with works. But I will try my best. Yamato finished with a small smile. His eyes were glowing with pride seeing the maturity of his students. So which areas are you going to train us? Haku asked. Well, let's see. For now, to keep it simple, I will train each of you only in one particular area. Like for Naruto, I will focus on his bloodline. For Ranmaru, I will work on his basics and improve his tracking skills. And lastly, for Haku, we will concentrate on your water jutsu. Other areas I can't do much as I am not expert on those parts. Yamato explained. So training starts from today? Naruto asked curiously. No, I actually thought the discussion would have taken more time, but guess I was wrong. We can do some light exercise and have a bit more brief planning of our training program. Yamato replied. All right, Naruto said. After a few hours later, all the members of Team 5 were resting. It was a light workout, but they planned out their training schedule. From early morning till afternoon, Yamato will train them all together on respective areas till the exam. Rest of the day was up to them. Naruto started working on his new storm release jutsu, while Haku was concentrating more on water-based jutsu. Yamato gave Ranmaru more time than others as he needed it. He sparred with him and also went through the basics. He also checked what Ranmaru knew about tracking. This is it for today, guys. From tomorrow, come here at 7 sharp. We will train till lunchtime. Don't worry, we will have our breakfast break. He added the last part when he saw Naruto was going to interrupt him. With that, everyone bid farewell to Yamato. After Yamato left, Naruto spoke first. Yo everyone, want to go to Iruka-sensei's place? Maybe we can ask him if he knows someone who can help us with our training. Sure, Naruto and I. Ranmaru replied in a happy voice as he came to like Iruka as well. Iruka's place. So, when is Iruka-sensei coming? Naruto asked. After coming to Iruka's place, they were greeted by a grumpy Anko, who without hearing anything, pulled them inside the house. Then they started having discussions, or more like listening to Anko's nagging about how Iruka was being a jerk who was not giving enough time to his girlfriend. The story went like this. Because it was almost end of the academy year, Iruka was busy grading his students, and also for the Chunin exam, he had to partake on some works. So for the past few days, Iruka was not coming back at home, where Anko was eagerly waiting for him after her stressful days. She also had her hands full because of the exam, and it was driving her mad. And for relieving her pressure, she needed her man. God damn it. Never mind the insensitive bastard. So what are you all here for? Anko somberly asked. Seeing that they were stuck with an agitated Anko, they explained their situation of how they had to train and how they needed help with some special areas and for which they were looking for Iruka's help if he knew anyone who could help them. Anko was listening leisurely, but suddenly a thought hit her. Iruka will probably have work tonight as well, but if I can get these kids to take his loads off him, then he will be free and, wait, maybe I can make these kids agree to do his works for a few days. Anko started laughing manically, scaring others. After a while, her laughter died down. All right, kids, I can help you out with your little sensei problem, but you have to do something for me. Anko chirpily said. How can you help with our problem, Anko-san? Haku asked. Moreover, what do you want us to do? Naruto asked with concern as he knew Anko from before. Hold your pants, brats. Let me make it short. From what I learned that Blondie needs a Kenjutsu expert, Chibi needs a Genjutsu expert, and Miss Leader wants to learn strategies. I know people who can help you with your problems. Trust me, they are good. As for what I want is simple. Just take the load off from Iruka for a few days so he can concentrate on what he is supposed to do. Anko finished with a predatory grin. Everyone felt sorry for Iruka, but hearing what Anko said, they knew they had no choices. Haku looked at her teammates, both of whom just nodded unhappily. All right, you got a deal. So where can we find Iruka-sensei? Anko's grin just grew wider. With Iruka. Iruka had to sort out the academy works. Because of the exam, they thought of giving the students some days off. But suddenly Naruto and his teammates came and told him that they would take over his work for a few days. When he asked why, Haku replied that it was a D-rank mission specifically for them. At first, he didn't have any idea what was exactly going on, but when he returned to his home and was immediately pounced by an excited Anko, everything just clicked. Not that he minded any of that, on the contrary, he would never get tired of his hot girlfriend, but sometimes Anko. Hey Iruka-kun, I just bought some new lingerie, but they are kinda tight. Will you help me loosen them up, please? Anko asked innocently. Sure, I would love to. Iruka gulped. One way or another, he would have a long, tiring night, but he knew he was going to enjoy this way more. If you can't beat it, enjoy it. With Team 5. Sorting out Iruka's work didn't take that long because of the infamous shadow clone. After that, they went to their training ground to improve their team chemistry. When they reached there, it was almost evening. They decided they would train till dinner time. Ranmaru was practicing water walking, while Haku was fighting with few of Naruto's clone to improve her taijutsu. Meanwhile, Naruto was meditating. To outsider, it seemed like that, but actually, he was having a conversation with one of his tenant. Inside Naruto's mindscape. What? What? Naruto loudly asked. There is something I must confirm, Naruto. That is why I need to go back. I don't know how long I will be gone, but it may be few weeks. With all the trainings you will be going through, I think you need a bit breathing room for some time. Reiju replied with a small smile. Is it really necessary for you to go? Naruto asked dejectedly. How about this, Naruto? After I return, I will see your growth, and if I find it satisfactory, I will teach you a true storm jutsu. Will that be okay? Reiju asked with a grin, already knowing what his answer would be. Okay, but make sure you can make it before the exam. I don't want you to miss all the ass-kicking I will be doing. Naruto replied back. I will try, but no promises, and don't slack off because I am not here. Reiju chuckled. Naruto finally smiled. Outside world. Haku was taking a rest because fighting 3 of Naruto's dense shadow clone was no joke. And as more time was passing by, coordination between his clones were improving greatly. She knew her taijutsu sucked, and the battle she had with Hinata showed her that she really needed to improve that area. She looked at Ranmaru to see that he was still practicing water walking. She had no idea of what Anko had in store for them, but all she could hope it would be good. After a while, Naruto was done with his meditation and took his leave, saying that he had to meet Hinata. Haku and Ranmaru just laughed lightly. But before going, Naruto dispelled his previous clones and made new ones for Haku to train with them. A bit later, Ranmaru got exhausted, so he was chatting with Naruto's clones, whereas Haku started training alone. She was practicing Hayaton, Ice Clone, because her clone was slow and not as sturdy as Naruto's dense clone. She also had to use small genjutsu on them to look like her. She wanted to fix all of those problems before the exam. Suddenly, a presence was felt, and without thinking, she threw her senbons at that place and took her stance. The figure jumped to dodge the senbons and landed in a safe distance from her. She panicked, realizing that whoever it was saw her bloodline. How could I be so careless? She berated herself. The figure approached her, and seeing the face, she paled more. With Naruto. While Naruto was sitting in Ichiraka's place waiting for his princess, he was rethinking his steps he had to take before entering the exam. His new original storm release attack was almost ready. Some advice from Yamato and Reiju helped him to fix a few problems, and now he needed a month or 2 to complete it. Also, he was hoping if Anko could really find someone to teach him in Kenjutsu. He might got Kiba, but he knew after watching Zabuza's fight that he needed to improve his Kenjutsu by a lot. For the time being, he would concentrate on these 2 areas. He didn't want to think too much because he was still feeling down because of Reiju's depart. Someone entered the place, and to Naruto's delight, it was Hinata. The day couldn't be that bad now that he would be able to enjoy his time with her. Naruto-kun, are you doing anything tonight? Hinata meekly asked. This day might be good after all. Nah, I am completely free, nothing to do at all. Naruto eagerly replied back. Then can you come to my house? My father wants to meet you. Hinata told Naruto nervously. Scratch that. The day was becoming worse by the minute. Suddenly, Naruto's mind started showing just how much work he had to do, but alas. His big mouth already told Hinata that he was completely free. Now he got no choice but to go. Gulping, Naruto nodded his head. Naruto was getting more and more nervous by the minute as he was closing in towards the Hyuga compound. He wasn't nervous because he was meeting the head of one of the strongest and noble clan in Konoha, but because he was meeting with his girlfriend's father, who held the fate of their relationship. He would do everything in his power if her father turned out to be one of his haters. He didn't know the man that much, but from the small exchange they had when Hinata was fighting to prove her powers, he knew he was not the friendly type. That's for sure. Naruto was glad that he was able to come up with a quick plan to make sure he didn't mess this up in any way. Without knowing, he was holding and squeezing Hinata's hand, who understood her boyfriend's nervousness. As they closed in towards the compound, the guards in the gate were a bit surprised to see their shy heiress boldly holding hands with the village pariah went inside the compound, as if this was her usual routine. But truthfully, Hinata was also nervous. Few hours back, out of nowhere, her father said that he wanted to meet Naruto, and she had a feeling in her gut that Hayashi knew about her and Naruto, but she didn't know how. Now, seeing Naruto being that much nervous, she was trying to remain calm, because if he saw Hinata was also nervous, that would definitely not going to help him. She led Naruto to her father's study room, first to inform him of her boyfriend's arrival. Father, I have brought Naruto-san with me. She informed her father of their presence while being as formal as she could. Enter. Hearing the stoic voice, Hinata looked at Naruto and smiled to assure him that nothing would happen. At least that's what she hoped. She opened the door and led Naruto inside. They entered, and when Naruto and Hayashi's eyes met, Naruto bowed slightly. After that, he followed Hinata and sat in front of her father. Uzumaki-san, firstly I would like to thank you. Hinata and Naruto was surprised. Hayashi relaxed his posture and continued. After the training week my daughter had with you, she started to progress a lot, both in physical and mental wise. Although few elders and main house members still don't want to acknowledge it, but I would like to see how far Hinata's new gentle fist style will go. Will it stand toe-to-toe against our traditional style, Or can it even surpass that? I would like to see that. Hinata was dumbfounded. Did her father just acknowledge her efforts indirectly, which she was yearning for years? She was doing her best not let the tears of happiness show, although every part of her body wanted to hug her father and to say thank you while crying. Unbeknownst to Hinata, she and Naruto was the hot topic among the Hyuga, both in main and branch houses, after their demonstration at the dojo months back. Naruto was like a dark horse. No one expected him to beat the Hyuga prodigy, and the most shocking part was that he beat Neji in less than a minute. Some said it was because Neji was weakened cause of the fight with Hinata, but the elders didn't say anything. Because if they said that it was because of Hinata, then it would seem that Hinata was able to injure Neji with her own style after beating her sister. And if they would deny that theory, then it would seem the village outcast was able to beat their gentle fist genius like he was a third-rate shinobi. So although outraged, they remained silent. As for Hinata, even though main house members and few branch members seemed her as a weak and timid girl, most of the branch members liked her cause of her kindness. But after spending time with Naruto, she started to come out of her shell while maintaining her kind and gentle nature. Because of that, even villagers started to notice her kindness, and along with the little incident in the capital, and because Hanabi was not officially named as the Hyuga heiress, villagers gave her the nickname, the Princess of Konoha. Because of that, she started to gain positive attentions from the main house as well. Hayashi even had Ko to follow Hinata to monitor her training, and the report surprised him. He even started to notice how hard Hinata was working, even staying in the compound, and felt slightly proud of her daughter when he saw how she was doing all the training undetected. He would occasionally made Hinata spar with other members. Although Hinata never used her own style again, but he was still able to notice the slight changes. She was more flexible, and she was able to hit and defend at the same time because of her flexibility. He really wanted to see her daughter's full potential, but he knew he couldn't just ask her after all he had done. Every time he saw Hinata now, pride and guilt would fill the man's heart in an instant. So, I would like to ask you to keep training with my daughter. Yes, he was proud of his daughter and was thankful towards Naruto for bringing her out of her shell, but dating her was a different subject. That's why he stretched the word training to let Naruto know that he was only approving of their training time. He narrowed his eyes slightly and continued. Is there anything you would like to say, Uzumaki-san? Yes, a lot, you stuck-up old man. That's the first thought that came to Naruto, but he shook it off, and pushing his nervousness away, he looked straight at the man. Hayashi-sama, Hinata was a wonderful girl and shinobi from the start. Sometimes a small acknowledgement and few simple supportive words can do a lot than you think, and that's all I gave her. Which was supposed to be your job, and I am pretty sure after some time she can even kick you. I mean, she can surpass you. Naruto bit down the sarcasm that was itching to come out. I see, was all the reply he got. Naruto shook his head. Now or never. With that, he abruptly stood up, and to everyone's surprise, he went down on his knees and banged his head in the floor. Please let me court your daughter, Hayashi-sama. Hayashi's eyebrows shot up and his mouth opened slightly, which was equivalent of jaw-dropping for normal Hyuga. Hinata thought that any more surprises and her heart would give out. What none of them knew was that before coming undetected by Hinata, Naruto made quite a lot of shadow clones and told them to gather any information on how to handle the crisis. All the clones dashed and started the mission as if the QB was on their ass. After overcoming some major and minor obstacles, they were able to gather some good heads up, like show proper respect, don't speak unless spoken to, do not get overly familiar with the girl when her father is around, and last but not least, do not lie. Hayashi quickly composed himself and looked at Naruto raptly, who still had his head on the ground. He already decided what he was going to do the moment he figured out that his girl was dating Naruto. Raise your head, Uzumaki-san. Naruto raised his head to meet Hayashi's eyes directly. Like I said before, after spending some time with you, my daughter improved greatly. So that is why for now I will tolerate your relationship with her. But if you truly want my permission to court my daughter openly, then show me what you can do. You can do that in the Chunin exam. You are joining it, aren't you? Naruto nodded while he properly sat down once again. So we shall see what you are capable of doing, Naruto Uzumaki. You can leave now. Naruto and Hinata nodded and went for the door. One more thing. I don't mind both of you spending time together, but keep in mind if I sense or hear of you doing anything inappropriate to my daughter, you won't even have the chance to join the exam. Do I make myself clear? Hayashi said it gently, which frightened Naruto to no end, who nodded vigorously. Next day, Yamato stopped training his students when he felt few presences approaching them. To his surprise, it was Anko and few of her friends. "Hello everyone, what brings you all here?" Yamato asked curiously. "Well, they are here for your brats. Heard that they needed some extra helps, so brought some of my friends." Hearing Anko's answer, Yamato was genuinely surprised and pleased, but he knew Anko wouldn't have done it for free. He was too worried to ask what she made his students do. "Yo brats, just like I said, here are some of my friends that are going to help you train. But few things keep in that small genin head of yours. They will help you for 1 month, and each of them have some conditions themselves. Now the stage is all yours, pals. I am out of here." With that, Anko left before anyone could say otherwise. "Let's get started, the sooner the better. My name is Marino Ibiki, currently the commanding officer of the Konoha Torture and Interrogation Force. I heard that the little ice princess over there needs some heads up on strategies. I will not waste any time, so follow me." "I hope that is okay with you, Yamato-san," Ibiki said in a disinterested voice. "Sure, go ahead. But we will have a meeting at dinner time. Be sure to be there," Yamato told Haku, who nodded in response. "Well, with the tough guy gone, let's continue. My name is Yugao Yuzuki, and I am a Kenjutsu specialist. I will train you, Blondie, but I want to see the new toy that you got recently," Yugao said in a calm voice. But both Naruto and Yamato tensed up when they got the meaning of the toy she was speaking of. "How did you know about that, Yugao-san?" Yamato was a bit worried as the information was supposed to be confidential. "You forgot I am one of the Hokage's personal bodyguards. I talked with him before coming here." Her answer eased up the student and teacher. "All right, Yugao-sensei, I will show you what I can do with my toys." Naruto grinned. "Somehow that sounds inappropriate. Well, all of you guys know me already. I am Kurenai Yuhi and the Jonin sensei of Team 8. Yamato-san, I will train Ranmaru, as I also want to learn a bit more about a bloodline that focuses on Genjutsu, but I also want your cooperation with this. I want you to train Hinata in her water affinity. She is progressing quite well, and if you can train her alone, I am sure she will do great." Kurenai spoke her part. "Well, honestly, I am quite surprised of what the kids did. And as for Hinata, it is fine by me. Last time I checked, that girl was getting really good at water jutsu. Also, don't hesitate to ask me if you want anything. Same goes for you too, Yugao-san. This will help my students' growth by a lot. I think we should cancel our training today. You guys should go with your respective new sensei to get to know each other. But remember, we are going to meet at Ichiraka's place at dinner time. Tell that to Haku for me." With that, Yamato bowed to the ladies and then left. "Shall we get going?" Yugao asked the remaining people of Team 5. Ibiki and Haku. Ibiki took Haku to the TNI headquarters directly and led her to his office. "Before we begin, there are a few things we should clarify. First, I know about your unique ability." Seeing Haku tensing up, he raised his hand. "I went to Hokage's office after Anko came and told me about your little sensei problem. She added that if I want to train you first, I have to talk with Hokage." Ibiki grunted. Anko outsmarted him by playing with his curious nature. When he confronted Sandame, he agreed to tell Ibiki everything only if he got involved with the girl. "Also, I want to ask you something. I heard about your resolve and your feelings about your father. Now, what if, it's just a hypothetical question, your father Zabuza tells you to kill your friend or to commit some high-level crime here in Konoha? What will you do?" Ibiki asked and looked at Haku with a calculated gaze. Haku thought for a second, then she smiled softly. "Then I just have to beat my father and find out who is behind the scheme. Because with all the years I spent with him, I know he has a bad reputation. He may be heartless, a bit bloodthirsty, a sword maniac, but he is definitely not a backstabber unless he gets betrayed first. So I am sure after all the things Konoha did for him, he is not going to say maniacal things like that. If he did, then it must be because of a third party." Ibiki was surprised. He thought she was going to say something along those lines, but not so clearly and definitely not so fast. He assumed that the girl would panic and then she would try out with some far-fetched ideas not to blame Zabuza. "All right, you pass. We can work out on your strategy and team formation skills. But one last thing, is it possible for you to tell me some information about your time when you were traveling?" You can skip the part where you don't want to tell. Just don't fabricate. Ibiki asked away his last question. In the ninja world, any little information would be a great asset. She spent a lot of time in water country where their spies were having lots of troubles. Haku thought for a bit, then she nodded. Great, let's get started right away then. Yugao and Naruto. So where is this place? Naruto asked as he was being led by Yugao to a whole new training ground. The odd part was he felt like there was something wrong at the entrance of the place, but couldn't put his hand on it. Welcome to the training ground belonging to only Umbu. Yugao grinned. She led Naruto to this place right after they separated from the other duo. She wanted to test her skills against a mist sword. Because this was one-in-a-lifetime chance, as Naruto was the only person who was able to get his hands on a legendary mist sword who was from a different village. While this place is where Umbu trains. Cool. Naruto started to look around. Don't beat yourself, kid. You won't find this place unless an authorized Umbu brings you here. Yugao chuckled. What? Why? Is there something special you have to do? Naruto started to beam up. Pipe down, and about the special thing, can't tell you, kid. Maybe if you join Umbu anytime soon. Yugao ruffled Naruto's hair. Let's get started. The area is secured so you can go all out. And I want you to go all out. Bring out your blades and give me all you got. I want to see where you stand. Yugao took a relaxed stance, but her senses became sharp. Naruto grinned and took out a scroll to unseal the swords. Yamato gave him a special scroll with a retreat and tracker seal attached to it to seal the kiba inside. He wielded the twin swords and took his stance. Kurenai and Ranmaru. Kurenai couldn't help but chuckle inwardly when she saw Ranmaru's behavior. He was just like Hinata, shy and lacking self-confidence, but had full of potential. Hinata was just like that before, but recently her growth made Kurenai to think that she might be the strongest in her team. Although much of her growth was thanks to her boyfriend, no deny there. So, Ranmaru-kun, before we start training, I want you to tell me a bit about yourself, your life before and after we meet. Don't worry, just a little talk to get yourself to calm down and get comfortable with me. You seem really nervous. Kurenai laughed softly when she saw Ranmaru blushed after hearing that. Ranmaru took a deep breath. He couldn't protect his loved ones before, but now he was given a second chance, and he wouldn't waste it. He would become strong for his new friends and family, and would take anything thrown at him, just like his Naruto and Ai and Hakone. Well, I was raised in this village called. 1 week later. 14-5, it was quite an exciting week. Not every day you get to be trained by few jonins. Naruto, Haku, and Ranmaru would meet with Yamato early in the morning and would train all the way till lunch, of course with breaks. Later each genin would go and meet their other sensei, and after training for few hours they would meet back at their own house. After getting some well-deserved rest, they would discuss with each other about what they had learned in order to improve. Sometimes they would go out and train till dinner if they had time. It was just 1 week, but still they could feel their own growth, and even Yamato was pleased with their progress. He knew that if his students keep progressing like this, they would be more than ready for the Chunin exam. But that didn't mean he would soften up. He could see the other Jonin sensei were starting to prepare their teams. He was quite surprised when he saw all the rookies team sensei were doing the same. To him, they were not quite ready yet, but only time would tell. Tonight was a bit different as Haku wanted to train alone, but it was just a facade. She was looking up at the sky, but looked back when she felt the presence. Hello there, Sasuke-san, Haku said while turning to face him. Flashback. How could I be so careless? She berated herself. The figure approached her, and seeing the face, she paled more. It was Sasuke. Ranmaru shouted from afar to Haku if anything was wrong as he didn't see the little skirmish that just happened. Haku looked at the last Uchiha, who just motioned her to follow him. Seeing that she told Ranmaru that she was fine, and she would go get something for refreshment, after which she followed Sasuke, who took her a bit far from their practice ground. Look, Sasuke-san, about earlier. Haku was interrupted when Sasuke looked at her with serious face and spoke. Fight me. Whatever Haku had in mind, that was definitely not it. She relaxed inwardly, but didn't let her guard down. For now she would follow Sasuke's lead to see where his thoughts were heading, so she asked, why? I have an ambition, and for that I need to be ahead of everyone. I don't care what happened back at the wave, but I am guessing our sensei and Hokage knows about it. If so, I got no problem with you being here and hiding your bloodline. But what I do have a problem with is the result of our last fight, and I want a rematch. Sasuke ended his speech with a stance. Haku knew there was no way out of this, and if she rejected the match, he would just keep on pestering her, and without knowing might bring some troubles. She thought for a while and was trying to come up with the best solution, and then it hit her. Sasuke-san, I don't want to fight meaningless battles, and I told this to you even when I was an enemy. But looking at you, I know that you will not back down, so I suggest we held the match back for 1 week. You choose the time and place, but I suggest somewhere out of prying eyes. Also, I would like to ask you not to talk about my real abilities to anyone. Haku kept her tone calm and quiet. I got no problem with that. Then 1 week later we will meet again, and in between I will tell you the time and place. With that, Sasuke took one more good look at her, and then left. Flashback ends. Now here they were getting ready to fight. Haku looked at the sky where clouds were covering the glowing full moon. The first moonlight, Haku suggested, and when Sasuke got what she meant, he nodded. Both took their stances. Haku looked at the last Uchiha carefully. She did her research and learned about the Uchiha massacre and also the culprit behind it. She came to understand him a bit more after her findings, but this was a battlefield. No sympathy against an opponent who was going to go all out against you. Zabuza taught her that no matter who her opponent was, never go in for instant win or let your guard down. Observe to find openings to strike fast and hard. Even Ibiki told her something similar. In his way, information was always a major asset. If one had enough information which he or she could use against the opponent, it would be like a tide turner depending on how one would use that information, which was similar to a mind game. She saw Sasuke already activated his Sharingan, which had 2 tomo, meaning it was not complete. She also read about the bloodline, and honestly to her, it was a frightening bloodline, but luckily her bloodline could counter his. She knew that he was thinking that she would go head-on-head to get the upper hand like before, and if his stance and posture was saying anything, it was that he already had some counterplan against her. Sasuke watched his opponent. Frankly, he would admit she was strong. Her taijutsu was based on speed and quick hit, and last time she was able to go against 2 head-on-head. He improved his taijutsu, but knew his intercepting fist alone wouldn't be able to give him any edge over her, as she got him beat on speed and experience. But with his Sharingan activated, he hoped that he would be able to close the gap. The problem was her ninjutsu and bloodline. He had to avoid going to ninjutsu battle. He knew that he would have to go into taijutsu first, because if he could, then he would have advantage from the start. And he also had few tricks just for her, but he had to make sure they start off with taijutsu first. The clouds made enough way for the contestants to see the glimmer of the moonlight. Sasuke charged right away to get the first hit, but Haku intercepted him on the midway, surprising Sasuke. He moved to the right just in time to dodge the incoming fist, but thanks to his Sharingan, he was able to see the sudden direction change in Haku's punch. She did a hard stop and tried to elbow Sasuke, who ducked and rolled away to get distance, but Haku was not going to let that happen. She charged at Sasuke and took a swing at him, followed by a round kick. Sasuke had to dodge again. He knew he was at fault because he dodged her first punch, which he should have intercepted. Haku now was going on with strong attacks, which would hurt even if he tried to block, and she was using her superior speed to take advantage over his Sharingan. Seeing no other way around, Sasuke charged when she tried to elbow him again. He blocked the elbow and gave a strong punch, but it was blocked by her knee. He could feel his bones almost breaking. Damn this girl. Haku was surprised when she felt like she got hit in her stomach, although it was not possible. She jumped back to see what hit her, but Sasuke was now on her tail. She went on defensive mode, but she was still taking hits. But the weird part was that those hits were coming in an impossible time and in a weird angle. Suddenly it all clicked. She deliberately took Sasuke's punch to her stomach, and when she saw Sasuke's expression changed ever so slightly. "Kai!" she shouted, and hearing that, Sasuke jumped back. "Damn!" Sasuke gritted his teeth. "Illusion with taijutsu. Nice one there, Sasuke-san, but I am guessing you were trying to go for something big, right?" Haku smirked. She knew he would have wanted to go with taijutsu first, cause in ninjutsu, she had the upper hand. But from the previous fight, both of them knew head-on-head would not be a wise choice. So in order to bring out Sasuke's counterattack early, she engaged with him ferociously, giving him no opening. But honestly, she didn't know it would be Jinjutsu to throw her off balance. Guess he figured out that was the only way to break her defense, and if it wasn't for Ranmaru, she wouldn't have caught it. But I didn't want to use it this early. I just came up with it recently to counter opponent with stronger taijutsu skill and speed. The technique requires for the opponent to keep looking at my eyes from time to time while engaging with me in taijutsu battle, so I can put powerful jinjutsu to throw them out of their rhythm. Because the jinjutsu will show them a faster version of me, so they will block earlier, giving me an opening. But it takes quite decent amount of chakra and concentration. I still can't keep on using them for long, so I wanted to use it to give some heavy blow, but that damn girl ruined it. Had to use early. Sasuke sighed, but for some reason he was kind of feeling excited. It was long since someone pushed him to go this far. Well, even if I wasn't able to do something big, I did do my secondary objective. Sasuke smirked as he took battle stance once more. Haku knew what Sasuke was talking about. At first, when they started, the field was greener, and there were a small pond on the side, but now they were on a bit rocky area. In the midst of the fight, Sasuke kept pushing her to a particular direction, and because of that he was able to change the location of the fight to his liking. She knew when he was leading her to a different area while fighting, but the Jinjutsu caught her off guard, and she had to focus on that. This will be tricky. Haku sighed. Fire release. Phoenix Sage Fire Technique. Small fireballs were coming at Haku in an unpredictable manner. Haku took out Senbons, but when she saw what was actually coming at her, she started going through hand seals fast. Hayaton, certain kill ice spears. But instead of ice spears coming out randomly, the spears form a wall surrounding Haku. The fireballs hit the frozen walls, and when it died out, the hidden shurikens came into the view. How? Sasuke asked in an agitated voice. The sound. Even if you hid the shuriken, the sound of them spinning at this hour is not hard to detect. Come on, is that all you got? Haku smiled, which angered Sasuke. Sasuke threw several smoke bombs surrounding Haku. When he saw the smokes covered the area, he jumped high. Fire release. Great flame flower. He pointed all the powered-up fireballs at one direction, center of the ice wall. When all the fireballs hit at the same time, the explosion was huge, and it shattered the ice wall. Without taking any risks, he threw shuriken with ninja wire attached and felt something getting caught in it. When the smoke cleared up, a battered-up Haku was caught in the wire trap. He didn't want to let this chance go, so he charged at her to end it. Hayaton, showering snow. The frozen snow poured all over Sasuke when he was close. Although it felt like low-powered, but before Sasuke could move, lots of needles flew from front and hit most of his nerves, making him fully paralyzed momentarily. Sasuke looked behind to see Haku was holding a kunai at the back of his neck. Your loss. Sasuke gritted his teeth when he heard Haku saying that. How? I had you. Sasuke asked angrily. Did you really think I would remain in the middle of the ice wall after you threw the smoke bombs? I put a trap and moved away the moment smoke started to fill up the area. Haku explained, but she didn't say which jutsu she used. Her combination of Hayaton, Ice Clone, and Hayaton, showering snow. No point in explaining all of the jutsu she used. The less he knew, the better. Fuck. Sasuke smashed his fist into the ground. It hurt like hell cause of the needles, but the pain of loss was worse. Sasuke-san, I know what happened to your clan, but your anger is holding you back. Because of it. Haku couldn't finish as Sasuke got up and stared at her directly. You know nothing. Not about what happened and not about my anger and hatred. It is the anger that took me where I am, made me this strong. I have to avenge all the people that died that day. My clan, my family. Sasuke shouted. Sasuke-san, I didn't see my own clan's massacre, something that I am glad about. But I want to ask you, all this anger and revenge, is this for your own vengeance or for your clan's justice? Haku asked softly. Sasuke was stunned. He didn't know how to answer that, but after coming all this way, he would not diverge from his way of life. He couldn't. Don't talk like you know how it feels. To see the person you admire and love one day become someone else and kills your family. Destroys the home where you belonged. Hearing that, Sasuke was shocked. I won't go into detail, Sasuke-san, but my father killed my mother when he found out she had a bloodline. Was going to kill me as well, but my bloodline got activated and saved me. Haku spoke in a whispered tone, but Sasuke heard it all. So you killed your father, right? You got your revenge. So why are saying all this? Sasuke asked in dreaded voice. Because it didn't bring back those days where we were a family, didn't answer any questions that I had. All that left after that was a broken girl who didn't know why to live anymore. I know how it feels like Sasuke-san, so that is why I am asking don't go down that road willingly. Haku pleaded. Sasuke didn't know what to do or what to say anymore. All this time he thought no one knew his pain or went through what he had gone through. But he was wrong. Also, Sasuke-san, about today's fight I enjoyed it before you started to fall for my taunts. I used ice jutsus where there is no water. It took a lot out in me, but instead of analyzing the situation, you fell for my taunting. If you would have tried to drag the battle, I would have lost. Haku said while she smiled a bit. Don't try to shoulder it alone. My foster father and my team made me this strong, and I know I will grow stronger with them. If you are this strong alone, I wonder how strong you can be if you start to rely on people. Maybe next time, I get to fight you when you are stronger and more cool-headed. Haku winked at Sasuke and left. A bit far away. Didn't see that coming? Kakashi spoke in a surprised tone. What did I tell you, senpai? My team is way stronger than any rookie team. Yamato smirked and left. What Haku and Sasuke didn't know was that their little interactions didn't go unnoticed by their Jonin sensei. But instead of stopping them, they decided to see how it played out. So, what are you going to do now, Sasuke? Kakashi smiled a bit at his student. I'll make the first kiss. After their conversation, they had dinner which was quite uneventful. Naruto did feel that Hinata's sister was watching his every move intently, but their father was worse. When dinner was over, Naruto politely asked them if he could leave early as he had training in the morning. Hinata showed him out of the compound. She was feeling bad when she saw how Naruto looked so gloomy. She mustered her courage and grabbed his hand. Naruto-kun, what's wrong? She asked worriedly. Hinata-chan, what if I messed up in the exam? Then what will happen? Should I take out your father before that? Nah, too strong. Should I ask the Hokage to do something about it? Nah, the old man is an ass. What should I do? Naruto started shooting all the questions in a panic. Hinata tried to hold back her giggle. She knew if anyone would do well in the Chunin exam, it would be Naruto. But what made her truly happy was that he was thinking of doing all these for her. She smiled brightly and went for a peck on his cheek, but luckily Naruto turned around just in time. They were stunned for a moment. Their lips touched each other's lightly. Naruto held Hinata's shoulder and pushed her back a bit. Hinata was shocked and then got scared when Naruto pushed her back gently. But before she could say or do anything, Naruto fainted. This past month had a huge impact on Team 5's growth. It was not everyday occurrence where one was able to be taught by few sensei. Team 5 trained with Yamato in the morning till noon. Their main focus was on teamwork and coming up with combo attacks. But Yamato would try to focus on Ranmaru a bit more as he had to cover lots of basic grounds to catch up with rest of his teammates. Ranmaru was able to finish water walking exercise and advanced tree walking exercise. He was not a hand-to-hand combat type of person, but still Yamato trained him to the ground to cover his weakness. He was not willing to take any risk because no matter what, he knew that a time would come when Ranmaru would be forced to go in the front line. So he was making sure that the kid at least could be good with one taijutsu style before the exam. Ranmaru didn't complain, rather he was happy that Yamato was focusing on his weak points cause from his point of view, he had too many of them. That was for his morning session, and as for his other sensei, she was able to make him like Jinjutsu. Well, to her, Ranmaru was natural to the point where he was able to cast a low-ranking Jinjutsu with only one hand seal. Although it was a low-ranking one, Kurenai could see the potential in Ranmaru, so just after 2 weeks she started to go through high-level ones and Ranmaru just absorbed them. The only drawback was his chakra capacity, which was slightly average, but that could be fixed with time and chakra control. As for our blonde hero, in the morning he would do the teamwork with everyone, then would move on to do combo attacks. The idea just hit him when he was talking with Yamato, and he bought up Inoshikacho combo. From then, he also wanted for his team to make a combo similar to them, but not everything was as easy as it seemed to be. After going through several tries, they found out both Haku and Naruto could use Ranmaru's bloodline, but only as a decoy. One more thing they learned, which was storm release and ice release, didn't work together. Although they kept trying, but it was quite a hard case. They were managed to combine Haku's showering snow and Naruto's laser circus, but instead of powering up one another, they lowered their efficiency. At least the training with his afternoon sensei was going smoothly. After going all out few times against Yugao, she was quite pleased with his kenjutsu, but said that he still needed a lot of experience. From then, instead of teaching Naruto, she started practicing with him in kenjutsu. She even bought her fiancé Hei to have him practice on kenjutsu. All the month Naruto focused on training with only his swords on Yugao's watch. His chosen sword style, Twin Moon style, was a bit unique, so Yugao said she couldn't help him on advancing the sword style. But she showed him some of her own moves as well other sword moves available. It did give him some ideas to create some original moves. All in all, he really enjoyed his time with Yugao. Well, same couldn't be said for Haku. Training with Ibiki was quite stressful. It was just as tiresome, if not more, than Zabuza's training, but she had to admit it was worthwhile. Ibiki teamed her up with some other new chunins and made them go through some team formations and strategies. He also made her observe few interrogations so that she knew how to interrogate enemies when the time comes. She didn't like it, but she took notes. Haku's observation skill was quite good, but with the help of Ibiki, it was sharpened. But she liked training with her own team more. What she learned from Ibiki, she applied them on her morning exercise, and honestly, it felt good to lead a team of your own. After that, at Naruto's request, they started working on combination attack, but so far it was not progressing that much. They also trained at night sometimes if they had spare energy left, for Haku and Ranmaru that is. Hinata started joining almost all the night training after the second week, encouraged by Kurenai. When she heard that Yamato was going to train her on water element, she was ecstatic, but of course she was told that in absence of Kiba and Shino. Kurenai started training her team as well for the exam, so they stopped doing too many missions. She would train with her team in the morning, and at afternoon her team would have their own training time. Kiba objected the idea first, but after Shino explaining how improving oneself would affect the team, Kiba backed down. Kiba and Shino would train with their clan, whereas Hinata would go with Yamato, who not only taught her on water jutsus, but also worked on her completing her new taijutsu. When he said he was going to work with her new taijutsu, she was quite surprised, and when asked why he was going to do that, all Yamato answered, "Thank that boyfriend of yours." After the second week, Yamato also advised her to join in Team 5's night session. The nighttime training was few times a week. All they did was helping one another. For example, in Haku's case, they worked on perfecting her ice clone and her new jutsu. Ranmaru was working on a project given to him by Kurenai. It was new type of Jinjutsu. Hinata's part was quite simple, to improve her new taijutsu, and it was done by every one of Team 5 going against her only in taijutsu. It was quite hard for Hinata as Haku, Ranmaru and Naruto had different styles and ways of fighting, but it was doing wonders in improving it. She almost completed the style, only a few parts left to improve. Hinata was now hoping that she could finish it before the Chunin exam. With Kakashi, Kakashi was watching his students training intently. He, like other rookie sensei, started to train for the exam, and he knew the main reason why all the rookie teams were going to participate was the exam. Because it was going to be held on their own village, and this was quite a rare opportunity, which would give a huge advantage. But he sighed when he looked at his team. They were getting quite good as a team, somewhat, but as a single member each had problems. But luckily one was taking steps to overcome them. Kakashi was quite surprised when Sasuke came to his house really early in the morning, after the day of his match with Haku, and asked for help. He knew the hatred for his brother was still there, but for now Sasuke decided to put that aside and concentrate on surpassing Haku. Sasuke had conflicted feeling about it, but for now he would train to face Haku and beat her. He wanted to know more about how she was able to go on with her life. Sasuke knew one thing. His thoughts up until now was solely on killing his brother, but he never thought about the life after. And Haku had gone through the life after the vengeance. So he wanted to know more, and he knew that he just couldn't go and ask her about that. So he put aside his thoughts of hatred because he wasn't stupid. He knew if he met his brother now, he wouldn't be able to do anything as he was nowhere near his level. So for now he would go for the closest person that he had to surpass. Teaching an enthusiastic Sasuke was fun, unlike Sakura. The girl had potential, but unlike Sasuke, she didn't have the right motivation. After the mission at Wave, she became serious, but not as much as he wanted. The girl was still fawning over her teammates, especially Sasuke, who still had no interest in her. Kakashi taught her some advanced chakra control, and then later gave her some Genjutsu scroll. He was surprised when she told him that she learned those in a week. He thought about asking for Kurenai's help after the exam, because now everyone was quite busy with their own team. But one thing he was glad about was that during fights or mission, unlike past, she actually focuses on the mission itself. And the last, and probably the most problematic person was Sai. After their mission at Wave, Kakashi kept his eyes on Sai and was now confirmed that he was a root member. He even reported it to Sandame, but the old man said there was nothing he could do as Sai came into his team legally and didn't make any problems. For now, that's what Kakashi thought when he heard that. Sai, when in a team, would follow Sasuke. In the past, they had a problem in there, but after a nice chat with Kakashi after their mission at Wave, they stopped arguing pointlessly. Sasuke would lead the team, but would hear out his teammates if they had any opinions. Sai would actually give some good advice from time to time, but the most messed up part was that in training or in solo, he would always hold back. It became painfully obvious as the time passed. Even when Kakashi would let Sasuke and Sai spar against each other, Sai held back. Sasuke got pissed after he noticed that, but later he stopped giving his best as well. Kakashi really wanted to have the competitive atmosphere in his team, but it was not going to happen with passive Sai and unmotivated Sakura. He wished he could have Naruto, but that damn incident changed everything. Looking at the sky, he just sighed and hoped for one thing. Maybe the Chunin exam will help them. Somewhere else. Danzo looked at the reports. He was irritated not because Sai had his movements restricted. He expected that to happen considering who his sensei was, but the fact that what he found out recently. Some of his elite root members would go around to look into Umbu's activities, and they discovered some quite interesting information. The Jinchuriki had one of the mist swords, and he was training with one of the top and trusted Umbu of the third. When he found out about it first, he immediately called few of his good root members and told them to keep an eye on the Jinchuriki's team. But here he got hit by a wall. When they trained in the morning, they were with Yamado, who would make few wood clones and would make a parameter around them. It was really hard to get inside without being noticed by an ex-root member. After their morning session, they would learn individually with different elite shinobis. That's also piqued Danzo's interest as to why they were getting special treatment. He wanted to know more, but also hit a dead end in this one. There was no report or no documents about their training regime, as if it was done by verbal agreement. Their session with different shinobis didn't give him the information that he wanted. But what surprised him most was their nighttime training. From time to time, they would train at night, and the Hyuga heiress would join them as well. He didn't want to lose this chance, so he sent his best men to spy on them, but what they wrote on the report pissed him off. Their training ground was being monitored by Kakashi, Yamado, and Yugao, and they were not slacking off at all. Even when the Jinchuriki's team would stay at home, it was guarded by elite trusted Umbus of the third. It was as if they were protecting the Hokage himself. No way in. Another dead end. Now Danzo was not stupid. He learned one thing from all of these failures, that Sandame was not protecting Naruto alone. For some reason, he was protecting the whole team, meaning the other members had something that should be kept in the dark. For how long that he didn't know, but what he knew was that he didn't like it. He stood up and started walking with the help of his crane. Even though he wanted to learn what Hiruzen was hiding, he knew Hiruzen changed. Doing things behind his back became riskier. He had to tread carefully. Before leaving his room, he looked back at his desk, and one particular information came into his mind. He smiled, remembering that. The Chunin exam. The day before the exam, Naruto was pissed. In front of him, Konohamaru and his friends were trying to avert his stern gaze. "Come on, Naruto-kun. Don't be so mad," Hinata requested softly. Naruto sighed. The exam was on the next day, so all the team had their day off. He told Hinata a few days before to spend the day with his team. It was just a facade for a date. While it was true that Haku and Ranmaru was there, but they kept their distance and minded their own business. He had to do it, otherwise Hayashi would have his head. Somehow he saw their first kiss, but because he fainted, he was spared. So with the cover-up, he was having great time with his girlfriend, and the best part was because of the exam, everyone was quite busy to notice them. Wearing a hooded jacket helped too. But this happiness was short-lived when he saw the square box. He wanted to avoid it, but the box dashed towards them and exploded. After the smoke was clear, Konohamaru wanted to give a speech, but seeing Naruto's pissed off face, he became quiet and started fidgeting. "Konohamaru, I am not in the mood to play with you or to accept your challenges. I was having some good time with my girlfriend." Naruto said in an irritated voice, but hearing what he said, Konohamaru looked at him with sparkling eyes. Aniki, you are telling me you bagged the princess of Konoha? He asked in admiration. Listening to his tone, Naruto softened up. He grinned and gave Hinata a one-armed hug while giving the victory sign with other. You gotta tell us how you did it? Konohamaru started jumping up and down, and his other friends started to get excited as well. Hinata found this cute, but she really didn't like to be in the spotlight. But seeing where this was going, if she didn't do anything soon, she would be in trouble. So, Naruto-kun, who are they? Friends of yours? Hinata asked sweetly, hoping to change the direction of the conversation. Ah, sorry Hinata-chan. This is Konohamaru, Hokage's grandson, and for the other two. Naruto trailed off. Moegi and Udon. Konohamaru introduced his friends. He was feeling a bit embarrassed seeing how he became too excited to introduce his friends. Nice to meet you all. So I am guessing Moegi and Udon just met Naruto-kun for the first time, but what about you, Konohamaru-kun? How did you two meet? Hinata asked, hoping that they would forget their main question. Naruto told Hinata how he met Konohamaru when his team was being debriefed for a mission and the events transpired after that. They quickly become friends, and Konohamaru's respect increased when Naruto defeated his Jonin sensei, Ebisu. After that, they would have some small challenges or played ninja with one another. The more Konohamaru spent time with Naruto, the more his respect towards him increased, and to show that first he used to call him boss, but after some time, he started to call him Aniki. Playing ninja? Sounds quite interesting. Hinata giggled a bit. What kind of ninja plays as ninja? Sakura asked in cheeky manner. Everyone looked to see the newcomer. They didn't notice her approach as everyone was too engrossed at Naruto's storytelling. Nobody asked you, Sakura. Naruto grumbled. He wanted to shoo away Konohamaru and his gang after this, but it seemed luck wasn't on his side. What Naruto didn't know was that Sakura actually wanted to talk with him. She wouldn't admit, but she really was missing his overly doting on her and wanted to know if anything happened or not, but hearing the way he started to speak to her made her angry and jealous. Yeah? Go away, muscle girl. We are busy, Konohamaru said without knowing what the outcome would be. Konohamaru, the game starts now, and the first mission is to survive from the muscle girl. Naruto quickly said, but he lowered his voice at the end. Getting his meaning, Konohamaru sprinted away from Sakura, who was hot on his tail. Naruto started laughing seeing that where Moegi and Udon also gave chase after Sakura. Come on, Naruto-kun. Let's go catch Sakura before she catches Konohamaru, Hinata said while shaking her head. Heh, why? We just got rid. I mean, they're going to have fun now. It's a game, don't worry. We should continue where we left. Naruto replied back cheekily, making Hinata blush. Come on, we can have our date after this. Hinata took an unmotivated Naruto's hand and started running after everyone else. When they reached them, they saw a nervous Sakura was trying to tell a guy with a cat suit to drop Konohamaru. There was a girl behind the guy. Oi, bastard. What do you think you were doing? Naruto shouted in an irritated voice, but before he could go any further, Hinata stopped him and smiled at him gently, seeing that he just sighed. Can't you see? We are teaching the kids some manners, the guy said without a care. You guys are from Suna, right? You are here for the Chunin exam? Then I don't think you should make any troubles. Hinata replied back politely. The cat guy took a good look at her and then grinned. Name's Kankuro. I don't think anyone is going to make any fuss about a brat, but if you go out with me, maybe I will do what you say. Pleasure to meet you, Kankuro-san. My name is Hinata Hyuga, and I think our Hokage might make a fuss about his grandson being treated like this, and as for your offer, I have to decline. Hinata spoke gently as she knew after what she said they had to back off. Kankuro dropped Konohamaru as if he was tagged with explosives, but before he could come up with a remark, the girl behind him punched him in the head. Told you not to make a scene. The girl growled. Yeah, 'cause I don't think the guy up there looks happy about it. Naruto said in a tired tone. It was just one after another. Both Sunanin paled when they saw who Naruto was talking about. Hey Gaara, I thought you were at hotel. Kankuro was sweating bullets. You are a disgrace. Head back before you make a fool out of yourself. The guy named Gaara spoke in a cold tone, but before turning back, he looked at Naruto, who just looked at him without a care. You should not let your guard down. You don't know when a monster might come and attack, Gaara said while looking at Naruto directly. hearing that both of his teammates tensed. Thanks for the advice. With that, Naruto turned around, but he stopped and looked back. You should control that bloodlust of yours. It makes the nature feel unrest. He smirked and left with Hinata and others. Gaara kept looking till Naruto disappeared. There are lots of worthy sacrifices for Mother in the exam. The exam day. Wow, I can't believe they put Jinjutsu in front of the room. Naruto said while he and his teammates waved goodbye to their sensei. Naruto, the exam started the moment we stepped inside this building, but if I am to guess, I would say that was to take out the weak ones. Haku said as they entered room 301. But it was nice of Yamato-sensei to come and see us before the exam. Ranmaru said. He was a bit nervous when he saw the people inside the room. All of them looked experienced and deadly. He calmed down when Haku gently touched his shoulder and gave it a reassuring squeeze. They passed the fake room without making any scene. Well, Naruto wanted to, but Haku voiced against it. Haku started to look around to see the competition. All the rookie teams, except for Sasuke's, were here. From the major village, there were 2 from Kiri, 1 from Suna, and 3 from Kyumo, and none from IWA. There was 1 from a new village, but from the headband, she was guessing something related to sound. She took another good look at the teams. The one from Suna would cause problems. Only 1 team from Kyumo looked dangerous, but what was disturbing her was the teams from Kiri. Are they here for the Mist Sword? 2 teams are too much considering their condition. Let's hope I am wrong here. Haku thought. Suddenly the door opened and Sasuke entered a bit battered, but he had a smirk in his face. Following him was his team and another team. Hinata's cousin was in there, but one of the team member was also a bit beaten, but he had his head down. You had a fight? Guessing you won. Haku told Sasuke when he approached her. It was a draw. Sasuke smirked at her. Haku just smiled. She noticed all the rookie teams started to gather around them. Ino wanted to jump at Sasuke, but Sakura caught her, and they started to bicker at each other. Guess all the rookie teams are going for the exam, Chuji said while eating. Heh, but our team is going to come out as the best, Naruto said while puffing his chest out. You guys should quiet down. You don't want to bring unwanted attention. Everyone looked at the newcomer. He had onyx eyes and ash-gray hair which was kept in ponytails that extended to his upper back. He had a pair of circular glasses and wore a dark purple shirt with a high collar with a white undershirt and dark purple pants. Name's Yakushi Kabuto. The guy introduced himself. Have you already tried the exam? Sakura asked. Well, this is my 7th try. Kabuto explained sheepishly. You must be damn weak. Kiba chuckled. The exams aren't as it seems. Maybe I could lend you a hand. Kabuto took out a deck of cards. These are chakra cards, and they react to my chakra signature to reveal information. Any particular team you want to know about. Kabuto finished. Haku went on alert mode. Something about the guy didn't seem quite right. I want to know about Haku from Team 5. Sasuke said directly. Why? Sakura and Ino immediately asked together. Because he is a pervert. Haku answered in a flat voice. Everyone was taken aback and looked at Sasuke. What? No. It's to beat you. Sasuke asked seriously, but his tone and the pink dust in his cheeks gave him away. Wow, you sure are kinky, Sasuke-kun. Haku replied back in a sexy tone. Sasuke felt like he had been slapped in the face. He gritted his teeth while his blushing increased. Never mind. Sasuke huffed and looked away. Everyone laughed except Ino and Sakura. While making an ass out of Sasuke aside, can you tell me about Gaara, the redhead from Suna? Naruto asked Kabuto. Sure. Let's see, his full name is Sabaku no Gaara, son of Kazekage. His team consists of 2 members, his elder siblings. He completed 10D rank, 15C rank, and 1B rank, and all mission was done without a scratch. This year is going to be tough. Kabuto answered. What about Naruto? Kiba asked. Naruto Uzumaki, member of Team 5. He has a storm-release bloodline. Wow. Out of the corner of her eyes, Haku saw a few of the Kyumo neens shifted uncomfortably. He has done 25D rank, 5C rank, 1B rank, and 2A rank. Wow, kid, you sure worked hard these last few months. Kabuto laughed where every other rookie member's jaw dropped except for Hinata and Naruto's teammates. But before anyone could say anything, Ibiki came. Silence, brats. I am Marino Ibiki, your first exam proctor. Now, everyone show your ID, and we will begin the first part of the exam. Ibiki told in a calm voice, but it was full of power and authority. Bring it on, Naruto shouted. Somewhere far. Are you sure about that, my friend? Raijin asked in a surprised voice. Yes, Lord Raijin. It seems that the kid started developing the powers sooner than we thought. Reiju replied. Guess I have to give his test earlier than I expected. It should be amusing. Now let's see what the kid can do. Raijin chuckled. It seemed as if he just found something quite interesting. Hope you are ready for this, Naruto. Reiju thought worriedly.